Okay, we're starting out late and just seeing if anything works because everything crashed and I have a very slow internet and the weather has flooded us. So we have a crisis situation. We're gonna try and do the best we can. Okay, so this is gonna be loud. Okay, so I got everything finally up again. It everything crashed and the internet was impacted by the weather, I'm afraid. So it took us a while to get started. It was just a bad scene. So other than that, we are live, and I will call some other men to help you hold the opening hour. And bless you. This is our lovely lady Brooke Gibson, and she has graced us with her presence. We're going to bring on a few other people to help her hold the opening hour.
Are
And
your streets flooded like they're showing all those pictures? Or are you guys okay? Like, I know LA's really bad, or was
it's
showing.
not Russian Hill because we're on a rock solid hill as opposed to these other places that suffer mudslides. But it's the internet was impacted.
Yeah, just
Um,
because it's still rainy. Is it still doing heavy rain again?
it's epic.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
that's what they're saying. Yeah, and I know heavy rain, even here when it's real heavy, can affect us, but we're used to it. So I would imagine. So yeah,
yeah.
the internet there would.
So give me a second to locate two people in particular. There we are, the real Ian West, and we'll see if we can grab anybody else. Of course, along the way, just for the sake of what else is going on. But it was just it's just frustrating. It's very very frustrating. There's no
That's okay.
describing this. Because it was just everything was set up and you get everything set up as best as you can, and then it just all crashes right there when you get started. And by the way,
Well,
it's a jack. It's a piece of shit computer. It's I'm paying for less internet than other people get because I can't afford the bills to go any higher. It's just awful. Just a perfect storm of just awfulness. But that being said, if I ever get into a better position, obviously, the first thing I'll stop doing is these shows. The idea of actually improving and going to a better studio or something like that, I think is kind of defeats the purpose. Obviously, I want to get to a point where I don't need to be doing these shows anymore. But that being said, thankfully, people like yourself, help me through doing this while we're doing it. But that being said, let's see now who we can get on with us. And
it must be that kind of day for everyone.
it says that some similar things happening to you. Or...
Yeah, let's see. I left to just get tacos. I think did I talk to you? Did we talk today? Yeah, we did.
I'm just glad you got
Briefly.
back safely.
Oh no, but there was no raining. I didn't get back safe. That's what I'm trying to say. I didn't wreck, but I just had to get
What?
tacos.
What? Say that again.
I said I said I wouldn't say I got back safely, like great, safe and sound. I didn't wreck, but what I'm saying is I literally went to get tacos and then actually just came right back home. And then I was like, oh no, I need paper towels. So pulled out of the driveway to run to Publix 5 minutes away. And I literally I called my mother to check on her, hung up the phone, and when I did, I'm going like 2 minutes, like I'm literally luckily for 45 seconds from the Publix. My car just starts doing this thing where it won't. It's like it's an automatic. This car is. It's a Nissan Murano, but it is literally not changing out of second gear. Like it's just revving. And I just had the oil changed 2 days ago.
Oh my
Like
god.
the whole thing serviced, and it was fine. It had been fine before. I didn't really drive it yesterday at all. So this is really like the only time I've driven it since I had it serviced. Then I pull into the Publix parking lot and it starts overheating, like going up to hot. So
Oh
yeah,
god.
long story short, like I finally like was able to, it wouldn't then, I was like, I'm gonna let it cool off, I'll go in Publix and try to get it back home because I'm not far. And then it wouldn't crank when I came back out, and then it finally did
Oh.
after I tried to check everything. And then I literally drove it to, luckily the oil change place
Oh.
was up, there was an oil change place up on the corner that does, and I was able to get there, and the car is sitting there, and I literally had to get a ride home because they were closing with a guy that worked there. And just told him, hey, if you'll give me a ride home, so I don't call Uber. So I've got groceries in the car, and Mexican tacos. like, can you give me a ride home? Like, I'll stop and get gas because I'm only 10 minutes away. So that was my day, and I have no idea what's wrong with my car. They pulled it and they said, yeah, you've got overheating and you're pulling something with the engine was all, I forgot the words, something, I don't even know what the fucking words were.
Oh.
And they obviously didn't know.
So the lovely Amy Como has joined us, and I'd like her to start on whatever misadventures she might have had to share with you, because the one thing at least is that Brooke Gibson and I can commiserate right now. Pretty much what happened to my computer is kind of like what happened to her car, though I will concede what happened to her car is worse.
I will take it right now. I will take a crashed computer any day over worrying about what they're going to call me with in the morning. Because I mean, they could call me with $100 bill or a $4,000 bill. Like you don't know.
Yes.
The car's got 97,000 miles on it, so.
Yes.
I am.
Oh my god! Well, hopefully this will. Oh god! It's just hopefully this will work out for you. So I'll describe my other issues later with bureaucracy that I did take care of. But then what happened was yesterday, proudly, we worked on 8 chapters of this new book Peter Moon is working on. I'm still not quite sure if we're agreeing on exactly how the publication run will go, and we'll discuss that obviously as time goes on. But certainly, Amy, thank you for joining us, because it's very important to have 2 people hold the opening hour while I, having tended with everything else that I was tending with, I didn't get a chance to truly establish my throne of pillows yet, and I'm going to be sitting on it for the next 12 hours, and I do have to get everything just right, because I'm working with 2 electric blankets, one of which is now all neatly origami style tucked and folded. The other one I have to place on top of it and get it just right, because one of them is half broken. It's broken on one side, the other is broken on the other side. These are queen size electric blankets meant for 2 people, because of course if I have one for one person, I'm just going to, I don't know, wind up freezing by throwing off half of it or something. But the problem is these things tend to break on one side. So fortunately they broke on the opposing sides, but I have to fold one on top of the other so that I can stay warm throughout the night, because of course along with the rain it's blistering cold, and I don't want to freeze to death before the show ends. Amy, was your day? I will help introduce you and segue you into a commiserating session with Brooke, unless you have something else to offer us aside from misery. How was your day?
Oh, I had a pretty good day.
Oh my god. Oh my
can't
god.
hear
Did
her.
you fall down a well?
Her day sucks too because she doesn't have internet or something.
Oh my god, that's right. You're out there in like fucking Crystal Lake with Jason. No, that's in California. She's out there with I don't know who's out there in the whatever serial killer they've got in the Northeast. I guess they got the politicians.
Was she on vacation?
No, Amy's like, she's like a survivalist or something. She lives out in some like militia bunker or something like that.
Oh, does she have a negative 32-degree sleeping blanket?
She needs it.
Yeah, I'm like, I am really a survivalist. I'm not scared, but I actually have a shelter.
Okay.
I don't really, like, I could, if for some reason I got like 7 feet of snow,
yeah,
like I know how to deal with that, so I won't die.
okay.
Like I would tunnel in, I'd get the sleeping bag, 30 degrees or not, I would get the sleeping bag, get down in my skivvies, get in the sleeping bag, stay insulated, mark my spot so people can rescue me. I'm from Vermont. We're very self-sufficient.
Oh my god.
Are you single? Yeah. Are you single? I need
Am I
somebody to teach
single?
me. Yeah, you need to teach me how to be self-sufficient.
Stuff going on, but I'm not really, like, I'm not actively with any partner.
Yeah, no, we are hearing you, but it's barely, and oh my god,
I'm getting every
Okay,
other
all
word,
right.
so.
So I got to figure something out.
yeah,
then.
that's better.
No,
That's
that sounds
infinitely
good.
better. What happened? What did you do? It's much better.
I moved my head away from the phone.
Oh.
That's amazing. Sounds completely different.
Weirdo. All right. I'll just stay over here.
Okay. Oh my God! So you can start the story all over again. You can tell us about how you mark your spot so they can find you and rescue you, or at least find the body.
We heard like every third word or something, marking a spot in a sleeping bag, and you would be okay. I think that's what I heard.
Well, I think what she said was she marked the spot so that they can find her body and give it a decent Christian burial.
Is that what she said?
It was something like that. Yeah. So, honey,
native burial. I want them to raise me up in the tree and let the birds have at me, and then.
Oh my God, you are just like me. That is what I have said. I didn't say raising a tree.
Yeah.
I made my child promise because it's legal to not. I do not want to be buried. I do not want to be embalmed. Take my body. I will have woods. We own property. Dump it there. Don't come back for a year or two. If you ever want to come back, you can. I want it to go to nature. Animals can at least feed on it. Like let life be life, right? Continuation.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, I don't know. I came to that after one of my friends died when I was really young. I was like, I want to be cremated just like him.
Wow. Well,
And yeah, I let everybody know. I don't think they're gonna do that.
that's your family. They're more.
Wait, you said you do want to be cremated?
No, don't. Right?
Don't want
I
to.
was.
Yeah. So I used to.
After,
Yeah.
after all of that business of like just letting the body have its time, nature.
Yeah, I just came to actually that realization this year because I used to always say I want to be cremated, and I was like, you know what? I looked at death and it was actually like a weird thing, but I looked at a possum that had been hit, which was sad for me in the neighborhood because I rescued them if I can. But my point is, I watched the vultures came down and ate it, and then the anthills, and then this huge anthill, which you wouldn't have been known there was if I hadn't known where the carcass that was left was that the vultures hadn't eaten. I wouldn't have known that's why that huge red anthill was there, and they were under there eating and surviving. And I'm like, well, what is the point? Like, what am I doing with my body? Was it better to burn it? Because that doesn't give any life to anything else. At least if I'm dead, I can give some life to something else, right?
Yeah.
So why waste that? Why waste it?
Yeah. No.
It's not doing me any good. Why waste it?
So instead of.
It's just funny that she said. It's funny you said that, Amy, because I just came to that realization. I made my daughter promise. I don't know. I need to put it in writing to somebody. They're like, literally there's no room for you can't do anything else. I told her I'd honor them.
Well, they have this whole movement now for instead of cremating, it's composting the body. So you can look up body composting burials.
Maybe you were the one that was telling me that. Was it you and I that had that discussion, and you were telling me I need to look that up?
That's correct. They can do that in cities as well. They have whole composting movements, and they have So look, ladies, do me a favor. I'm gonna finish up this whole setup so that I can host in comfort as soon as I bring Pete the Moon Man on, and then what I'll do is I'll give you both a call when he checks out tonight, and then and I would only keep you both for a brief amount of time while we transition into my monologue, so that I can refresh myself, because there's very little to refresh myself with. I haven't gone to the bank where the automatic deposit has deposited my money on the 3rd.
Hey, so you know what? Why don't you just quit complaining and go make your pillows?
Yeah, I'll do that. I just wanted people to know that if anyone wants to drop $100,
send some money. He needs some money for sure.
Well, what I'm saying is, if anybody wants to drop $50 to $100 into the PayPal card before 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, then I can run to the corner store and buy myself some Coca-Cola. But otherwise, I'm on forced detox. So there, just letting everybody know. Okay, so it's something. Also, somebody sent me something.
Well, I would be sending money since after Christmas. Unfortunately, I don't know what my car bill is going to be tomorrow. So
yeah, I get it. No worries, honey. No worries. Also, somebody sent me something by FedEx. It was theoretically left under the mat. It was not there. Got the notice from the FedEx saying we left it under your mat. There was nothing under the mat. So this being what it is, somebody stole what was under the mat. Now, before I go fix the pillows, let's make certain that we've got good audio with Amy, so we don't leave Brooke hanging talking to someone through seance rapping or something. So Amy, let's check your audio again. Say a couple of full sentences. Introduce yourself.
Is that better? I was checking stuff out. It said the speaker was off. That's better.
Perfect. Yes. Oh my God. Now you can go back to telling us about how you mark the spot where they can find you and give you the decent composting. We love you, dear Elliot.
Yeah.
I'm going to go mute. And Brooke and yourselves, you wonderful, lovely ladies, have this. And I'll be back. I'll keep checking in. Bye.
I like the bird hanger theory. You wanted to be hung like from the trees so the birds could get you too. That's kind of cool. Makes it easier for the vultures.
Yeah. Hi, Sammy. No, yeah, that's I think that's the Iroquois way.
Oh, is it?
It's like a northeastern native way, is they raised them up into the trees for 3 days. So you'd have, I don't even know if I have no idea where I learned of it, but I thought that sounds okay. And then I could just I could be burned, and like, you can compost with ashes. Like, ashes are great compost.
Yeah, I agree with all that. The reason, my mentality on it is, like, if you know where woods are or land, like, you probably have a lot of woods around you, right? You have somewhere you could take your family, your kids, and be like, this is leave me here. Not illegal to leave a body. It's like, at least in this state, it's not illegal unless it's on personal property. But my point is, I didn't want the kids like hanging from the tree, right? That was my whole point. Leave me there, do your goodbyes, whatever, cover me up with a blanket, uncover whatever. But then the animals will handle it, and nature will handle it. I wouldn't want them to have to come back in 3 days and see, to see that and then burn me and hang me. So I was like, yeah.
What if some poor kid has his dog run off and comes back with your freaking arm?
Well, luckily I own 20. First of all, I own 26 acres. So
it's still like, you have dogs, they scavenge.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I think we need to get more okay with it. It's like, okay, well, like, it's Brooke's DNA. We ran it really fast. Like, it's she died natural causes.
Look what the dog brought me.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. And I gave some dogs some bones naturally for free. Maybe that's what I'll tell them to do. Come back, like, I'll have the time frame. My bones should be fully decomposed by here. Now come back and just hand me off to some natural, like, what do you go, the Humane Society? Here's you some bones.
Hi, Sam.
It sounds gross, I know, but if you really think about the way we are, we go do pig bones, we go do every other kind of bone.
What do you want when you're dead, Sammy? Do you want the cremation? Do you want the casket?
Sammy's not good. I didn't see him. Sorry.
Frankly, no. I don't want to be cremated. I want to, embalmed, obviously, and the standard procedure. But really, I just want to party. I want people to party on my funeral. I don't think, and we do actually. Mexicans we actually party a lot at our funerals. It's
mariachi band.
Yeah, it's a big. My neighbors about a year ago.
Republicans also party at your funeral.
Oh, I gotta take this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Sammy, Republicans also party at your funerals, like Donald Trump.
Oh wow, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Mexican, because all Mexicans come across the border, they're rapists and murderers. You didn't hear him say it?
Oh yeah, but that's okay. I mean, that's his little.
It was just a joke. But no, I do.
I know that.
Yeah, I like the way that. Yeah, I've always said that it should be a party if I was having a funeral. Like, I don't want anybody sad, and it should be celebration. It's just a passing to the next realm, to the next life.
Right. The thing with us, though, it's actually a roller coaster of emotions, because at least there's a lot of drinking. So 1 minute you're laughing and you're joking around, and then next minute a fight breaks out or an argument.
You're bawling, crying, yeah.
You can see people how they grieve. Some people are distraught, and obviously you add alcohol to that, it's going to enhance that. So yeah, I mean, it's just part of life, but yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's standard. I mean, I just want people to celebrate my life, and just that's really what it is. Because really, death is just the beginning, right?
This is college, dude. That's just graduation, man. That's the way I see it. It's Sammy, Brooke just graduated. Okay, like, let's have a party. Like, she graduated out of this place. Hopefully, she's not having to.
How we were talking the other day. I mean, we really are one moment away from joining them, so we can choke on our own spit. we can choke on a pretzel, we can trip and crack our head, and we're bleeding out. So well, humans are very fragile to begin with, so we can easily be killed. And
Yeah.
obviously we're the most deadliest creature either, because we're also very destructive too. So it goes with the it goes with our species.
But it's also such a blink of an eye, like the thing is, it's like you said, you have to take it minute for minute and know that, just like I'm like my car broke down. I just said, I'm going to be okay with this. At least I'm home safe. No one know how much the car is going to be. But, at the same time, if I live to be, it was like, remember I told you, like told you that guy said, like, if you're in your 40s, you got 20, 25 summers left max to enjoy. And it put it in perspective. And even that, if you get that, you live to 70, whatever, or you can live to 90, but wherever you're at, it's such a really, even that is a short amount of time. It's all every day you have that
Of
moment.
course, yeah.
We end up looking back and going, God, where did that time fly? Where did that go? Because we weren't really living in that moment. And we were just looking forward to either what we needed to do to be where we needed to be at that, like where we thought we wanted to be. Like we want to be older, we want to be married, we want a house, we want a better job, we want to get till the weekend. We can't wait till the weekend. Whatever it was, and then it's just always wishing the life away that's so short. Or at the same time, like you said, then if you're not doing that, then you're sitting in a chair crying, like, oh my God, like my heart is broken, or I fucked this up, or why didn't I do better at this, or this person's gone, and it's looking at the past. So I think learning to live in that moment is the hardest thing, besides loving yourself and living in the moment. I have learned are the two hardest things to do, and also the two greatest things we can do for ourselves.
No, you're absolutely right. I think we can only worry about what we can control. I think anybody that's an adult and has been adulting, the stress is really one of the biggest factors in this country that we live in. That's really detrimental to everybody's health. Stress, whether it's keeping up with bills, etc., and everyday life. I think the more we can reduce our stress, and it can really help us with our health. Period. I think I think it's a little cliche what I'm talking about, but especially interacting with other human beings. Okay, and I can't even call people adults nowadays. It's just interacting with human beings. Period. We don't like each other. Even though people that we claim to love, we actually, it's worse. It's more volatile. But at the same time, I think everybody can attest to, having this same problem. At least most humans. So it's just it's part of life.
Life is about relationships and learning how to interact with those. Like you can't, that's the thing. I think one of the biggest lessons is learning ourselves, but you can't really learn yourself until without people can be like, oh, I'm just, and you can go into those little walls where there are times in your life where you need to kind of go and not be around people that much. But overall, if you don't have relationships of all different kinds, I don't mean like a love relationship, I mean all different kinds. That's where you learn both yourself and learn so much about yourself and others, and really learn what you're really meant to learn, I think, which is unconditional love, to love, to be able to go, I love that person, even if I
Look, if
can't
you allow me to ask you a question, I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
Anything in your birth chart that has helped you with dealing with people? Can you maybe let the audience know, as far as your knowledge in astrology? Because is there anything in your birth chart that have you seen that helps you, differentiate some of these, everyday issues, or I won't say issues, but challenges?
I mean, for me, I would say, knowing your birth chart period, knowing your main placements and in your moon sign, I go back to that probably more than anything, as far as the way you'll interact with people or the way you're going to respond. It's your emotional response. And so if you don't know your emotional responses, like mine's very strong. And so you putting those together with your sun, which, is, and then your rising. I mean, those three things are all, what you need to know. Your rising rules your chart, but it's just the overall like coverall. So like if, you're born, in South Carolina, it doesn't know, you don't know much about me if I'm born in South Carolina. You just know overall she's Southern, right? So overall,
Right.
that's your rising sign. So it doesn't, so then it's going to dictate some of how you're going to interpret everything else in your sign. So your sun, which is basically how you should present to the world and how you will also default present to the world. So both, I've said that before, your sun is where you should be headed, your best self, what you want out of the world. So you're a sun Aquarius, and very much mental in it. But every sign, you can take them. You can have 7 whatever you want to put. You can put 10 positive. For every 10 positive, you've got 10 negative on the same sign, right? And so it's people think you're born and that's your sun sign and that's what you are. No, you're born and your sun sign is what you're meant to be and what you're headed to be, the best version of you. Everything else will be dictated. Like I said, your rising will dictate kind of how you unfold that. But you will default a lot of times to the negative portion of your sun sign and, mix that with your moon and your rising. So, I just know your birth chart, but those are the 3 things. So I was going to tell anybody, know your ascendant.
May I ask, as far as what you know, what is accountability in astrology? Where is accountability lying as far as astrology? And that might be a broad question, but really speaking about adulting, because being an adult, quote unquote, some type of accountability has to be taken. So,
all right, well, it depends on what I'm not quite understanding the question. Like, do you mean in a sign or in your own birth chart? Like
in a sign.
So, well, the accountability in each sign. So that's what I'm saying. Like you were born. So with your main signs, like the 3 that I mentioned, which would be your main ones, and you have others.
Yeah, if you want to use me, go ahead. I'm an Aquarius, so go ahead.
Yeah. So what you would do is look at. So like I told you, so Aquarius is you should be, when you're accountable, you're going to be the best of your sun sign, right?
Okay.
So everybody's is going to be different, right? So like, Aquarius is about, living your truth, you're very much, speaking your truth, embracing inconvenient truths, like looking for the truths that, like really searching for the truths of yourself and the truths of others, which I see you do, which, shows how much Aquarius you have in you. But that is, one of the things that the positives of what Aquarius does, like that's what they're going to look to do as well as other things. But, they're very, can be very creative as far as certain aspects. And, then they can be very stubborn and they're a fixed sign. So, you've got the opposite of that. So it's like also knowing I can be stubborn. So where's that accountability? Knowing that I am this stubborn, knowing where I get fixed and I don't move, right? And knowing that knowing where that can be a strength for me, but knowing where that can be an issue and a hindrance for me. That's accountability.
Right. Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you. I think sometimes it's great that you're here because especially astrology with me, it's something that obviously consider your friend, but it's very interesting just to bounce certain things off of you because it's something new. But back to what I'm trying to do. Really,
I love that you asked about, because I didn't ever do it for so long. I didn't believe in it, and it's only been the last I guess 6 years, and then really the probably last 3 that I really dove in deep. So it's one of those things that's totally goes with it's the most ancient of really religion, as far as it doesn't go against any religion. It goes exactly with it. It lines up with it. Like it's in the, whether you're religious and you believe in the Bible and Christianity, or even Muslim, or you go to Hindu, all of that's there. It's always been there, and they've talked about, that this was all there. It's just like, if you go to the Bible, like it was there with, Enoch, the book of Enoch, which was removed. And that was part of the reason it was removed, because it was too much knowledge, too much power for what they thought when they were going to hand the Bible over and realize people were going to actually be able to read it. And it wasn't just the priest. That's why books were removed. Book of Enoch being one. But I mean, it's always been there. So I think it's just a great thing that people should know about themselves. And I'm glad that it's going, where people are learning more about it.
No, it's true. I think it's good to at least know. And one of the things that I've learned through Doug, and what Doug always talked about, was a lot of people in the occult, they want to study what they uh, are against, is what I'm trying to say. Maybe that's not the right word, but in other words, to invert something, you have to know it first.
Right, right.
It's like a good example is mathematics. When I was taking an algebra class, my professor, who was a hippie, a full-blown hippie, he pretty much walked around barefoot all through campus. Interesting enough, he's ex-military. His dad was a I believe a colonel. Anyways, he made us. He pretty much taught us how to get to the quadratic equation, starting with the laws of power, which is, how to turn something, how to turn a radical into an exponent, so on and so forth. It's pretty much getting to the quadratic equation, but it's teaching how to get there backwards, which is interesting. It's one of these things where you can manipulate an equation, so on and so forth. And really, you don't understand this once you start, looking at other areas in your life where sometimes you're at a certain place because you're at a certain place, and you have to sometimes re-step your steps backwards to realize. But by the way,
I'd like to ask.
I'm sorry. No, I was just going to say real quick to him that, which is very interesting. I'll just end it with that. Was because you're so Aquarius, like you just showed that, like, Saturn is going into Aquarius. I mean, Saturn's going into Aquarius. Saturn's in Aquarius. We're in the Aquarius, but Pluto will actually be in Aquarius. Thank fucking God, getting out of my sign after so long. But with Aquarius comes up they look for new ways, and that's what the world in general will be doing, especially with Pluto in an Aquarius. It will start this year, but it will retro back, and you won't really see the full effect because it will only go into Aquarius for a month or two. Pluto is basically the thing that breaks down everything. So what you've seen with Capricorn is structure. Capricorn is structure, and that's what you've been seeing break down really since, I think it was 2008 when it came in. It was right before 2012, and slowly just been breaking down the structure that Capricorn is, and that's what we've seen, right? So what you're also having is the same thing happening. Did Amy leave?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'm talking.
Sorry.
Okay. So I just have been looking at these 19th century astrology manuals.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I got the chat screenshots from.
All right, let me
and they, of course, the first one, they just discovered Uranus. So, and they were calling it Herschel after the man who discovered it. Mm-hmm. And so none of the outer planets were part of the whole celestial diagram that they made. I found it really interesting, but I wanted to ask you, because you seem to be like just enmeshed in it, and that's wonderful. My birth chart has Uranus in the 7th house opposing a Sun, Jupiter, Pallas, Athena conjunction. In this, and it's on a Taurus Scorpio axis.
So your Uranus is sitting on a Taurus.
It's opposite.
Yeah.
So it's in Scorpio.
It's in Scorpio. Your Uranus is in Scorpio. When you get into things like that, what you're looking at is actually the deeper parts of it with exactly what you're saying, like aspects. And so I would really need to look at your birth chart if you want to go that deep to look at the aspects of that. I don't, like, to be honest, off the top of my head, like with you going that, and you just threw a word at me that I'm trying to even remember. What did you say? A palace? Are you talking about the different symbols?
Pallas Athena. It's one of
you're talking one of the different symbols that you get in the birth chart. Like you get the different ones that come
I'm
off.
trying to remember what they call them. There's Pallas Athena Vesta series.
Oh, that's an asteroid. Yeah,
that's
Pallas,
yeah.
that's an asteroid. Sorry. You can also get a palace in your birth chart, but that's a it's a different thing. It's a drawing. Like you can get a palace, like I won't go into it. But it's just the way like certain things line up, and it's a drawing. So they'll say you have a palace, or you have a God, I can't remember the names. Like just not a square,
Grand
but
Trine.
yeah.
Like
Well,
those kind
yes,
of
the Grand Trine,
figures.
exactly, Grand Trine, or the cross, or you have those the different crosses. So a palace is one of those. I know that's what I was thinking you were mentioning. I'm not familiar at all, to be honest with you, with that asteroid. I'm not. Like, I know Chiron, I know a few of them, but I'm not familiar with that asteroid.
Yep, I got a ascendant Chiron Venus conjunction in Aries, and then my
So your
moon is
ascendant
also
is in Aries.
my ascendant and my moon are in Aries, and then the ascendant and Chiron and Venus are conjunct.
Yeah, because they're all in Aries, because they're conjunct, because they're in Aries and they're close enough. Yeah.
Mhm.
So that would make sense. What is your moon being with your ascendant? It's kind of cool. I have an Aries moon, and as a matter of fact, our guy Sammy has an Aries moon, which we love to kid each other about. Yeah, that's what I said, because he's so calm. But that's why I had to really go through his birth chart. So I am such an Aries moon. Aries moon rules my birth chart. But I had to look at his. I'm like, there's no way. Like when I looked at it and I pulled, so I had to really go through his and redo that, like, because I had not experienced. Sammy threw me, even though I've done many. I had never, I have the software now that I do it. Like, I don't just do it online. Like, I do it, and I was like, "What? He's just throwing me." But then when I looked at his whole chart, I was able to see where his strengths were and why that Aquarius. Trying to remember what his rising was as well. I do not remember right now, but by looking at all of that, like I said, the rising sets the tone. He is Aquarius mental. And so then therefore his moon doesn't come out so fiery. You, on the other hand, you have a fiery sun and a fiery
no,
moon.
my sun is in Taurus.
I'm sorry, a fiery ascendant and a fiery moon.
Mm.
And so your sun is in Taurus, which is, it's Earth, and it's calming it down. So that's what you're headed towards. So you're overall, I would think, fiery, but you have to, you're headed toward that calmness. That's what your life, people always look at North Node, and North Node and South Node are both great. People always think you should be headed away from your South Node. And I actually have learned that that's not the case, that you have to really balance South and North Node. But when you're looking at
these books we're talking about, the North and South Node, they used to call it the dragon. They used to call the head of the dragon North Node and the tail of the dragon the South Node.
Yeah, it's like on the K2, they call it in Vedic, it's K2 and Rahu. So Rahu, I can't remember which is which because I haven't done Vedic in a while, but that's what Rahu and K2 are.
Because like you said, it's like so old that it's like the foundation of almost every religion. Like everybody goes back to look at the stars because they've been here forever.
Right.
It's just so old. And you, like you said, like I had to go back and like look at the whole chart. Well, yeah, of course you want to like expand out and look at where everything is. Like it's, it's interesting to see, like
it's almost never ending the way I'm like learning it. Like I feel like I'm never going to learn enough. It's like when people throw me questions, I'm like, I'd have to see those aspects and look at them. And I've talked to, astrologers, like I have one in England that I paid to do mine and paid to do teaching, learning from him, an older great astrologer. But, even I remember when he was doing my astrology, like he'd have to look at, okay, you got this aspect. I don't think he was looking. I mean, I'm pretty sure by this age he knows the aspects by like the back of his hand, even aspects. But you got to think an aspect can be, when you're looking at it, number one, how is this planet aspecting here? And then also, what is that house it's sitting in? And then what is that house ruled by? So people it gets so much deeper. So that's why I always tell people, it wasn't what we got told when we were watching Vogue or getting a Vogue magazine and you knew your sun sign and you were like, oh, today is my horoscope. And you were like, this is bullshit, basically. Like that was what
it's also the only positive thing in the paper, So like for me, I never really was interested in it except when I was reading the newspaper and I was like, well, all this news is bunk. So like, let's look at what the astrology says, because it's got both. It's balanced with positive and negative.
Well, it's balanced with positive and negative. I think it's better now. I think back in the day, it was just throwing. You didn't have true astrologers doing it. You had people that were just like, a lot of times in these magazines, just throwing some words in there. And even, online now, you have people that do that, on anything. I mean, that's in anything. But yeah, I agree with you that basically what astrology is to know thyself. That's what all it's there. It is not people that are like, hey, it's going to, something can't make me do this. No, it's not a pushing force. Like the astrology isn't a force that when you learn it, it's not something that you're like, okay, I'm a Libra, this is who I am, so therefore it dictates who I am. No, it is what it is learning more about. Why would you not? It's just like going internal. Learn more about yourself. It's just helping you learn that more about yourself, and then you can also help learn about others, because people you love get their birth chart. I've done my children's, and I'm like, oh my God, I wish I had known this when you were 5 or 10. Made my life so much easier, because like my daughter and I are alike in certain ways, but so different. And I would fight with her on things, thinking things were like, thinking she was thinking like me. And now I realize, no, I was like, you're just being dramatic, like an Aries moon. This is drama. And no, she was literally crying because she's Virgo, God, for like quad Virgo. And she's just really crying, upset at 10 years old because her pencils aren't in order. Like she needed this order. So, and I'm like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong? Go, so it's really, it helps you relate to other people. But once you won't really believe it until you can really take a look at yourself, your own, and really dive in there and have either do it yourself or have, an astrologer or somebody that can help you do it. But I think it's a great thing. I just think it's a great tool. It's like everything else. It's just a great tool.
I think people are talking about it so much that it's really like a nice way to just to keep talking to people. Like I just know so many different people who are really like into reading charts, and some of them really like the tarot, which is also based on the decans.
Yeah, I do tarot as well.
Yeah. And so they have all these other ways of just communicating with people so that you can get a conversation started. And I don't mind having conversations about your astrology. I don't think that it has any bearing on anything. I don't think it's going to set me up to fail. I don't think I'm,
right.
This is, these fears are just, I don't think they're valuable, but I definitely have had a lot of conversations about astrology in the last 3-4 years.
Wonderful. And both you ladies have done so well, along with Sammy joining us for a while. I don't think there was anyone else, was there?
No.
Oh, great. And so what I'll do now is end the call, bring Peter on, and or maybe have him hold the conversation with you for a few minutes while we transition. Still doing the final phases of this, and of course,
Peter's into astrology and birth charts.
That's quite true. Let's bring him on. That's a good idea, honey. And so glad that you brought that up. Let's go to the add participants section here, and our dear lady Amy Como put something in the chat room, or the text box, yes.
All astrology.
Oh, wonderful.
From an old book.
I like that the deacons as well. A lot of people don't. That's the thing. You can't talk astrology too much with somebody that doesn't know it, because it just gets overwhelming.
Right, and this is history. Like those decans don't have any of the transpersonal planets. They don't have Uranus. They don't have Pluto or Neptune.
Yes. No, you're just looking at the actual astrology signs. But that's the thing about the deacons. You've got 3 stars usually on each one. That which deacon you are based on your degrees in it, which can give you more perspective, even more
a layer.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
There's Peter.
There's Peter. So, Peter, do me a favor, good sir, and join these wonderful young ladies in a conversation about astrology for a few minutes. It'll take me, at the longest, about another 15 minutes to complete what I'm doing. It was a hard day today because the weather impacted the internet, and that combined with the computer crash, it took forever to get started today. We started 17 minutes late, so I'm just dealing with some final things here, and then I'll join you. You'll certainly know when I return. I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. It should be within 15 minutes. But certainly I'll be checking in and making certain the sound is okay, as well as can be. We're just lucky to be on it all, considering the way the weather has impacted the greater Bay Area of San Francisco. So before...
Well, at least your car didn't break down a couple days before your birthday.
Yeah, that sucks. I'm so sorry. With that, I want to say hello to everyone in the chat room who has joined us. We've got a lot of people with us. And Blaxikin in Taiwan, he says, Happy New Year, Douglas. Good to hear you. It's been a minute. And T-Tank Barry says, what up, Douglas? Loud and clear from San Mateo. Blaxikin in Taiwan says, at Barry, before I moved out here to Taiwan, I was living in Daly City. Got to love that Bay Area peninsular life. Yes. And David Fitzsimon says, hey, Doug. T-Tank Berry says, at Taiwan, it's been a good life here for me in Golden Cali. And Vicky Johnson says, hit the upvote. So thank you for reminding me of that, honey. Do remember, everyone, the enemy hits us with downvotes as soon as we start transmitting. And they do this to prevent us from appearing on searches. The only way to combat that is to fight as dirty as the enemy does. And that means use every IP address you've got. If you've got a different one on your PC from your laptop, by God, put an upvote using each one. That's the only way that we get back on searches, and guerrilla marketing is what helps us against the cults of the kings of Edom. I do want everyone to know that I always thank people for their care packages. Someone sent me something via FedEx. I was left a message by FedEx that they put it under my mattress, whatever it was. It had to be done.
They put it under your mattress?
Yes. This is actually... Yeah.
You just said that. I think you meant under your...
Oh, it said under... What does it say? It says under the...
You said under your mattress?
Well, I'm fixing the mattress. It says under mat. It says under mat. Believe it or not, it says package under mat. So that's why I said that. Yeah, but I'm working on my mattress, so you get the... Yeah, why
I know. I just would love it to get a note and be like UPS, and I walk up to my front door, and the UPS guy's left a note. I have left your package under your mattress.
Yeah, he should.
I would not come in my house because I would be like, UPS is waiting on me apparently upstairs.
Yeah, no, that is funny. He did say under the mat, and it's not under the goddamn mat. So whatever it was stolen. And it had to be like within that period of time after I'd finished working on 8 chapters effectively, the introduction.
Yeah, man, is what I sent. I sent you a fucking Rolex, man.
Yeah, there we are. Now, I'm not going to give the tracking number out on air because the cultists are listening and they'll just call up and flux things up. So whoever sent me whatever they sent me, by God, get a hold of FedEx and tell them that it's been stolen. I will do the same from my end, and hopefully you will have it insured and get some kind of remuneration from them. I do want people to know this. So aside from that, if anyone wishes to drop, and I had a response already on the internet, why would it take $50 to $100 to make a supply run to the corner store? I haven't had a chance to go to the bank yet, so I did say anybody wants to drop $50 to $100 in PayPal before 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, then I can run to the corner store and get my...
Has this person not been to the store? Eggs are $4. Package of Oreos are $8. I don't know what you're getting out with.
16-ounce can of Coke. A 16-ounce can of Coke is $4. It's just so people know.
It's unbelievable what shit is going on.
San Francisco. Now, this is 16-ounce, by the way. I don't get normal cans. I get 16-ounce cans, so they're $4.
Yeah, that's even worse. That's even worse than here. But yeah, even here, people are starting... It was a thing that today, a little joke that somebody put... Ian West sent it to me last night, and I was like, don't send me your stupid shit. He's like, this is getting for real, dude.
Actually,
we'll was talk actually the most for real post he's ever sent. It was the prices of eggs.
That's right.
And so today I saw this couple. It was like a man and a woman. They were just making a joke on YouTube or whatever, and they were like, we've started a new side business, and they were taking like 3 eggs at a time. They had little 3 eggs. And they would put them in a little clear, plastic thing. And they're like, we're selling eggs to people that can't afford a dozen.
By the way, That's that's awful. Is that true?
Yeah, no, it was a true joke. But I mean,
Okay.
the eggs have gotten so bad, like that even like right here at the other, like $5 for 12 eggs.
Yes, no, it's awful. So just so people know, Coke is coffee to me. It's like your version of coffee. So without the Coke, I'm on forced detox and I'm cranky. So I'm on painkillers to deal with the headache I get without the caffeine and sugar. So I'm not in a good mood. And the weather, with everything it did to impact my computer, my internet, didn't help. So I do want people to understand otherwise. I love you all, and I'm turning this over to Peter and these lovely young ladies after I formally introduce Peter to Amy Como. Amy Como lives in the Northeast, the severe Northeast, right on the border with Canada, and she's a darling who, along with this lovely Brooke, are both into astrology, and both of them will introduce themselves to you now, good sir, while I go mute, and I'll be checking right back in. Bless you all.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. We'll let us know when you're back. Amy, it's nice to meet you, and please, because I don't know you, I assume you know who I am.
I know you're in New York.
Do you know anything
Long
about me
Island.
as a writer?
No, I'm not caught up on all of your writing. I know that you're a prolific writer, but I read the vampire book. I read the vampire book. I got that one. Other than that, I know about the Philadelphia experiment. I know about Montauk, and I listened to you guys for years now. I just don't have the internet usually, and so I usually download it and listen to it during the day.
Okay, well, so you do know something about me. Thank you for answering. You're on the border. You're in America on the border of Canada?
I'm about 1 hour away from Montreal.
You're in upstate New York?
I'm in Vermont.
Okay. Burlington? I asked you a
So
question.
have you driven up to Montreal?
No, I asked you a question and you didn't answer.
It's an hour
Burlington?
away from Burlington, but it's an hour away from Montreal. So if you've driven from Burlington to Montreal, it's
Right.
the last exit before you get to Canada.
Okay, all right. Very nice. So can you tell me, just so I get to know you a little bit better, you've listened to us and whatnot, you're into astrology?
I've been looking at some older books. I was explaining to Brooke how like these older ones, they had just discovered Uranus and they were calling it Herschel after the guy who had discovered it.
Right.
And I'd asked, like, my Uranus is in Scorpio and it's opposing a Jupiter Sun in Taurus on my chart. So that, with Pluto on the 23rd going into Aquarius, right? Like that big cycle. I think that Uranus is going to have a bigger effect on people.
Well,
because
yes,
it's changing.
What I was asking you is, I wasn't asking specifics about astrology. I was asking about you and not your astrological predisposition.
What would you like?
You are a person who was into astrology.
I've had a chart read and I read about it and I have conversations about it, but I'm not going to, I don't take money from people to read charts.
Okay. And do you have a particular skill set or interest? I'm just trying to get a handle on who you are.
Okay, sure. So yeah, I'm 46. I studied at Tulane in Louisiana.
Right.
My family is French Canadian. We're all French. I thought that I was Native, and then when I did all the genetic tests, it turns out we have nothing Native in us. The test all said that we're connected to the Empress Maria Theresa, and then Napoleon, and then just a bunch of other, like Richard III, that kind of lineage. But we're all from like Quebec, Canada. Like all
Right.
of those lines come through Canada. I'm not married. I don't have children. Does that help?
Yeah,
Here-
it gives you an idea. But I would say because you have an extensive French Canadian background or French American background, I wouldn't say that excludes you from being part Native American, because the French intermingled so much with the natives that they would take on names. So how can you know?
I think she meant the DNA. There's no DNA showed up in any of her lineage that has.
I don't know if that DNA stuff is even. I mean, I think it's all bullshit, and I'll tell you why. Because if you ever know Indians, they don't have Indian DNA. They have human DNA. And you can go to Indians hundreds of years ago, and they're all mixing with this, that, and the other thing. They're not saying, oh, this is our DNA. This is not this DNA. This is a arbitrary designation.
Yeah, but I mean, like science can tell you. I mean, obviously, Native Americans. I know in America, I'm not as familiar with Canada. I mean, obviously, we're here for thousands of years before we came over, as whether we were Irish or French or Spanish. So that DNA lineage has been transferred back to at least be able. Now we are at the point where we can see the small, minute details. I believe that's what she's trying to say. Is that you know, is it possible what you're saying that there could be some in there they can't see yet? Yes, obviously we never know. Science is always growing.
What I'm saying is that there were people over here. This is just a bunch of made up stuff, is what I'm telling you. It's science. It's masquerading as science. It's racism masked as science.
Well, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we're all just human, which is really what matters. But I wouldn't
exactly. But what I'm saying is, and this doesn't just go back. And as a matter of fact, I posted this video on Napoleon. He was the biggest landowner in North America prior to the sale of the Louisiana Purchase, which wasn't even his land. It wasn't even his land. It was a shenanigan. Nevertheless, he occupied all of the area of St. Louis and was uncovering all of these incredible sites, which part of which was the Cahokia Mounds in St. Louis. And while he was exposing all of these discoveries in Egypt, because he was there, the stuff in America was being hidden and put under the table. I put an excellent video on this sent by my friend Mr. Ford from the St. Louis area, just showing us like how come all this stuff was hidden in America? Why? But it was okay. We're discovering Egyptian stuff in Egypt, but we're discovering Egyptian stuff in America, but we're hiding it.
And that goes back to, I mean, there's a lot of that. That's what they've, proven, that there was basically other things that now they're saying there was a mass exodus of, whether it was during a deluge or some other mass thing. Before, there used to be a bridge that came over from Asia through, the northern East Americans. And that is where you got Northeast America. And that is where your actual Native Americans came from. I think that's pretty much.
They didn't come from the bridge. They didn't come from the bridge across from Siberia to Alaska. There were people here that were originally here, and this is what is hidden. It's just so, when you really get into it, it's just criminal.
Well, I mean, whether they were originally here or not, I don't know where it makes a huge difference. They were here before we stole their land.
I'll tell you why it makes a huge difference.
Well, wait, they were here. I'll tell you it makes a huge difference because we stole their land either way.
It's not even about that. It's just this perpetual lying about history. Just like we have World War II. Just like what Douglas is doing with World War II. It's like nobody's going to believe it. And it's just this is what it is.
Well, it's like the Catholic Church. I mean, how much lies you got going on there, in Christianity. I mean, there's lies in all of it, the history, because power and the history of power, that's what it did. And we have, the internet now where we have a little bit more say, although then we've got false media because then anyone can get on there and say anything. But at the same time, at least people do have access. When you're going back to the time when these lies were originally spread, not only were they spread during times when not only people didn't have even a library to go to, they couldn't read. They had to depend on the people in whatever country they were, their leaders of whatever tribe they were in or land they were in. So if they were in a religion, they believed in those priests or, whatever they were. And that's who gave them their knowledge. And so power corrupts, we all know. And therefore those people that were empowered, depending on how good they were, and we know there could have been some great ones, but we also know their power corrupts. And so you had a lot of bad ones, and it corrupted not just one thing, it's continually corrupted, which is why even down to World War II, which is so really recent, we are still doing it, and we're still doing it today. I mean, there's still, we still don't have truths in what's going on right now. So at the end of the day, the world, you just really have to look at it for yourself and go, yeah, there's tons of lies, and find your own truths in it, but be at peace with, I think, where you find your own truths. And but I think it's great, like to push for what truths where your soul searches for those truths, just like you knew where your soul was pulled and called, and you knew like you were called to do them on top, and that was something you were called for. And so to pull the truths out that you are called to do is, a soul mission.
Well, yes. Now, to get back to Amy, I would venture to guess that you probably do have some Native American DNA, despite what you think you found.
Yeah, we always thought that. My father was always telling me his mother with women who definitely look Native, but it didn't show up in the test, and so
your transmission is getting
Americans offering.
Amy, your transmission is very garbled. Brooke, are you hearing her garbled?
Yeah, I think I don't know if he pulled the phone in too close again. It went out. It just started going out again like it did earlier.
So I don't know if that's on her end or his end.
I think that's on her end.
No, it's here. Can you I don't think it's going to work tonight. Like, I'm not getting a strong signal on the phone that has the signal because I have to hotspot it in order to use the Skype. And so I don't know if I'm going to participate because it's just, I'm not hearing you as much either.
That's unfortunate and it's difficult, but I just wanted to let you know that you're not coming through loud and clear. And if anybody could participate in the chat room and kind of say, yes, you're hearing Amy, you're not hearing Amy, you're hearing me, you're not hearing me, or Brooke, if you that would be helpful. If anybody...
Yeah, Douglas and I did this earlier. I don't know if you got the beginning of it. It is Amy's having some trouble with her reception where she is, and so we had some trouble in the beginning, and then it was very clear for a while. But I think obviously I couldn't hear you as well if it was just Douglas's transmission. So I think she's just having some issues right there where she's at, and I hate that because I love Amy.
Okay.
It was very nice for this short time. I'll try again later. I'm going to charge everything up. The signal might come back later in the evening.
Okay. Well, thank you. It's nice to meet you.
Okay. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye, Amy.
Okay, Brooke.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good. I'm very good, thanks. So we have an interesting night to look forward to here. I'm going to be addressing the first response I've gotten from Japan on the Roswell Deception. And Douglas has seen the response, and we will go over it in some detail because it's
mentioned that. He mentioned a little of that to me as well. So I'm interested. Yeah, he mentioned that. So congratulations. I mean, that's it. Yeah, it's a good thing. Awesome.
Yeah, and it'll be very interesting because look at this book came out about a year and a half ago, about a year and a half ago, and I haven't gotten one damn piece of feedback from anybody who's Japanese. I haven't even gotten anybody who's Japanese to read it that I know of. I've sent it to my Japanese friend. They don't comment. They don't say anything. We will not talk on this. And
Yeah, I mean, I think that though kind of makes sense in some ways, right? Like, what are you expecting?
Speak slowly. I can't. You're talking too fast. Go ahead.
I said I think though that probably makes sense in some ways. You know, as far as are you sending it to Japanese Americans or just Japanese people in Japan?
Japanese person who's Japanese, and he's been very I guess what you'd say.
You mean the one that replied?
The one that were what?
The one that replied. Is that what you're referring to? You said
no. That's somebody, but it was another friend of mine who's Japanese and appreciated my work, and he just didn't even respond. He didn't even respond to my communications on it. It's like, but what I've aside from this, I've noticed. I noticed today. There's a lot of things that I have done for people that would not be done by other people for them.
Right.
I've gone out of my way.
Right.
And I don't really get any acknowledgement, let alone a thank you from them. Maybe I do, but it's not proportional to what was done. And that's par for the course most of my life, and it doesn't upset me, but it's a factor. And I noticed you were very appreciative of everything I helped you with, bro.
Yeah, I still am.
But you don't want to know the one person who's like really super appreciative is Douglas Dietrich.
Oh, bless you. Just got back to hear that.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, wow. It's like, wow, what a difference. And he's the one I'm pumping life and credibility into because he warrants it, yet people won't. And I'm not singling out anybody here who's listening. I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate the contributions you give to Douglas. I appreciate you spreading the word on this book. But it's like, okay, it's like people are dead in the head. And I'm not talking about somebody I, sent a free book to or something. I'm not talking about, that. I'm talking about more substantial things. And I want to give an example from David Anderson's life. And I'm not singling out Romanians here, although, there could be an argument for well, this is a good argument for at least this one Romanian. He is really into helping youth, giving opportunities into youth. And he arranged for this young Romanian woman who was a high school student. He got her entire tuition paid, all of her housing and food paid, to come to America and attend Hofstra University, which is right down the street from me. And I say that figuratively. It's not right down the street, but it's, a short, relatively short drive. Hofstra University, prestigious university on Long Island. He arranged for this young girl to go there, and he got no response from her. He finally calls her up on the phone, says, what are you doing? Why don't you respond? She goes, this is not the way we do things in Romania. End of communication.
Oh.
Now, I remember speaking to another Romanian friend of mine who was just graduating high school about that time. She's about my daughter's age. And she was completely, I suppose, what you'd say, a little awestruck that my daughter had gone all the way to Australia. My daughter spent about 6 months in Australia. Just went with another friend of hers, and they just went and had a time. Went to the Gold Coast of Australia, to the beach Noosa, and that's where she, took on her name as a singer performer, Noosa. So that's who Noosa, if you go listen to YouTube on Noosa on YouTube, that's my daughter. But she just went, and my Romanian friend, she said, I can't imagine doing that. That's so adventurous. And perhaps it is. And perhaps that's my daughter. But then there was another Romanian who actually was the first. I actually met her before I met my dear friend Nicole. And David had introduced me to her and had her show me around the island. Very beautiful young lady. And David had arranged, she had a dream, and David had arranged for an angel investor to invest in her dream, business dream. She wouldn't even return his call. And she talked to me because she came to the United States, and I spoke to her. She talked to me, and I said, what happened with David? Oh, I don't know. I just didn't feel right about it. I don't know. She didn't even respond to him. Now, do you know how many people are trying to get angel investors to back their idea? What's the consequence of this? David withdrew from helping people because it's more damn trouble to help them, and then they don't take the help. This was teaching him a lesson. Don't offer help unless it's warranted. And he didn't even get a thank you from them. Like, oh, you're offering me this, your lottery ticket, you're giving me your $10 million lottery ticket. We don't do it this way here.
It's one of those things where I think a lot of East Europeans have a real problem with feeling that they owe someone, and they don't like to be put into...
I don't think it has anything to do with that.
Okay.
I don't think it has anything to do with that.
This is more personal, or?
It's what you call... What's the word for being, just ego? You're in your own ego. You can't see the outside world. You can't see the outside world, and you can't appreciate it. My daughter she could have had arranged a scholarship to go to Florence in Italy and go to the school of the great painters, because she was that good of an artist.
Yes.
And they were ready to take her there and do a specialized school in Italy. She already speaks Italian. So she was like, she said, no, I don't want to go. I was said, why don't you want to go? Now she'd go to Australia later. She wasn't shy to go traveling, and she knew the language. She says, well, because there's only a few students there, and I'm not going to have a social life. Okay. She at least had an answer.
Yes.
And perhaps, it was her decision. I thought it would have been very interesting for her. But,
right.
It wasn't due to being, I guess, what you'd saw. Well, she also had problems accepting certain success in her life.
Right. So
sometimes people will turn down success, and it's, but I think what it's important, there are so many people who want an opportunity. Look at all these people crashing the border in Texas. They want an opportunity in America.
Right.
They want an opportunity. My wife wants an opportunity in America. She's gotten an opportunity here. She'd like a lot more opportunity, because as much as you get, you need a lot more to make it. Nevertheless, she's taken the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And that's good. That's good for her. So some people will refuse opportunity. They'll spit on it. Just as I was talking to Douglas the other night about the guy that was being crucified next to Jesus, who kind of like, spit in his direction. It's like, okay, there's no appreciation. But anyway, so Douglas,
yeah, definitely.
I want to say, just said, yeah. Douglas is appreciative. And I'm going to tell you something else. What I learned in all of my accumulated knowledge from dealing with human beings, and I learned this from L. Ron Hubbard in not only his writings, but his personal instruction that he would give about dealing with cases or people's aberrations, as he would say. And it's when people are low in appreciation, it's tantamount, meaning the same as to being crazy or psychotic. Now, that's not to say if people don't appreciate you, they're psychotic. But when a person is very low in appreciation and he can't appreciate the fact that he has a food supply and he keeps bitching about things, not realizing he's lucky to have a food supply. He's lucky he's not in a concentration camp or a death camp. Yes. He can't be appreciative of the fact that he has food and he has clothing and he has heat. Many people, when you don't have appreciation of what is there, you're basically crazy. And if you can get the person to start appreciating things, look around the room and what can you appreciate? Look around the environment, what can you appreciate? This is very positive for the person. And what I'm alluding to here is Douglas's appreciation shows me that he's very sane.
Well, bless you. I appreciate that, bro.
I say that. I mean, I'm not trying to compliment you, which it is a compliment, but I'm trying to say is, so many of the people that I have helped, it's like, okay, well, I guess, it's, yeah. So I appreciate working with you because you're alive and,
well, thank you,
like, functioning.
Well, semi-functional. I do want to apologize for everyone. I pushed the mute on my mic, but the new microphone that Sammy Romero has sent me, because of everything that I've been involved with lately, social obligations and dealing with other things, I haven't even opened the box yet for the new mic. It's usually like this. I use these objects until they truly die, and the mic that I'm on right now truly is dead. I had pressed the microphone off for mute, but the mute did not work. So any weird noises that people are complaining about was my shuffling the pillows and blankets and everything, getting them just right and origami style tucked before I got back onto the transmission. That being said, what we're going to do is experiment with Brooke hanging up, seeing if the call holds. It should. So, dear Brooke, do us a favor and hang up, say goodbye to our audience first, say good night to everyone, and then anything else you have to say, of course, kindly, share that with us before you retreat into the gentle night.
Yes, well, just glad to be here, glad to talk to you and Peter, and if I don't talk to you guys again tonight, obviously. I hope you have a great night, and I agree with Peter, obviously, just, want to message that I believe, people aren't offered things, and, what people they take as far as their offerings. At some point we do also have to look at, sometimes people offer things and they have to do what's best for them, and they may know that's not the right timing for them or something like that. So I think we have to look at there's a bigger picture than people just not accepting things. But I do agree.
Also give a thank you. One could also say, I got your message, David, and I thank you. What a gracious offer. There's something to be said for that. That shows, that's everything. That shows everything. But anyway, Karen.
I didn't get a message from David. I'm not sure what you're saying.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people that wouldn't even respond.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with that. Completely agree. Completely agree.
Right.
Yeah. Completely agree with that. So yes, people should be more gracious. And it's just, and again, like you said tonight, like, my car broke down, just had the oil changed, and then yesterday, and then basically, overheated. And, I came home, I had a great day. It was feeling very positive. And, had to get a ride home from the guy where I left the car from, and have no idea what it's going to cost. And, decided that when I got here, I didn't have a wreck. Yeah. And I've got, my family here, my kids are safe, I have my animals, I've got you wonderful people to talk to, I have, my family and friends, and why allow that to get in? Like, I've got food to eat, like you said, I'm not I'm worried about a car. Okay, well, I'll figure it out.
Brooke, what happened to your car?
I had the oil changed literally, and then I drove it literally less than probably 10 miles. I drove it to get some tacos and then to the grocery store. And on the way to the grocery store, it just started slipping gear. Like it was like it wouldn't go over second gear. It's automatic though. It's a Nissan Murano. And then luckily I was right near the grocery store so I could pull in, because I'm like, I couldn't go over 20 miles an hour. It was just literally not going to get out of second gear.
That sounds like the transmission's shot.
Well, yeah, but then it was overheat. That's the problem. That's what I immediately
It still sounds like the transmission shot. Now,
yeah.
It's possible that they didn't that they didn't cap the oil and it just spilled out. Sometimes they don't put the cap on the oil right.
No, we had the oil check. The oil was actually had more oil than it needed. So it had extra oil, one person thought, but then they said that wouldn't cause it. I got it wouldn't start when I came out of Publix. I let it cool off because it like as soon as I pulled in the Publix, was all within a 1 minute period. I saw it going into the red, and I know not to let a car go into the red and drive it. So I cut it off. Just went in Publix because I was already there, got a couple things and came out, tried to start it. It wouldn't, pulled it up, looked at the coolant was there, oil was there. And luckily the oil change place was about a quarter of a mile away, and it started. So I was able to drive 20 miles an hour there. And then they, took it, ran the codes. They were closing though. And they just said it's got 2 codes, throwing a code of overheating, and it's throwing a code of, with the engine, it's, what do you call that? Skipping, not a cylinder, whatever's in the engine. It was not hitting some cylinder, not a cylinder, but something in the engine. It was throwing it was throwing an engine code with that. And so they said they would have to, diagnose it tomorrow. But like actually go in there and look and figure it out. But it's weird that I just had the oil change there, like literally.
Sometimes those things happen. It sounds to me like it's the transmission. I hope it's not.
Yeah, me
because
too.
that's expensive.
Yeah,
but you will survive it.
Yep, so I'm staying positive either way. So that was the point of that. Me even mentioning that was just to say, you gotta pick your battles, and it's not going to do me any better to sit here and cry about it and worry about it all night.
No, but we all sympathize with you.
Yes.
And if you need to talk about it, feel free to call.
Wonderful. And don't forget, both these wonderful people have a birthday on the next transmission, I believe, or the transmission after that, right? The 15th of this month. Here we are.
Yeah, Peter, since we share the same birthday, let's not go with year.
Yeah.
Let's go with who's older time-wise. What time were you born?
Yeah.
I'm not going to discuss that.
No, time of day. I didn't say year. I said time of day.
I don't know. Peter may not remember.
I know when I was born, or at least reported to have been born.
The both of you can discuss that privately. It'll be more fun. But yeah, it'll be the next episode. Will be both of these wonderful people's birthday. Let's see if they can.
All right. Well, I love you both. Y'all have a great conversation, and like I said, I love you both. Thank you so much. Enjoy talking.
Thank you, honey. Love you.
Right, bye, guys.
And okay, so now we'll see if the call holds. Let's find out. And if that's when Brooke exits, we're going to have Peter and the call holds. So there we are. And so Peter, just a lot of things going on the past few days, but we got a lot done yesterday. It was incredible. And then, of course, as I said, just maintaining the equipment until it literally dies. And I know I shouldn't do that, but it's one of these things that, I get so busy with so many different things. People can understand, I would hope. That being said, Peter, take the stage. We've had some a very profoundly moving in its own way response from Japan, from that individual. I don't know if we need to talk about that publicly.
I should take it front and center.
Yeah.
I said I would address it. And of course, we want to treat this response with the ultimate respect from the person who responded.
Yes.
So because he's a I won't name him, but he's a very older man, very knowledgeable in his field. Yeah. And he's been a big fan of mine for a long, long time.
Yeah. And
he's also helping with Radu's books. And I find that very interesting. And I'm going to quote what he hasn't read the whole book, but he's giving me his feedback. This is I'm quoting from the book.
Right. But by the way, just before you do, because I do want to acknowledge all of the people who have joined us and their patience with everything, and I want to thank Douglas Marks, who says that we're hearing everybody clearly. Amy Como, of course, is very much in the outback, and so because she's far out there, a little less clear with her. But aside from that, Aloma Albert says everything was very clear and crisp. Radio was bouncing in the rain, and regarding ancient cultures, Terry Robinson did a book for the Smithsonian. Everyone had boats, but the book is $1,000 United States dollars, $500 a book. She said she left Peter a message on your page about half an hour ago about checking with the writings and records of Dorothy Kilgallen about the Lindbergh subject and before her time. And she said, this just in, 6 people injured in Paris in a knife attack. This primitive anger seems to be making a comeback. The New York story weeks back too. Aside from that, closing with T-Tank Barry in the chat room, he does suggest that the water pump failure might be, or a misfire might be going on with the car. All such being said, certainly the one thing I'd like to say to qualify what Peter is going to talk about is that the Japanese individual is someone who interprets Radu Cinemar's Cinebar?
I don't know that he's doing the interpretation. Yeah. I wouldn't say he's doing the interpretation, but he's been helping. Okay. I don't know that he's doing the trans. I'm not sure that he is.
No, the first impression that I got, even before you say anything, I want you to know the first impression that I got upon reading what he said was that he had to be much older. That's the first thing I thought, was he had to be much older, and that he had a very how would I say this? A very religious view of the emperor. That
why don't we let it be said first before we qualify what he says?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
The reason I qualify it is because he denies what I say. So I feel it's important to qualify.
Let people hear this. Yeah, let people hear this denial.
Yeah.
And I have things to say about it as well, because to me this is very important. It's not, I'm not bringing it up because I agree with him.
Yeah.
But this is the gray matter we have to deal with.
Yeah. But so go on. Yeah, by all means.
Okay, so I'm going to read from a paragraph from the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Quote, horrified upon learning of a published agenda to destroy the yellow race, a young Hirohito fervently studied to become a preeminent doctor of marine biology in order to create biocidal weapons of mass destruction and so defend his empire. After successfully testing his genocidal weapons in the Chinese War, they were delivered to the American 3 days after Hiroshima in huge superdirigibles equipped with planes and tanks. Realizing the potency of these weapons and their potential doom, the Americans began a series of back-channel negotiations with Hirohito, during which they acquiesced to his demands that he remain as emperor and that America open up their markets to his country. Now, this is his statement. This story is not true. Okay, I refute that right away, because there were back-channel negotiations. There had to be. We know Douglas's mother was involved in them as a translator, but of course there were back-channel negotiations. So we have to say which part was not true. But anyway, first of all, Emperor Hirohito certainly was an eminent biologist. However, he never engaged in the study of bacterial weapons. Refer to the reference material 2 hereto attached, which we will look at in a bit. Now, he says, it is the fact that the Japanese army carried out human experiments in Harpin, Manchukuo, using bacteria such as Yersinia pestis and Vibrio cholera to produce bacterial weapons. However, it has not yet been confirmed that such bacterial weapons had been actually used in the war against China. Now, this statement is is absurd. And Douglas can tell you better why. He says, I never heard of a story that genocidal weapons were delivered to the Americans in huge super dirigibles equipped with planes and tanks. Well, of course he hasn't. You're now hearing it for the first time. Emperor Hirohito never had back-channel negotiations with the Americans concerning such bacterial weapons. It is not true either that Emperor Hirohito demanded that he remain as emperor. Refer to the reference material 1 hereto attached. I have some more information that follows the contents of the reference material if you're interested. I will provide it to you. We will go over what he's referring to it, and you'll get a context. But after saying what I've said, Douglas, what is your response to that?
Well, I need to qualify that he has a very religious view of the emperor, and it's very touching. The pathos that I feel for that is profound. This would be like one of the common citizens that is basically has a belief in the God system of the emperor, and that is pretty much one of the issues concerning the emperor's own struggle to quote-unquote modernize Japan. One of the things that Emperor Hirohito wanted to do was to basically project the evolution, the social evolution of his people into a phase where they were more materially oriented, materially rationalist oriented, in order to basically better deal with the technology, the science of the world which they were being forced to confront. And because he was a man who was trained in that kind of discipline, one of the things that he wanted to do was to bring about an end to a degree of the God Emperor system. Now, this in a sense is the kind of self-sacrifice that the man is alluding to, that he intuits, only because of his sincere belief in the emperor as basically a shaman king, a kind of a shaman, a shamanistic papal figure, a kind of a pope figure of the kami religion, the Shinto way. Then he basically has this perspective in which Hirohito would be this very inviolate, innocent, but violable in the sense that he offers himself for sacrifice in this almost Christ-like manner, that he finds something that he can rationalize the history he understands with. The issue at hand, of course, is that as Peter goes on, you'll understand that this man perceives Hirohito as having gone into a kind of a comatic collapse after expending himself in rendering the disappearance of a B-29, in his mind potentially carrying one of the atomic bombs. Now, the point is that had Hirohito, we know for a fact historically this is not the case, because obviously Hirohito, is what this man is saying is that during Hirohito's collapse, the Americans dropped 2 atomic bombs because he wasn't there to basically defend the nation in this magical way. This is not going to sound coherent until Peter reads the rest of this, but the point is that without that context, this would sound even weirder. So just understand that the context I'm providing is that this individual is seeing Hirohito as having defended the nation magically. And this is an important point, because this is a Shintoistic belief system that many of the common Japanese had, that my mother was saying was so necessary to render mobilization, what the Japanese called spiritual mobilization, to render it workable, to render it, in other words, like I was trying to tell Brooke Gibson one time, and she found it repellent, or maybe that's not the word for it. It's hard to find a word for it in English. But one of the things I was telling her was the importance of innocence and naivete in the public, without which a nation cannot mobilize for war. People who are cynical and they're questioning, it's one of these things where they're not going to be any good for mobilization for war, because these are essentially people who are cynical and questioning. And this is why World War II was able to happen, was because all of the populations had not yet, quote unquote, matured to a sense where they all felt that they had, quote unquote, the capability of making decisions on their own. Most people said we're basically indoctrinated with a sense of there are betters than myself. In other words, they would defer to experts, nobility, authority figures. So without that, basically, you can't get anything done. So there has to be an element of the population that, in a very real sense, accepts their lot. This man falls into that category. He's very much the kind of material that made the Japanese victory possible. But the point is, what he does not want to perceive his emperor as is as a mass murderer. He doesn't want to perceive him as that. He wants to perceive him as this Christ-like figure who then is willing to sacrifice himself for the people. But at the same time, what this man does confirm is several things. The disappearance of a B-29. This happened over Taiwan. This happened because
I think we're losing the audience if we don't read the material.
Okay, so then we can go over this after the material is read again, and I can put all that into perspective.
Yes, and so he gives me reference material 1.
Yeah.
It's called Power of Norito, which means Shinto magic chanting by the emperor. Yeah. The Power of Norito by the emperor. Now, what's fascinating about this piece of reference material, there's no author.
No, it's him. It's the guy himself. It's the guy himself. Is writing.
I don't know that it's from him.
It's we have to assume it's basically what he wrote, and then he wrote kind of like the references to what he's saying. It's not, that doesn't make it untrue. It's just like, for instance, when he's talking about the magic, this is what I was bringing up with our man Peter Moon just the night when we were working on the book. I was bringing up the Japanese Department of Magic. But yes, so by all means, go on. Read what.
Okay. So anyway, his first statement is the United States manufactured 3 atomic bombs. Now, that's very misleading.
Yes.
Because the first atomic bomb was from Germany.
Yes.
And he doesn't mention that there were all these atomic bombs in Korea, and it's even documented.
Yes.
So it's like what we have here is an assertion that this is what I know, and it's not reference material, and it's faulty reference material. And I'm going to digress, not now,
right,
but later, into somebody else I saw doing something similar. Only he's just doing, this person is not, has no malintent.
No.
He's going with what he has. So with the first, second, and third units in mind, the U.S. was making atomic bomb production very secretly at a rapid pace. It really was not at a rapid pace.
Thank you.
Relatively rapid, maybe, but no. The United States, which had depleted all of the gold bulk that had been kept by the Federal Reserve, could not further prolong the war. I don't think it was because of a lack of gold.
No.
In order to surrender Japan promptly, it was necessary to use the completed atomic bomb for the most strategic purposes. The first target should be the capital, the country's core, in order to have the enemy recognize defeat in war. But it was strategically mysterious to the amateur why the first drop was made in Hiroshima and then in Nagasaki. Unless Japan surrendered, atomic bombs were to be dropped on Tokyo, then Hiroshima, and then Nagasaki, one after the other to meet strategic requirements. So in other words, he's not even recognizing that virtually the entirety of the Japanese military was not even in Japan.
Yes.
This is just bald-face error.
Yeah.
And not even addressing what has been asserted and countering it. Okay, so he says Tokyo is the capital, so it's only natural. It's like saying, "Oh, we're going to bomb. If we bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Tokyo's next."
Well, yeah. The absurdity is, of course, they'd go for Tokyo first.
Of course, Hiroshima, especially when you look at the agenda that they wanted to wipe out every last
Japanese.
Japanese would be a language only spoken in hell.
Yes.
That was direct quotes from Admiral Halsey.
Yes, and he was merely echoing official policy, just so people understand.
Well, yeah. So it's not like, oh, we're going to save Tokyo. They didn't care about Tokyo. Hiroshima, they didn't want to trade with Tokyo. Hiroshima had the Japanese military headquarters and research and manufacturing facilities for iron oxide. Now that's overstatement with the Japanese military headquarters. And Nagasaki had a submarine base, which was a very important place as a military port. To whatever it had, it paled in compared to what was on the Chinese mainland.
Yes. Thank you.
First of all, dropping on Tokyo is strategically very natural, since it is most effective to destroy the enemy capital and end the war. As a matter of fact, they tried that with Jimmy Doolittle. It didn't work very well.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the United States was bombing Berlin, the capital, to the ground in the German front. Even so, why doesn't anyone publicly question the fact that only normal bombs were used to make air raids on Tokyo and never dropped the atomic bomb, having been completed with hard work? Doesn't anyone wonder why the United States first dropped it on Hiroshima? Well, what do you say to that, Douglas, without going too long-winded?
Without getting too long-winded about it, basically, the important thing to remember is that at that period of time, that the Americans were following a policy of all-out commitment to total strategic bombing, where they felt that they could win a war exclusively from the air. That they could prove this theory, act it out, and then validate it. That if they could validate that, then they would have revolutionized warfare forever, and also revolutionized basically genocide. But when it came to what they did with Japan, it was Leslie Groves himself, or forgive me, the individual who said we'll bomb them back to the Stone Age. It was. If I remember the man who was in charge of the Strategic Air Command, will bomb. Let me look up that quote. LeMay. Curtis LeMay. Thank you. Curtis LeMay. It was Curtis LeMay who basically said that the atomic bomb was nothing special. He was talking about the fact that with all that they were doing with these quote-unquote conventional bombs to generate firestorms, that the amount of damage that they were rendering rendered the atomic bomb, quote-unquote, an exotic like novelty piece. And by the way, in this, he was being very pragmatic, and he was being very just straightforward. It was only after the atomic bombs were dropped that the Americans began this incredible propaganda effort to render them, quote-unquote, a special weapon. And that was in an effort to basically reinforce in the public mind, the world over, whoever was receptive to it, that this was decisive, that this was somehow something that brought the war to an end. And this is where this Japanese man is also stuck in that, because from the Japanese perspective, there's many Japanese who prefer to see themselves as victims. And so by them accepting, in the common man's perspective, if they accept the atomic bomb as ending the war, then they are basically saying that it was a terrible weapon and it was an atrocity, and this renders them into a victim state capacity. So there's a lot of Japanese who will take that stance and run with it. And it's fairly common. I wouldn't say it's universal, but it's one of those things that's common. But a few more things just to bring up to further contextualize. Peter will take it from here very quickly and go on with reading it, and then I can go into further contextualization. But one of the things to emphasize is the fact that when it comes to the magical thinking that this man is proposing, I think it's profoundly important. And what he is validating is what I've been trying to explain to everyone for years about Japan's Department of Magic, run by wizards, the Onmyoji. And the wizards were called Onmyoji, or the masters of the occult. The department, the bureau, was called Onmyoryo. And so I was talking about this to Peter just the other day before this man responded. So this man is alluding to the fact that he's intrinsically aware that there was a branch of magic used militarily, but he attributes it all to the emperor as like the shaman king figure in his mind, which is not inaccurate, but at the same time, Then he has the emperor kind of collapsing for a month, and therefore that's how the bombs are able to get through that window of
Well,
opportunity.
let me finish because you're getting ahead of the audience.
Okay, yeah. So go on, take it from there.
You're getting ahead of the audience. Okay, so now, but I'm going to need you to butt in a second here.
Yeah, yeah. Sure.
So he's saying, doesn't anyone wonder why the United States first dropped it on Hiroshima? It's like he's thinking the way the propaganda wants you to think.
Yes.
I don't know what he's read about in Japanese history books because I don't know what the Japanese say about the war. I really don't know. But at that time, the island of Tinian in the Mariana Islands in the Western Pacific was already occupied by the United States. And B-29 bombers were flying to Japan from there. Fortunately, the Army General Hideki Tojo was able to grasp in advance the strictly confidential news that B-29 carrying the first unit of the atomic bomb would fly to Tokyo from the island of Tinian. B-29 bomber was flying over the Pacific Ocean in an occasional condition surrounded by numerous escort fighters because it removed heavy machine guns to defend its own aircraft in order to carry the heavy bomb. It continues to fly as planned. The new bomb with immense destructive power will explode in Tokyo. Hideki Tojo realized that the B-29 could unlikely be shot down by any means, so he had an audience with Emperor Hirohito and asked him to vanish B-29 flying over the Pacific Ocean. He knew what His Majesty the Emperor would be able to do. Unless Hideki knew that it would be possible for the Emperor to go beyond such common sense, he would not have been able to ask it to him. At that time, key figures in the Japanese military, such as Hideki Tojo, knew that spiritual power and magic chanting in Shinto could actually cause physical action. For example, the Meiji period, when the Baltic fleet of Russia attacked Japan in the Russo-Japanese War, Hachiro Togo, commander-in-chief of the Japanese Navy Combined Fleet, and others leaders of the Navy received an oracle from a shrine maiden with high spiritual strength that the Baltic fleet would enter the Sea of Japan from the Tsushima Strait. She was situated at the shrine on Mount Kuga at the time. Everyone in Japan knows that on the basis of it, the entire Japanese fleet was gathered in the Sea of Japan at that time. This is why the Japanese Combined Fleet was able to destroy the Baltic fleet, which boasted the world that it is the most powerful fleet of warfare back in those days. Now, what he's doing here, and Douglas is, in the book, has covered the stuff on Tinian Island. He's talked about there's much different set of circumstances than this man is aware of. However, he's basically, as Douglas was saying, he's validating that there was magic. But it's an isolated instance. And if you look at the whole war, you see that there was a whole magic war that went back to the kamikaze.
Yes.
And it was on the very day of the kamikaze that the war was settled on August 15th.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, he needs to broaden his horizon. And I hope by finishing the rest of the book that he will broaden his horizon. Okay, so then it goes on to Emperor Hirohito as a biologist. Emperor Hirohito, who was interested in living things such as plants and insects, found Glyphis marsupialis when he was 16 years old on the coast of Numazu, Shizuoka Prefecture, where the Imperial Mansion House was located. He raised his interest in marine organisms, especially in the study of hydroids, a member of the sea anemone,
Anemone.
and left many anemone. Say it again.
Anemone.
Anemone.
Yeah.
And left many books. Emperor Hirohito has also discovered numerous new species. It is said that 110 new species were discovered only in shellfish and more than 200 new species in total. But the most famous one was the shrimp discovered on the coast of Numazu at the age of 16, March 12, 1918, and was named Glyphis marsupialis. However, it was found in 1982 that the Glyphis marsupialis was not a new species. In addition, Emperor Hirohito discovered a new species of jellyfish from the seafloor of Enoshima, Kanagawa Prefecture on January 15, 1941, and named it Koto jellyfish. However, such biological research by Emperor Hirohito was extremely worried by the Japanese military. Japanese military men were regularly stationed in the Biological Research Institute in the Imperial Palace, which put considerable pressure on Emperor Hirohito. Now, in a way here, he's saying that the biological research was right there in the Imperial Palace. He's like defeating his own argument.
Yes.
Now he goes on to say Japanese Army 731 secret units. Now 731, there's books written on this. It's very well known of the biological research carried out by the Japanese. The 731 troops led by Shiro Ishii carried out human experiments in Harpin, Manchukuo, using bacteria such as Yersinia pestis and Vibrio cholera to produce bacterial weapons. The record of the post-war trial included testimony by soldiers engaged in this human experiment as follows. In August 1944, this is a quote, in August 1944, I conducted experiments on 7 or 8 prisoners and tested the effectiveness of the poison. The prisoners used in the experiments were called Malta. The human subjects weakened after 2 weeks and became useless in the experiments. The human subjects were all killed for confidentiality. The debilitated prisoners were poisoned and incinerated. Unquote. The experiments were carried out for at least 5 years. There is a wide variety of information about the number of POWs killed, including 1,000 or 3,000. However, as Japan's defeat became more probable and the Soviet Union decided to enter the war, the evidence of bacterial weapons research and human experiments had to be destroyed. The 731 Squadron massacred prisoners and had child soldiers do disposal of the dead. Akiyama, who was a child soldier in the 731 Squadron, wrote about the circumstances at that time in his private papers, but he could not have them publicized under the supervision of the General Headquarters of the Allied Forces. Now that shows that the Allied forces were hiding the fact as well, which is covered in our book. They're hiding it because they're going to use it. In 1955, 3 years after Japan became independent from the United States, this memoir was finally published because speech became free. In combating the Soviet Union, the United States wanted to acquire as much as possible the human experiment data of the 731 units with high accuracy. At least the U.S. wanted to avoid putting it in the hands of the Soviets. Therefore, they made a deal behind the scenes with top echelon of the former 731 troops and promised to ensure the security of them, including Shiro Ishii if the data were handed over. Now, that's basically true, but here he's saying there were back-channel negotiations regarding 731, but that Emperor Hirohito never had back-channel negotiations. I mean, okay, well, where do you draw the line? Do you have privy on the emperor? You know, oh yeah, well I know the emperor wouldn't do that, and it backs up what Douglas is saying. Balloon bombs. He's got a short paragraph here. It was a secret facility called the Noborito Research Institute, where weapons used for secret work under wartime were manufactured. A balloon bomb is a weapon for flying bacteria-loaded balloons to the United States, which was also developed at the Hirohito Institute. So he does acknowledge that there were balloon bombs with bacteria, but he doesn't comment on the dirigibles, as if his research paper, which seems to be written by him, I now understand, is the be-all and the end-all. So he's basically offering an opinion, and it's not a very, I guess what you would say, convincing opinion.
Yeah, go on.
This is, there's more here I didn't read. Mm-hmm. But there's more on the magic. I didn't read this. I went to the next one. Go
ahead. Yeah.
But I think I've said enough. I think I've said enough.
Well, I mean, when it comes to the magic, he speaks of the disappearance of the B-29, which happened over Taiwan. Now, the people who were, as I said before, the point about what happened over Taiwan is truly a supernatural phenomenon. This is something that the Americans were not bombing Taiwan because of the mysterious things that were happening to their planes over Taiwan. When it came to what the men saw, they claimed to see a woman flying through the sky that was catching their bombs and actually shooting lightning bolts that disintegrated or damaged their planes. These men were all declared mentally unfit for service. Many of them were institutionalized and silenced by basically performing brain surgery. Now, for anyone who doubts this, all you need to do is look up the scandal of all of these GIs who were, due to post-traumatic stress disorder, were given lobotomies. And this is World War II veterans. And look up World War II veterans, forced lobotomies due to post-traumatic stress disorder. Many of these men were lobotomized and rendered unable to speak at all. But certainly it confirmed to the Americans the power of the supernatural in warfare, encountering what they called the supernature front as one of the terms for it. In terms of... Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. No, go on.
Well, I think we don't need to go down this trail, and I'll tell you why. Because he's not disputing the supernatural. What we're dealing with here is we're dealing with the gray matter resistance of this book, and I bring it up here because I've been very curious to see what Japanese people might think about it. Now, you would have been proud of me tonight, Douglas.
Oh, I'm sure.
Alex took me out for my birthday.
Oh,
tonight.
Wonderful.
And we went to, and I didn't want to eat heavy, so we went to a Japanese restaurant, which I'd taken her out for New Year's Eve.
Yes.
And I had sake.
Oh, great.
She never had it before.
Oh, wow.
I don't drink alcohol, but I said, I have to have sake. Douglas would be proud of me if I had sake tonight.
Yes. Yes, I am proud of you.
It's a rice wine, for those of you who are not familiar with it. And it was, I was introduced to it when I lived in California because it was a staple of
was it served
San
warm?
Francisco.
Yeah.
San Francisco.
Right.
I mean, it's because San Francisco has Japanese in it, So anyway, that's where I was introduced to it.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's an interesting wine. I think of the two alcohols I've enjoyed the most would be probably sake. I'm not sure why, and sangria, which is a fruity wine from Spain. But anyway, I'm not much of a wine connoisseur.
Okay, but the rice wine was.
I will go for wine next time I'm in Sacramento with my friend. We had the best time drinking. I have the best time drinking wine with him. Yeah. But anyway, so I as I'm trying to find that restaurant where we go. It's Shiro's. It's they come in, they cook on the grill in front of you.
Yes.
That thing's been here for 30 or 40 years, and my ex-wife and I would go there, and we'd bring her mother, and it was like always a big event when we went there. But it was all Japanese. The people were all Japanese. Now,
wow.
You're hard to find. Now mostly they're Hispanic. And I asked one guy who definitely looked Asian, and I said, "Are you Japanese?"
Yeah.
He says, "No, I'm from Indonesia." I said, "Well, I was trying to get some comfort. A couple of the sushi cooks looked Japanese, but I wasn't going to go talk to them. You don't really want to talk to sushi cooks.
How come?
It's kind of, they kind of have their own space. You kind of feel like there is one sushi cook at Whole Foods who I told him I'd bring the book years ago. I haven't seen him because he hasn't been on the job when I'm there. He's a great sushi chef. My daughter and I would compliment him. He was so good. He liked that. But these guys, they made good sushi. That's what we had. But I asked this guy from Indonesia. I said, "Well, what would you say if I told you that Japanese really won World War II? What would you think?" He says, "No." So I said, "Well, they did." I said, just look at the economics. I didn't get into it with him. He was a very nice man. But what I'm saying here is there's a tremendous resistance to this Roswell Deception book, is that people will not accept the truth. This is like a form of addiction and denial. We can expect people to be in denial. What people don't realize, it's to your advantage to accept that you're an addict, even if you're not an addict of alcohol or tobacco or some other substance, even if you're not, it's to your strategic advantage to say you are in denial. Mm-hmm. Now, what are you in denial of? You're in denial of the fact that you have bad habits. What are those bad habits? I'm not going to tell you what your bad habits are. I could give you a very detailed explanation from L. Ron Hubbard about how people use survival mechanisms to assert themselves and to make themselves right and say, my diet's fine. My father ate this way. My diet's fine. I'm fine. I'm healthy. I went to the doctor and I had a clean bill of health. I always have ice cream after dinner. I'm fine. Whatever it is. People are very fixated with their diet. Now, I'm not trying to tell everybody they need to go out and change their diet. They might have other priorities. But you're still, no matter who you are, you're probably not eating the right thing. Now, I'm not going on a nutrition kick here. I'm talking about denial. I'm in denial that, I can't do something to make my sleep better because I wake up in the middle of the night. I'm not doing anything about it. I sat up and, thinking naked girls for 2 hours because I can't sleep, whatever it is.
After we worked on the book the other night, I rewarded myself by doing something just like that and stayed up far too late. But yes, go on.
I'm not talking about an indulgence of pleasure.
Understood.
I'm talking about an excuse because you can't sleep, and you have a problem, a neurosis or something. And, when I wake up, I just come downstairs and do Qigong. Boom, boom, boom. I'll eventually get tired and go back to sleep. It's great. But of course, when you wake up at a certain time, there's a meridian clock. You can look up, a Chinese body clock. It'll tell you what meridian's off, what organ is deficient. And that's why you're waking up at that particular time. But in other words, look, everybody has situations, problems, issues. Sometimes they're just not that bad. Sometimes they're real bad. The point I'm making here is it's to your advantage to say, what am I addicted to? What habits am I addicted to that are non-productive? And of course, if you're busy and functioning and too busy to be contemplating this, that's fine. You don't really have to worry about it. But it is to most people's advantage to at least accept the possibility that they are in denial about something. Now, when we come to a book of information like the Roswell Deception, people have been so thoroughly indoctrinated, steered, their filters are such that they can't see the world for the way it really is. And it's just, this is the state of the quote unquote art. And when I say the art, I'm talking about the collective consciousness of where humanity is. Now, this stuff becomes critical as we get into the more esoteric aspects of the book that I'm working on. Because here we're getting into the realm of AI. And so suffice it to say, with this response, which I so much appreciate from this longtime reader who I really like very much, keep in mind this person is reading the Montauk Project and all of my work, which kind of flies in the face of what people think. So as I continue to fly in the face of what people think, I'm too outside the box. So I think by the time he gets through the entire book, he might change his thinking. And I wouldn't be surprised if he does. This will be very interesting.
Yeah, well,
because you'll keep getting more and more data. And when he sees the actual newspaper columns that from the Atlanta Constitution, I think that's the name of the paper, that shows that there was bombs, atomic bombs in Japan before the Americans. What were you going to say, Douglas?
Oh yeah, no. Definitely, I want to say that this is very important, actually, the response, but it's important for reasons that I do feel the need to emphasize. It's important for reasons that, first off, like Peter said, the majority of people who are Japanese, when Peter's offered them the book, they basically just shut down and they don't respond at all. And this is because this is one of those areas where it's just forbidden for their minds to go there. For most Japanese, this is just not an area where the mind is supposed to go. And the reason why is because it's considered like a rude area. It's one of those areas where the Japanese are one of those cultures that is basically an all or nothing culture. So when it comes to, say, for instance, what I said to, of all people, Abdul Karim Haq once, when he still had that name before he changed it, was when he had visited Japan any number of times. And he confirmed, of course, what I had said. The majority of people are wearing uniforms. They're very much operating in a organized fashion that is almost semi-military anyway. But when it comes to, say, for instance, a sense of militancy, then the Japanese try to avoid that, and they simply just try to appear as genteel as possible. But depending on where the hierarchy kind of insinuates to the public about an attitude change, then Japan pretty much moves in lockstep. So it was during the period of time that they're all basically geared towards business and consumerism, then that becomes kind of like the universal pattern of thought. But then if it were to, of necessity, mobilize towards war, then of course then the entire pattern of thought changes. But this happens in a manner that it doesn't manifest in any other society. It manifests as this kind of wave where the
you're alluding to a beehive culture.
Yes,
actually.
Yes, it's very much a beehive culture. But the treasure that this man shares with us is important to emphasize, and it's important to emphasize because it points out certain things that are basically important to my own personal experience and that of my mother's. Obviously, the reason I'm pointing out the B-29 is because I was born in Taiwan. I've expressed before what had happened over Taiwan, how that had even impacted Gene Roddenberry, who was a part of a bomber crew. As a matter of fact, the pilot, therefore the commander of the bomber crew, and in his case, he ran raids over Taiwan, and this is what he saw. And he, of course, knew to keep his mouth shut. And because he kept his mouth shut, he was able to not be lobotomized or essentially doomed to that experience, and came home to write Star Trek, which incorporated much of his experiences in Asia and incorporated a sense of what Americans would deem Orientalism in terms of introducing cultures and cultural context. So this is why it has such an impact on Americans today. It's one of the few examples of a truly popularly, culturally accepted American creation that is based on cultural context. And this is why people have found such meaning in it over the years. So when it comes to what the other things that the man is talking about, these are also very important. This includes the fact that when he's talking about the question about Hiroshima, but then he answers his own question. But he answers his own question by saying that, oh, why would the Americans not bomb Tokyo first? Instead, they bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But then he says, oh, well, the B-29 that was headed towards Tokyo disappeared. Now, of course, the reason that it's important to concentrate on details like this is because when he says Hirohito's unconscious for a month, okay, now this is a profound statement to make, but this is how he absolves Hirohito of any decision making in the final stages of the war, because as this, for lack of a better word, patriotic Japanese citizen, he feels it's his duty. As I've said, the duty of so many military men was essentially supposed to be to sacrifice themselves for the emperor. That's the point. And therefore, when it comes to the emperor or anyone else, forget the military men, it goes down to every citizen. And as I've emphasized before, before 1945 and before the Americans were brought in for Reconstruction to rebuild and undo to an extent all of the damage that they had wreaked upon the home islands, and to basically clean up Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which it was Americans that did, not Japanese. There was this situation where you had a lot of interbreeding begin, a lot of Japanese women who were prostituting themselves, of the lower classes that were doing this to survive. And so you began to have this kind of interbreeding take place. But until that point in time, it was quite accurate to say that in one way or another, except for the Barukaman class, every other Japanese, which was basically everyone in Japan other than a minuscule percentage, everyone in Japan was in one way or another related to the Yamato dynasty and the emperor. So in that sense, as a family, the Japanese people were supposed to be committed to sacrificing themselves for the emperor if necessary. Now this man is doing that. He's basically doing that in the sense of saying that the emperor went unconscious for the month that all the important decisions were made and therefore has no responsibility, implying that, quote unquote, if there was a surrender, it was somehow under the auspice of Hideki Tojo or various other quote unquote military men. Now we know it couldn't be Tojo because Tojo was basically overthrown in the war cabinet. So, and we know that Hirohito was quite conscious because Hirohito, we write about this extensively in the book about what he was doing during the times of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings. So we know for a fact he was conscious and broadcasting to the Japanese public. So this is where it gets very bizarre, and the man's paradigm enters into a surrealism in order to defend his emperor, in saying that, you know, if your emperor was unconscious, then who was basically speaking on the radio? You see what I'm saying? But the point is...
Well, this is very interesting, and we will see as he progresses through the book. That book has so many facts in it that it's exhaustive. And you could have made it more exhaustive. But I couldn't allow for that because of pragmatic reasons. But it's exhaustive. And if you read that book, it's like, what more evidence do you need? And of course, there will be a change in opinion when he finishes that book because there's just too much for him to argue with and fight.
Thank you. I mean, yeah.
And this is the beginning. He's just reading the beginning, and he's saying, no, not this, not this, not this.
Right.
And then, okay, well, where are you coming up with these pictures of the dirigibles? Are you coming them up out of your ass?
Yeah, thank you.
Where are these mini tanks that you're talking about, and all of the Fugo balloon bombs and all of the whole information? It's just it's outrageous and egregious. All of what has been done and lied about, and but so you will see this is the power of writing.
Yes,
and we're going to get some headway here on this. I know we're going to get some headway because it's there's too much truth in it to be denied.
Thank you. Well, one thing that I do believe is that if we do find someone to pick up a printing run anywhere in Asia, whether it's in Singapore or Taiwan or but especially Japan is important. But Taiwan is where I would foresee that there would be probably far more success than even in Japan, for reasons I can go into another time. But one of the other things he brought up, Peter Moon says, we've made it exhaustive to a practical level of public accessibility. I do fantasize that at some point in history there will be a revised and expanded edition simply so that we can make it even more exhaustive, because again, he'll say something like this individual here, he'll bring up something that is, in my opinion, almost offensive or self-deprecating, because this individual is saying, you know, the Japanese had nothing to intercept the B-29s. So just so people understand this, the B-29s were intercepted all the time. Now, in terms, forget even the exotic interceptors, of which you had prototypes that were basically flying at the end of the war as Americans understand it, such as the Kyushu J7W1 Shinden. This was specifically a Japanese B-29 interceptor that is very exotic looking. Again, just take a look, Kyushu J7W1 Shinden. And then there are the ramming attacks, of course, where the Japanese Air Force interceptors were simply ramming American B-29s. But even in the most conventional sense, without talking about, say, for instance, the Mitsubishi J8M Shusui is what it was called. The Shusui was a reverse engineered rocket interceptor that was given to the Japanese by the Germans, and the Germans called it the Comet, Komet. And the Comet, of course, was this chemical rocket plane that could disintegrate its pilot alive. And so it was very risky to fly, but it's not a jet, but a rocket. You're flying an actual rocket. So this rocket plane was beyond fast. And its altitude obviously was incredible. You're talking about something that can go literally into space. If you just went straight up without stopping and just didn't care about coming back, you could go into space. So you wouldn't come back, but that's the point. The Japanese were very much willing to conduct self-sacrificial warfare. But when it came to the most conventional of the planes that were intercepting B-29s, there was the Frank, as the Americans called it, the Nakajima Ki-84. And just so people understand this, the American coding systems were so convenient that even the Japanese will, in this day and age, post-World War II, will tend to use the American coding system to refer to these planes simply because it's easier than saying something like Nakajima Ki-84. They'll simply say Frank. So that you have a fairly conventional plane, and this was 1942 that the elaborated design was finished in late 1942. And then the prototype building began, and then it was obviously in action against B-29s. And we know all of this for a fact because the pilots would talk about why they would always attack the Americans from the right side. As opposed to the Germans, the Americans would never had a kind of side bias when it came to people attacking their bomb runs over Germany. But with the Japanese, the Americans became aware of a side bias. And this was because the Americans were right-handed, and it's just like attacking. This comes from the old sword fighting days, where when you attack a man from the right, it's actually at his weakest point. Because if you can imagine sitting next to someone on the right side and a man is trying to fight back, that is your weakest side if you're right-handed, as most people are, simply because you're unable to bring your full force to bear. If someone's sitting next to you on your right side and then suddenly decides that they're going to take a knife out and plunge it into your chest, it's almost impossible to block that. That's why the person on your right side is the man you trust. That's where the term right-hand man came from. So from that old sword fighting mentality, the Japanese would attack the B-29s from the right exclusively. And yet this proved to be the B-29's weakest point because that bias actually holds no matter what. All of this is something that I'm bringing up and hammering because the man is operating on a paradigm where he's operating from a paradigm of simplistic patriotism, and yet because he's so much older, he's steeped in a much more Shintoistic background and understands the importance of magic, but feels it's important to protect his emperor from being seen as a mass murderer, and therefore wants to see his emperor as someone who is basically this kind of Christ-like figure who can save the nation from an atomic bomb on Tokyo, then collapse into kind of a coma while everything happens, wakes up, and is kind of in a new world, thus absolving his emperor of all fault and responsibility. This is a very touching, simplistic, patriotic kind of way to handle what happened in World War II without knowing.
Well, yeah, and it is touching.
Yeah.
But it's in the end, it amounts to a justification and denial.
Thank you. And in the end, it's a perpetuation of ignorance. So it's
Exactly.
Yeah.
So see, we can see, and this is a classic example of where the heart is.
Yes.
The man's heart. And the heart is very important. But see, the heart can be misplaced.
Yes.
It's like, oh, you poor thing, you're hungry. I'm going to give you this food. It's going to kill you. Not intending to kill the person. Not intending to kill the person. And so, this is, I mean, the heart, and in Tai Chi or Qigong, there's something called Xin Yi. Xin Yi means heart and mind. You have the heart and the mind together. It's very important that the heart be with the mind. That's the ultimate fighting position. And when the heart and mind are really together, you're not going to have a fight.
Yes.
But so in other words, yes, the heart is important. But what's going on in this equation? This is the absurdity of what we're dealing with with regard to this book.
Yeah.
And
the final thing to say about that for now would be that obviously what we're dealing with is quite relevant and completely factual and history changing in terms of you change people's minds, you change the world. Because this is why we know that all of this is the case because of the constant attacks on my internet, on my accounts. I started the day yesterday, just so people know, I woke up at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And when I woke up at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time yesterday, the first thing that happens when I come online is my Facebook icon photo has been taken, just removed, deleted, just completely deleted, scrubbed from the net. I have it, of course, in my own files, but this was something that was just the first thing I had to deal with. And then, of course, I'm dealing with that with many other challenges. But when it came to that, the reason that that's important is because when I contacted my 3D graphics modeler, just letting him know in a kind of a form message to several people, I let them know, look, my Facebook icon is gone and I don't know how much longer the rest of the timeline is going to be up. So Facebook might be targeting the entire thing. And surprisingly enough, disturbingly enough, and something that obviously we have to change at some point sooner than later, most of my contact with people in terms of immediate practical contact is through Facebook Messenger of all things, including my 3D graphics modeler. Now, the one thing he told me immediately was, of course, change your password. But then after that, he said, oh, then find out where you've been, who's been logged in. That'll show you who's trying to break into your account. Go to basically settings and then go into security, find out who's logged in. And I'll be damned if when I went in there and Brooke Gibson was on screen with me, we were doing screen share. So Brooke Gibson was with me when we did this. Now, she doesn't have my password by any means. But what happened was that when we went into who was logging into my Facebook, because I actually had to have her as kind of like a guide on hand to help me navigate a bit of this. The last person who was logged in within 5 hours, it said 5 hours ago, meaning at that time yesterday, it was while I was dead asleep. At the same time, they were ringing my doorbell to deliver something and sticking it under my doormat, and that promptly getting stolen by someone else in the rain, no less. But in terms of what we saw, it's that it had been logged into 5 hours earlier while I was dead asleep by someone in Uniondale, New York, Long Island, minutes away from Peter Moon in terms of a drive. In a fairly upscale ethnic neighborhood, and not any ethnic enclave by any means, but just a calico neighborhood, kind of like an integrated neighborhood that was, and it was obviously Selena Khan. It couldn't be anyone else. So please, Selena, get a life. Please, whatever you're doing with all of these crazy people involved with the cults of the Kings of Edom, just extricate yourself and do something else constructive with your life. and just run away from them. But she did what she did, and I had to change my passwords everywhere, including my website and my PayPal and Google accounts, everything. And so now I've got new photographs up. So other than that, I just want people to know this sort of thing would not be happening if what we were doing was not a threat to this ignorance. Because this is what the cults of chaos are dedicated to maintain, and they are financed by your military intelligence, a cult complex. So understand that the people who are ultimately behind this, providing information to these cultists that they shouldn't have, these are obviously the people who are threatened by what Peter and I are writing, and the book we're writing now was, if you think the Roswell and the Rising Sun elicited hostility to the point where some older Japanese guy reading it, just getting through an early stage of the book, goes into a denial mode and escapes into this surrealistic kind of magical world to protect his emperor out of instinct reflexively, which is touching and at the same time frustrating in terms of trying to get the message across. Think about this other book Peter and I are writing. This impacts people in the West. So unlike Roswell, the Roswell Deception, which is kind of like obtuse to many Westerners, kind of like they don't get it because they've been so skewed by indoctrination to simply not know anything about Asia. I mean, the only reason Asia remains mysterious is because Westerners are closed to learning. But with the book we're writing, this hits them in the gut. So we're going to really get attacked. So everyone, we definitely need your moral support, your prayers, and of course, whatever fiscal support you can provide myself to get through each month. This is going to be the Asian Lunar New Year. I'm basically, for Asians, this is like, for us, the Asian Lunar New Year is for us what Ramadan is for Muslims. So this is going to be a month of much social obligation. And of course, I look forward to celebrating it with all of you, various parts of it. And I turn it back to Peter with that. There we are. Peter, take it from there.
Okay, well, thank you. And I was earlier saying that I was going to digress, and I am going to digress because it's exactly in this same vein. And it does tie us back to the factors we're dealing with the Army and all of that. I had cause to listen to a man the other night, or yesterday. His name is Tom O'Neill, and he wrote a book called Chaos. It took him 20 years to write the book, and it's about the information that has not been, that was hidden about the Charles Manson connection to the government. I've always heard this. I've seen various different pieces about Army equipment being at the Spahn Ranch that was surveilling all these guys. I watched some of the Beach Boy interviews, Mike Love in particular, and he kind of tells the story and he kind of doesn't tell the story. It makes you wondering how much he really knew. But it was certainly something the Beach Boys didn't talk a lot about. For example, Mike Love said that his cousin Dennis Wilson, the drummer of the Beach Boys, who was the one that brought Charlie Manson into Hollywood and into the realm of the Beach Boys and rock and roll, he said to his cousin Mike Love that he saw Charlie blow this black guy, called him a black cat, meaning a black man, blow him away with an M16, and they stuck his body down, I don't know, it was a storm drain or whatever. They just killed this guy, and he said Dennis never talked about that to anyone, but Mike never mentioned it. But
oh my God, yeah, that's incredible. Peter, could you do me a favor? Our dear friend Aristides, he
Aristides.
Yeah, Aristides. Wonderful man. Last name you like Uranus almost.
Uranus.
Uranus. Yeah. Yeah.
Aristides Uranus. Yes.
Yes, wonderful individual. He just sent me money so that I can get my Coke to get me through the night. That's my coffee. I got to do a run up to the corner store.
Talking about here, Coca-Cola.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, sugar and caffeine, people. So that is my coffee. I gotta go to the corner store now that I have money to purchase it. I didn't get to go to the bank recently, so this enables me to have the spending money to get that before they close at 8 p.m. So it's gonna be 8 p.m. here in 15 minutes. Hold the stage. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Okay, is that all right? You've got this, right?
You need that Coke bag.
Yeah, I need that Coke bag to get through the night.
Go ahead.
Oh, bless you.
Okay, I'll carry it as long as things stay alive here.
Yeah, they're alive. That we got a big audience. They're following you. So believe me, and this is important. What you're talking about with the Beach Boys, it's fascinating stuff. Peter Moon is the man. I'll let you all know as soon as I'm back. Love you dearly, Peter. Gonna go mute now. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would recommend you people out there read Chaos, CHAOS, spelled different than the intelligence agency from the TV show Get Smart, which spelled it KAOS. But this is Chaos, and it's by Tom O'Neill. And I hope some of you go out and read that book, and you'll be experts on this compared to me, because I watched an interview with Tom O'Neill and the YouTube, I think, channel called itself Concrete with a K. But I think he's also done a interview with Joe Rogan. And like anybody, Tom Collins has it. Tom Collins, I keep calling him Tom Collins. I actually know somebody named Tom Collins. But anyway, this is Tom O'Neill. And he's got his good points and his strong points, but he spent 20 years doing this book because, people didn't want to publish it. There was issues. So, but there's so much about the Manson stuff that had never come forward. And as he was, just some of the components that I can remember from the interview, I will share with you. But the reason I'm sharing this is because after hearing all this information, I looked for other YouTubes that I didn't watch yet. And there's this woman who has at least a 3-part series refuting Tom O'Neill and supporting and attacking him for basically fingering Doris Day's son, Tim Melcher. I think his name was Tim Melcher. He was a producer of Beach Boy Records, producer of the Byrds, Doris Day's son. And his house, he had rented the house where the murders occurred on Cielo Drive. And he gave up the lease and it was turned over to Roman Polanski. But it was Terry Melcher's house. And the official story by Bugliosi, the prosecuting attorney, was saying, oh, Charlie was going there to kill Tim Melcher because Tim didn't want to produce his record. This is not exactly the truth, but it was a story that Bugliosi framed and characterized. Now, but anyway, this woman is defending Tim Melcher and she's attacking O'Neill's research, but she's attacking it in a very lame way. It is so lame. That's why it reminded me of what I was reading in this letter. The refutation is not it's not like with the in the case with the Japanese, it's not a good refutation because it's not specific. It doesn't address certain issues. It ignores certain issues. It's missing the point. It would not win in court just by the nature and the way it is argued without even going at the merits of what's being said. It's being approached incorrectly. It's a losing argument. This woman does the same thing. So if she's attacking Tom O'Neill so virulently and so lamely, it tells you it must be very true. Because why would somebody just go on and refute somebody. Well, the story is very interesting because Tim Melcher now this took, as I say, 20 years of investigating. It's not like this guy is, talking out his ass for 20 years. He was investigative reporter. He worked for the Village Voice. And in any case, basically what he says about Tim Melcher is that he definitely went to the Spahn Ranch after the murders and apologized profusely to the family. Now, I'm sorry. Now, I don't know exactly what he was sorry about, if this was a warning that he hadn't done the right thing. But in any case, this is what he was witnessed as saying, I'm sorry. Now, the family hadn't been fingered. The family, I'm referring to the Manson family, then made their way out to the desert in Death Valley, where they hung out for a long time. Eventually, they were arrested, and this is common knowledge in the story, for having stolen Volkswagen parts that they turned into dune buggies. They were arrested for having, stolen cars. But the case was thrown out. Now, according to O'Neill, they couldn't prove, this is what he said, and now the book might be much more detailed, but they said that they couldn't trace these stolen vehicles to any actual injured party. So that's what he said, not in those words. What I had read long ago was they threw the case out because they didn't have a search warrant. It was an improper search warrant. They threw the Manson family out of court. Now, that was outrageous to me because John Ford, who had a faulty search warrant, they said, well, it doesn't matter. So John Ford, of course, was the head of the Long Island UFO Network, who was put in jail and drugged, and, his rights were taken away, and he still languishes in a mental home. But in any case, they let the Manson family off. Of course, they didn't know. They probably did know, but somebody probably knew. But they let the Manson family off after the murders occurred. They didn't connect the murders. The murders were connected when one of the Manson girls was in jail and started bragging about it. And then one of the cellmates, told the authorities, and they traced it back, and they arrested the Manson family. Then they found out who or what they were or might be. Charlie Manson was the main target they went after. Now, anyway, the point here is Doris Day's son, was it Terry Melcher? Not Tim, I call him Terry Melcher. He was involved way up into his eyes with the Manson family. And he went into the court and lied, definitely lied, and said, oh, I knew Charlie a little bit. It's like he listened to his record. He didn't want to produce it, all this sort of thing. And I don't know that any of this is true, of what he said, but he definitely lied. He was also sedated. He was on drugs. He said he feared for his life. He had bodyguards. It was also sordid. Now, the author actually was approached by Terry Melcher, who passed away about 20 years ago, a little under 20 years ago. He had cancer. He passed away. He met with the author on the top of some building in Pacific Palisades, which is near Santa Monica in the LA area. And he met with Terry, wanted to see him, and basically said he wanted to see what he had on him. And he said Terry was very bloated by then. He no longer had the blonde hair. He said he reminded him of a, bloated Jim Morrison of the Doors. And he he basically said, what do you have? And he told him, and he says, oh, this is just a bunch of crap. He says, and then he basically says, why don't we do a book on my mother and all the stories I have to tell about my mother and Frank Sinatra and the Rat Pack. I've got some good stories. He was, kind of trying to bribe him. Nobody's going to listen to your story anyway. And he kind of this guy was guilty as hell. Now, what he was guilty of, I'm not saying he participated in the murders, but he didn't tell. And when you falsify evidence in a capital crime, which that was a capital crime, because several people were sentenced to death, but it was changed because they outlawed the death penalty for a while. So Sirhan, Charlie Manson, and other people were, they were just sentenced to life in prison. And but if you lie in a capital case, you are subject to the same punishment. So he was, and of course he eventually died of cancer. He was a very successful producer and Hollywood. I don't know if you call him a mogul, but he was like at least a mini mogul. But he this is the story of not just Hollywood, but life is to lie. To lie. It's par for the course. Now, what was very interesting, and perhaps even more interesting, that what the Tom O'Neill had to say was about Bugliosi. And he said Bugliosi, who was the prosecuting attorney for the Manson case, was a complete psycho. Now, sold millions of copies of books, and that he was specially selected to be that prosecuting attorney because he could be controlled. But it didn't really matter if he could be controlled because he was totally in lockstep with what was wanted and needed, because he had been, and this guy interviewed the people, he traced it all down. Bugliosi, when he was working for the prosecutor's office, decided that his own daughter was not his daughter. He had some issue, and he decided that the milkman was the father. And he started stalking the milkman. He started using the offices of the LA prosecutor's office to stalk the milkman, which was illegal. The milkman was getting tired of it, as was his wife. And Bugliosi literally kidnapped the milkman's daughter. He took her, picked her up, she's about 5 years old, took her to Toys R Us or someplace, bought her all these gifts, gave her the gifts, left her on the doorstep with her, with all the toys, basically saying, this is a message, I can take your daughter. It was a threat because he wanted an admission that this was not his daughter. It got down to the point where Bugliosi, he was stalking them himself, and he took the mother, he took his wife, and she went to confront. She was going to ask for them to sign something that this was wanted the milkman to sign. And it was the wife that came to the door and told her to stop. And I guess the Bugliosi's wife says, look, my husband is crazy. He's crazy. And there was some eventual settlement worked out with them. But then when Bugliosi wanted to become the district attorney, it got bigger and they felt bad and they went and talked. And so this stopped Bugliosi from becoming the district attorney. And a similar situation happened with some woman that he had raped, and he bought her off. He was tremendously wealthy, or became tremendously wealthy. And this came up in later years because of all the book sales he did. But he was a complete psycho criminal, Vincent Bugliosi. And you can read the book Chaos to get the details on it. The interview that Tom O'Neill gave was very convincing. And as I say, Tom O'Neill, at the same time, he was not an impressive character in some respects, because he'd go hang out with Marilyn Manson because Marilyn Manson said he had some information on this, played a tape. He said, I have this tape. It's not interesting, but he hung out with Marilyn Manson, did drugs with him. And this whole idea of getting and rubbing elbows and doing drugs with people is kind of like, he thinks it's kind of cool. And he's an old man. It's like, it shows me that he lacks something. Nevertheless, I don't really question his story based upon what I've heard so far. So you have this completely crooked prosecutor who's totally framing stuff. Meanwhile, the book also goes into Manson having such a huge arrest record. And the whole arrest record is like he's always let off. He's always let off. And it's like he's always in the control of the government, like they've been using him. He was in prison in, I don't remember the exact details, but he was in a prison where they were using mind control. And the whole impetus of this, which it goes to Jolly West, the infamous psychiatrist who was Ruby's psychiatrist, went in and dealt with Ruby and I think Ruby accused him of injecting him with the cancer. And Jolly West was involved with Charles Manson, and they set up a hippie pad in Haight-Ashbury at the apex of the hippie Haight-Ashbury era. The biggest street in California was Hollywood and Vine. Most famous for Schwab's drugstore on the corner, which I would remember to be the southeast corner. No, southeast corner. Yeah, southeast corner. Schwab's drugstore and Hollywood and Vine. And Lana Turner went in there and a producer saw her. She was discovered in Schwab's drugstore. So people for a while would go in there to hang out at the counter of the drugstore, and maybe a producer would discover them. I think that's what made Hollywood and Vine so famous. But in any case, when Haight-Ashbury came, the hippie movement, Haight-Ashbury was now the biggest crossroads in California. They're the most famous street. So, right, I think it's on Ashbury, if I recall. There's a clinic, the Bill Graham Free Clinic. Bill Graham was the big record producer. He did the Fillmore East and the Fillmore West. He did all the rock concerts from Quicksilver, which was the big rock group of the time. The Grateful Dead were the B group back in those days. But eventually it would be the Grateful Dead, Santana, Jefferson Airplane, and Jimi Hendrix, anybody who came to town would play at the Fillmore. And Bill Graham, who made a lot of money, he was a very good businessman. And according to his girlfriend, who I'm very good friends with to this day, he was a really nice guy, really ethical. And anyway, he put up a free clinic, which is still there to this day. So if you're, feeling bad, you can go wait in line, and they will treat you. Now,
which free clinic is this again, Peter?
The Haight-Ashbury, the Bill Graham Free Clinic, right? I think it's on Ashbury, but I'm not sure.
Right. Okay. The Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic. Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's Bill Graham.
Okay.
Who funded that? Yeah. So anyway, Jolly West had a hippie pad near there, and Charles Manson used to get treated at the free clinic, as probably everybody. But he had a hippie pad, but it was really his lab where he was, quote unquote, studying hippies. But his real agenda, according to this book, was to create an assassin. He wasn't just him, it was the whole army, was to create an assassin who could kill and, not remember it.
Or perhaps not care if he did. Go on.
but more that they not remember it. So Manson see, this is what Manson was extensively experimented on with LSD, and all his people were. So they had a whole bunch of, and all these girls, he goes into where the girls came from. The girls were actually programmed to follow him. It's not like he attracted them with his charisma.
Thank you.
It's like they were all programmed to follow him. And it apparently worked quite well. So this was all set up by Jolly West, and Manson is, it's just this whole story that it makes perfect sense if you have followed the story to any extent. And of course, Manson is, he sells probably more books these days than books on Hitler, probably, at least in the United States. Right. I don't know that.
Just so people understand, during the day, Manson was thought to be such a big deal that he's mentioned in several popular science fiction works of the day, and so he was looked on as something that was truly radical, to the point of almost revolutionary. They thought that they would be remembering him thousands of years into the future. It's pretty weird. Go on. Let's take it from there, Peter. I'm sorry. Just had to get that in there.
Well, exactly. I'm basically telling the story of Terry Melcher and how he was involved in you were out and involved in the Manson family very deeply. Yeah. And he didn't tell, he lied under oath. He was drugged while he gave his testimony. He was under psychiatric care. He had bodyguards claiming he was afraid of Manson. And he was very much involved. I would also say in the book, The Ultimate Evil by Maury Terry, that book goes into that house where Terry Melcher owned. And I don't know if he owned it at the time. I believe he did. Where Jane Fonda and her boyfriend were all there. And there was this public whipping in the house of this drug dealer who did a bad drug deal. And they whipped this guy publicly for dealing, for cheating, selling bad drugs or something. So this is the kind of crap that was going on in the 1960s Hollywood era. And I wouldn't blame hippies per se, but this is because, there were true hippies, and hippies wouldn't do this. The problem with hippies is that hippies did drugs, and I'd say that the truest hippie would do basically marijuana, hashish, or LSD, maybe some mescaline. How do you define a hippie? But then when you start crossing the lines into what they had, STP, angel dust, which was horse tranquilizer, cocaine, heroin, this type of stuff, then you moved into the realm where, that leads to scenes like Altamont, where had a guy got killed. Mm-hmm. It's Woodstock was pretty clean, relatively. I don't remember. I mean, it was sure. I'm full of LSD and hash and marijuana, I'm sure. I don't remember any, horrific stories with Woodstock, other than the drama of itself.
Horrific enough.
Well, horrific enough, but I'm talking about.
Understood.
Understood. Not like deaths and right. People acting, criminally insane.
Right.
Or like that. So, in any case, the whole point is, it's not just that the people have lied about this, but the whole case against Manson was all set up. And it wasn't. I'm not saying the guy was innocent, but what I'm saying is they were filtering and funneling the case and not telling the whole truth about what was going on. And that basically Manson was a extension of the U.S. military.
Thank you.
Industrial cult complex. And he was also, mentioned in the Son of Sam book.
Yes.
So And now this is all being done before Aquino is center stage.
That's right.
It's all being done. So I recommend people read that book, even though I haven't read it and probably won't have time to read it. But so we're living in a world of great denial. I want to, in the remaining time we have, I want to steer this a little bit towards the AI factor, and I wish I had the exact YouTube in front of me, because I watched a YouTube on it was about Star Trek and different classes of civilizations.
Okay.
Now, the people who write Star Trek and watch Star Trek do a lot of deep thinking. Some of them do. I became disenchanted with the Star Trek franchise after the end of The Next Generation. I enjoyed The Next Generation very much. It was very well produced, I thought. My favorite special effect, I used to tell Preston this, was when they were on the ship and you heard this kind of background hum. It was a background hum. Very subtle, not unpleasant to the ear, but you heard this kind of hum of the, whatever it was, the generator. I just thought that was a neat effect.
Yeah.
It was this like subtle sound. Like you'd hear a much more gross sound on a ship.
Yes.
It was tolerable, but I really loved that sound effect. It made you feel like you were on the ship.
Yes.
But anyway, I lost touch when they did this Deep Space Nine, and the Ferengi were always in there.
Well, most people did. A lot of people had complaints about Deep Space Nine. Believe me, I think it was the reason that you could appreciate the Next Generation was because it was the last Star Trek effort that Gene Roddenberry was involved with in any way. So it's kind of like that was once it was out of his hands with Deep Space Nine, it was basically also out of its element. But go on.
Well, I also like the Q. Yeah. Now I think this might have been a YouTube on the Q. It just popped up. I said, "Oh, Q." First, I thought it was Q, as in QAnon. I was wondering they're talking about the history of the Q. I thought they were going to talk about the history of the Q vis-a-vis what Douglas has taught us about Michael Aquino and QAnon. But no, this was going down Star Trek and the Q. Right. And of course, the Q is a fascinating character in The Next Generation, and he represents the continuum. And this was going into all the history of the Q as he appeared in the show. But then it went into different types of civilizations that had to do with positive civilizations and degenerate civilizations. And I think they were trying to portray the Q as a very degenerate part of civilization. Right. Although I'd have to watch it again to intelligently comment on it, except that what it was listing these different classes of civilizations, whereby there were, when the genetic manipulation comes into the fold, and society becomes far cry from what we know. Now we can't really claim that our history and all that we've known on this planet in terms of nature and women bearing children, growing up, eating off the land and the trees, and having babies, and males and females, copulating and enjoying each other, and all this stuff you think of as nature. This paradigm is changing. AI, what do they call it? The transgender, the binary, androgyny is becoming center stage, but it's also being mixed with AI and genetic manipulation, genetic programming, genetic food, genetically modified food. It's going into what appears to be a dystopia. Now, I'm sorry I can't classify this as well as they did on Star Trek, but they had some very deep thinkers, including Michio Kaku, but he added his 2 cents. I wouldn't call him a deep thinker, but I think he might have had some relevant things to say, at least for describing different types of civilizations. And there were positives and degenerate, but it's like we're all moving in a degenerate civilization. But this was interesting because it's bad news. Now, where they missed it, because I got a email from somebody who listens to this show when he can, and he's been a long time subscriber and email friend of mine for a long time, and he shared a dream with me, and it was about how time travel. They were going back in time using the time machine to go back and get food. There was real food, and for the first time ever, it made time travel. David Anderson's time reactor seemed to have a much more relevant reason for existing, because it's possible that we could become living in such a dystopia that we could no longer get food that's sustainable because of all the bioengineering and modification.
Right.
So going back in time to get what you lost, that fascinated me, because all of a sudden there was a great pragmatism to it. In other words, how bad are things going to get here? I can't say that it's going to turn into a dystopia, because I'm not that arrogant to assert that. It's certainly something we have to be cognizant of. I do have a friend who's a new friend, and I think she's probably listening right now, who has told me there's thousands of Buddhas being built, being born into this world.
Wow.
She's aware of it, and I'd like to think she's telling me the truth. She has a big visceral connection to the inner earth. So, just like say, we can't be harping on the negative all the time. There's certainly enough of it. You have to accept the positive. And this is a matter of denial. We can be denial of how bad it is, but we can also be in denial of how good it is, if we're only so opportunistic to open our eyes and see the gifts that have been laid before us, and be appreciative and gracious, rather than resentful of the medics who are walking up and down the street looking to give you a COVID shot or maybe something worse. Fortunately, we don't have that. But so I thought this was very profound, what these Star Trek overthinkers were thinking about.
Yes.
Because society is in a
flux
in a critical state.
Yes.
There's a lot of, there is progress. We don't always hear about the progress because they don't always want us to know about it, and they try and modify the progress, so it's transmuted into something less than desirable. I also watched a YouTube. Sounds like I'm watching a lot of YouTube. I don't really feel that I am, but it was a short one on Lovecraft and Cthulhu, and it was talking about writers and artists exploring the darkness where their rational logic cuts off, and they go into the realm of chaos and darkness, and they get lost. And it was actually a pretty decent video. There's been quite a few of them on Cthulhu. That's the only one I watched.
Right.
But this is where people lose their marbles because they encounter a force that they can't reconcile, they can't rationalize, and he said the problem is they'll dive into it rather than going away from it, or shying away from it, or running away from it. Of course, I don't have a hard time understanding it because in the key, it's directly from what I learned from Scientology, but what I learned in Scientology is only a echo of what is in science. And this has to do with the study of, what is it? Am I going to screw up the word? Entropy.
Okay.
Entropy. I get entropy sometimes in my own head confused with another word for momentum. But what is the word in physics for momentum?
Oh, I forget. It's momentum, right? I mean, kind of.
Yeah, but it's like it's the inherent thing carrying force. They are similar in a way. But in any case, entropy is when you have so much commotion, it creates more commotion.
Right. Okay.
In Scientology, they had a term for life force, which was Theta. They still do. Theta. Theta is free life force. It's life. You feel life. Everybody's happy. Then it's like, okay, my daughter would go swimming in the pool when she was young. She'd go with her friend and her friend's mom, or maybe with my wife. And so what are you doing home? She says, oh, somebody pooped in the pool. We all had to get out. They drained the pool.
Oh,
this would happen, too routinely. Some kid would, poop in the pool. Okay. So okay, everybody's there in the pool. They're all happy. They're all swimming. And then somebody poops in the pool, and we all got to get out. That's, in Scientology, would be called N-Theta. In other words, enturbulated, embroiled life force.
Right.
It screws up everything. Everybody's having a party, and then, somebody comes in and, starts a fight. That's N-Theta. Now, the ratio between Theta and N-Theta is very important, because if you have, like, say, 75% or a majority of Theta, it will disinterbulate the N-Theta. But if you have 75% N-Theta, it will take the free Theta and interbulate it, so everybody's in commotion. So if you have a family that's coming in, having fun, watching TV, the kids are playing, the wife's cooking, and the husband comes home, he had a bad day, and he starts cursing and swearing, and he's an alcoholic, he, starts hitting one of the kids, all of a sudden, that household goes from Theta to N-Theta. By the same token, you could have everybody sitting around there kind of depressed, and then, the father comes home and he's got gifts for everybody, and he's saying, hey, we're going to go on vacation next week. Everybody gets happy. It's the same thing. Cthulhu and all of this stuff is like, it's heavy negative stuff, and it will overwhelm a person. And a person only has so much free thing, auric field, and they can get overwhelmed by negativity, and they will become depressed. And there's this is mind, body, soul. Of course, vitamin D3 helps you in the winter time. You should take vitamin D3 to get some sunlight into your system.
That's
because
right.
You're not getting as much sunlight as you would it's a good counter for that. That's physiological. There's also mental, there's emotional, and this is stuff that, if you're on top of things, you can monitor. It also depends who you hang out with. I had a friend who was talking so much negativity about this one woman who she doesn't even really know. And I said, you shouldn't talk about her anymore. She says, yeah, that's what my kids say.
Wow.
Just like, it's like, why are you talking about this woman? You're depressing yourself.
Yeah.
And this woman was once a healer, good with herbs, good with everything. And she's just becoming old. She's not senile, but she's just old. She's too old. She should know better. For all the yoga she did, everything she did, fantastic healer. Now she's just being old and depressed. It's like, okay, we all, but anyway, pumping life into such people can be challenging. So when we talk about Cthulhu, you got to cut his tentacles off. You don't engage him. We're writing about him to show the extensive bullshit that has been perpetrated upon the American and world culture by Aquino, who thrives off this negativity. But see, when I was writing the book about the Presidio scandals in Aquino, that became too negative.
Yeah.
The entropy was too strong. I was getting consumed by it. Entering the dreams, I couldn't do it anymore. This is not good. So now I've switched it because we're now going for the gusto, which is expository and positive.
Yes.
We're talking about the Teclet blue. We're talking about the blue of the life force that we can associate with God. And this is positive because it's the human experience. You see the beauty of the blue sky.
Yes.
You see the beauty of the blue ocean. And of course, according to the stories, legends, etc., Cthulhu lies beneath the ocean. He's coming out to get you. It's really a boogeyman story.
Yes.
But it's a boogeyman that is unfortunately too real because it's believed in and been perpetrated by the U.S. military going back even to before Aquino.
Yes.
And has caused human suffering and thrives and feeds off human suffering. And this is where it becomes really important, because the Roswell Deception talks about all the deception, talks about all the human suffering. It doesn't go into the Edomites and the cults of Cthulhu, but this new book does.
Yes.
And it's really all comes down to, are you on the suffering train? And are you trying to relieve the suffering? It all comes down to that in the end. You're trying to relieve the suffering or augment the suffering. And this is the whole wheel of time, the Kala Chakra, the wheel of time. Now, Jonathan Gee had mentioned that, time is suffering by the nature of what it is. It's certainly, one can argue for that. And I make the argument that, the game is to relieve the suffering. And this can become a whole long debate. Every day, well, like when you're living out in the forest or the woods, you're trying to survive. That's the whole game, which means you got to get food, you got to eat, you got to stay warm, you want to be comfortable, so on and so forth. And then if you have a family, you have to, fight for the family. So there are many things you can do in life to make your survival more pleasing and go in the direction of pleasure and avoid suffering. Of course, suffering is something you're going to have to monitor and deal with. Like if you don't pay your bills, you're going to suffer. I heard of a old friend. I asked about her. He said, oh, she's about to lose her house. Oh, why? Well, she can't pay her bills.
Jesus.
Well, yeah, but she believes it's all going to end anyway. Now, she's believing,
Jesus.
well, it's going to end for her. I cut relations with this woman because she was into a cult, and when I say cult, it wasn't like.
Well, apparently it was a doomsday cult.
It was to a certain extent because the channel had all these tell the people, the world was going to end.
Yeah.
Or not, he didn't say the world was going to end. Sorry. There's going to be a big tidal wave. Long Island was going to be flattened. And one of my friends, went up to the Poconos, and his family went with him because they respected him. They were doing it to basically humor him.
Right.
And respect him. He wanted them to be up in the mountains. So when the flood came, it would not,
Well, basically, they were appeasing him. Yes, go on.
Yeah, appeasing him. This guy, very sharp, psychically, metaphysically, but on this point, he was just downright stupid.
Yes.
And, okay, so, the flood didn't happen. The tsunami didn't level Long Island. And, of course, what the channel said was, this was a boot camp. This was a boot camp to get you ready.
Oh, God.
Now, it's a creative response. But they continue to listen to him. And this is a big problem with channels. Not only do they lie and misdirect and mislead, people will still believe in them after they do. This is very common. So this woman, believes that it's all going to come to an end. Val Valerian, the author of The Matrix, not the author, more of a compiler, those Matrix books. Mm-hmm. I used to sell many of them. Never had time to read them. He was talking about we're all moving into fourth density once. In other words, this reality as we know it is not going to be here. So I says, does that mean I don't have to pay my mortgage? He says, yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
And I think it was at least the second time his projections had proved wrong, and he kind of just disappeared off the face of the earth.
Of course.
Maybe he went into fourth density. I don't know, but he didn't. He stopped, his publishing, and people were disappointed they couldn't get his books anymore. But I'd always maintained a communication with him for over a decade. But he just, oh yeah, no, you won't have to pay more. Of course, I didn't believe for a minute.
Thank you.
That I wouldn't, I could just let my mortgage go and say, we're moving into fourth density or fifth density, whatever it was. I'm in this density. And until I leave this density. But people are, they often believe in things that aren't true.
Yes.
I've seen this with many Scientologists who've died, and they are believers. They're believing in a paradigm. And from my perspective, their world paradigm view is errant.
Yes.
They're believing in Santa Claus. They're believing in Christianity. They're believing in Islam. They have a belief system that is just what would I say? Less than desirable from my perspective.
Yes.
In other words, do you, like, you know, the kid believing in Santa Claus, even when he knows Santa Claus isn't real? Okay, he's going to have a good time. He's going to get some gifts. That's fine. And maybe such a person will get their gifts in the afterlife. How can you say? How can you evaluate what's going to happen to that person? It's really none of your business, and you don't really know. But there were a lot of things that I could see where, in my opinion, they were coming up short. I don't know if it's like rooting for a sports team. You want the team to win, and it wins. And suppose you're real passionate. These people, you know, paint themselves colors and stuff. I never understood that. You know, I'd go to a game. I'd watch it. I didn't want to clap. I just want to watch it, be entertained by it. Like what's my clapping going to do in a crowd of 50,000 people? Nothing. I want to watch the game. I get a little irritated. Well, when I was smaller, people stand up and I can't see. But I want to watch the game, and maybe I get excited. But you know, people, you know. But anyway, so their sports team wins. Oh, wait, they're elated, and then the sports team loses. Oh, they're dejected. Like, I remember my friend Doug, who you met. I said,
yeah,
his daughter moved up to Seattle, and she was a big Seattle fan when they lost the Super Bowl. I said something. Well, are you gonna, you know, I don't know. He mentioned how, you know, no, she was pretty glum. She was pretty glum when Seattle lost. It was a devastating loss. I remember it. It was Paula's first Super Bowl in America.
Wow.
She could have cared less. I remember wherever.
I was about to say.
No. I was in. She was. It was going to be the guy who was her first employer. We were at his house watching the Super Bowl with a bunch of guys, but I remember that, and it went down to the wire. But anyway, it's like, okay, so you lose. Okay, so what happens? It's like, what's this belief in this team? This team it has no connection to you. You're just watching it and you're affiliating yourself with it. So you feel good if it works. You feel bad if it doesn't win. And then, okay, so the person dies, and what's going to happen to him? Oh, it feels good. Oh, it feels bad. Who the hell knows? But it's like, you know, what's the belief? Rather than, you know, you pass and you pass. You can think anything you want, and then what do you deal with? It's okay. So you go to a new country, as I've had occasion to do, and is somebody going to pick you up who you're expecting? You hope they do. Sometimes they show up. Sometimes they don't show up. I remember you have to be on your toes. I was like in Romania one time and at the airport in Bucharest, and I'm like, what? I can't find anybody. There's somebody supposed to pick me up. So where is nobody? And it's a driver. I don't know who they are. And then I see, finally, I look in the back, I see this guy holding up a piece of paper, and it's blank. What's he holding up blank paper? I go up and I look at the paper, and it says, he's got it reversed. He's holding up the blank side, but because it's in felt pen, I can see to the other side, and it's backwards. It says Peter Moon on it.
Oh my God.
But he's out to lunch. He's holding up the blank side.
Oh God.
And I said, oh, that's Peter Moon. I said, oh, and I point to him. And, oh, okay. And I get my ride. But this was after like a half hour. I couldn't find the guy.
Oh my God. It's so frustrating. I mean, that's just so disgusting.
Well, yeah, but I became hyper vigilant.
Yes.
Because I was trying to get phone call. I couldn't call anybody. The phones was very frustrating. But I figured it out. So I could believe somebody was going to pick me up. And I did believe it until there was nobody there. And then I had to get smart and vigilant. And I solved the problem. I would say I'm very well trained in such a situation, but nevertheless, what do you do? What do you do? So I'm saying is like, when you can believe in, Christ's going to come save you. He's going to protect you. Maybe he will. Maybe your ideas are going to work. Maybe they won't. This is something, and of course, strong belief, a real strong belief can override anything. But it's like you're basically saying, I believe this is the way this is. And who can say that it is this way? I suppose that's the challenge that everybody makes. And I can only evaluate it by saying, if I had the belief systems of some of these people, I wouldn't feel very confident. I can go up to the plate and hit against the best pitcher in baseball. No, it's like, if I that's arrogance, especially somebody like myself who hasn't swung a bat in so many decades that it would be foolhardy. But nevertheless, people can believe whatever they want to believe, and I guess it's all our singular approach. Now, I wanted to also address the rhetoric of Jesus. Very interesting. I would have dug up some good quotes here and whatnot. You go into the Bible, and I can only paraphrase here. I don't have stuff in front of me. But we get into this very rhetorical, semantic, sensitive area with the conviction, the charges brought against Jesus and the conviction of Jesus. And it all comes down to that he's saying things he shouldn't say, because what he's saying is verboten. It's forbidden. He shouldn't say that he's the Son of God or that he is God or whatever, that he is the law. He shouldn't say this. And by saying this, he sets himself up to, be condemned and crucified and all this. And they try to give him an out, but he won't take the out. He won't use the rhetoric to relieve these people of the sins they're going to commit against him. He won't let them off the hook. He says, if you don't, this is a paraphrase, if you don't accept me for what I am and who I am, you're going to kill me. And this is the way it should be. You would, from a humane viewpoint, you'd say, maybe if you reworded your message, and first off, you wouldn't be killed. But why do you have to force these people to kill you? To prove you are who you are. And the reason this is important to contemplate and this is kind of a existential, theological exploration of the subject we know from Douglas as grimoire, the grammar.
Yes.
Grammar has everything to do with the rhetoric and the language, the semantics of what are being used. Say, well, I am the Son of God. I have the answers. If you believe in the divinity, you'll be free. It's time to, here's the good news. And they're saying, well, we hear you, but you can't say this because you're a complete contradiction to everything that we know and have believed in. And if you're going to free us and, you know, get us back in touch with the divinity, you've got to come in a different way than you're coming. This presentation is not going to be acceptable to us. It's not acceptable. And he's saying, well, it is what it is, and you're rejecting me. Now, it seems like they're not being given a fair chance, or it's not being explained adequately enough, or perhaps he hasn't performed enough miracles for them to see. It's just this very sensitive point, whereas I'm discussing here the actual paradigm, like, you know, and then why is all this judgment being cast on this? Because he's stirring up the pot. And of course, there are much more vicious dynamics at work here. But when you see, but even the way the Bible explains things, there is a certain amount of respect and etiquette afforded him to take himself off the hook. Definitely. But he doesn't take himself off the hook. Instead, he puts them on the hook. And it invites comparisons of masochism and sadism. It's like, let the sadism unleash itself upon me. Does it have to be this way? Any comments?
No, I think that you've expressed it articulately enough. It's certainly a situation where it's all or nothing. Just take it or leave it, and as you say, it's something that people were simply incapable of comprehending at the time. So I mean, the point's made there.
Yes, and it's like an anvil. It's like a hammer on an anvil. Boom!
Yeah.
I'm the God.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
It's very Jehovah-like.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, you know, this is it. And, you know, in all fairness, this is sometimes what life confronts us with. And I want to make a comparison right there to Mary Sue Hubbard, L. Ron Hubbard's wife, who was basically had a proverbial gun put to her head she was basically convicted by stipulation. Mm-hmm. There was no trial. There was a stipulation that her and the Scientology 9 admitted to conspiracy to burgle government offices. And it was basically done under the threat of, if you accept this stipulation, it's unheard of to have a stipulation like they did. And rather than a trial in a formal, typical conviction, she was convicted, but by stipulation. And he said, if you admit and you take this stipulation, we're going to go soft on you instead of, you know, putting you into jail, et cetera, et cetera. Now, they did go soft on her.
Right. No, this is within the Scientology system. What is there?
This is not within the Scientology system. This is within the U.S. court system.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, there we are. That's where I was getting confused.
The U.S. court system. This is not within Scientology. This is the U.S. courts.
Okay. Holy shit.
Yeah. So she was put in a soft minimum
Security.
Yeah.
kind of.
minimum. Yeah,
A
it was
Martha
it was-
Stewart prison.
Yeah, I don't think she spent but 6 months there. I don't think
Okay.
she spent very long.
Oh wow.
But it ruined her life.
Oh my God. Wow. How? What happened after that?
Well, well, first off, now I think this whole thing went on for a long time, but basically, she lost control of the church to Miscavige, and she fought him, but she finally gave up, and that ruined her because now she was under his control. She had a nice house in, I think it was the Los Feliz district of LA, near south of the observatory. It was where my daughter lives now. It's like she had a nice house in that area. I believe it was that area. But
Okay.
and she lived comfortably, like, and she was taken care of, but she had no power. She got cancer.
Oh God.
She got cancer, breast cancer, and she eventually died of cancer.
Oh.
She had some involvement with her kids, but it was not. She had no power. She was like, and she was very despondent. I heard that Hubbard never said a kind word about her or any word about her. Didn't say hello. Didn't write to her after a certain point. She
This
felt
happened
abandoned.
while Hubbard was still alive.
Oh yeah. She died. She outlived him by, many years. 15 years. But the thing is, this is the mistake she made, and it's a tough. Well, other than the mistake she made to get herself in trouble, but the basic mistake she made to get in trouble is they didn't want to quarrel with the government. The government didn't like them and went after them because they were a threat to the government.
Right.
So basically, the big mistake they had is they had all of their files and all of their secret ops in probably at least 2 locations, which were raided. One was the church in Hollywood at the what's now the Celebrity Center, called the Fifield Manor or Chateau Elysee. That's where they had the Guardian's office. They had all the materials there. They had other materials in D.C., Washington, D.C. On, I think it was July 7th, 1977, they raided the D.C. Scientology church and the one in Hollywood. And they took all these materials, which basically showed their operations. Omar Garrison, reporter who was supposed to write L. Ron Hubbard's biography, warned them to get all the materials. Don't have any sensitive materials. Get them out. Don't have them. They were arrogant, and they had all these materials that led to their trouble. Very, very bad decision on their part to leave their materials there. On the ship, they weren't going to raid the ship, but these operations were getting very critical for the government. Scientology was becoming too effective in their secret operations to fight back against the government. But the thing is, they had so much information on the government, and then that never gets talked about. But they had really threatening information. And Mary Sue Hubbard's big problem was when she threatened one of the Scientology operatives who had snuck into the IRS building, had all these documents, and then he was on the run. And they had him in a safe house in LA, and he was getting tired of being a prisoner to the Scientologists, because he was a Scientologist, but he said, this is too much. And he was under too much guard because they didn't want him to flip. And she made a threat to him that if he didn't cooperate, he'd be cut off of his upper levels forever. And she overestimated, besides putting in writing, which was not a smart thing to do, she overestimated her ecclesiastical power and influence over this man, because he says, you know what? I'm safer with the FBI. He went to the FBI and flipped.
Oh my God. And
that caused that gave a justification for the raid. They were unable to, the whole search warrant story is a whole nother trip I won't go into now. But That was a mistake on her part. She overestimated her ecclesiastical influence over this man, and she left a written record. And plus they left all the documents in where they could be, raided and seized. But to me, the biggest mistake she made, in my opinion, and it's easy for me to say this because I wasn't in her position, is when she was, but rather than just do this stipulation, she should have held up her middle fingers to the government and said, okay, send me away forever. Let's have a trial. I'm going to show all the shit you've been doing to us. We're going to fight this. I've got attorneys up the kazoo. You want to do this? Let's do this in an open trial. Let's put this into the court record and let's fight it. Okay? Mm-hmm. That is the hard choice, but I think it would have been a much better choice for her because she would have embarrassed the government, even if she lost. And they might have let her alone. Because when you start litigating against the church and you start going after the church and the church is bringing up what you did, it is like a hot potato. They forced her to do this and persuaded her. And she signed away her own, which amounted to her long, slow death warrant. Yeah. Because she was not a happy person.
Right.
She lost her position. She lost her influence. She got cancer. She lost her husband. And although she did have failings, I think she could have, went down on her sword, so to speak. She would have had nothing to lose, in my opinion. And she could have fought and gone down in flames, which would have been better. And she might not have gone down in flames at all.
Right.
You might have seen the government turn course. And it's easy for me to say that. And it's easy for me to say it because I'm not under the threat. So I can look at it more objectively. But looking at the alternative, wow. And she was very much under the influence of L. Ron Hubbard's doctrine, opinions, and she pledged to do everything she could to keep him safe and to be his guardian and support him. She really believed in him. And, that's a choice she made. But when it comes to, and I was comparing her, it's like, man, when you're in a position, sometimes it's more beneficial to take the harder route. That's what you have with the Christ story. He takes the harder path, the tougher path. That can be easily interpreted as masochistic and letting everybody sadism. It's not a pretty picture. It's not a pretty picture at all. And I don't know that it was even the right way to go. If I was rewriting the story, I'd rewrite it differently. I'd use different rhetoric. I'd use different grammar, different grimoire. That's just me. But in her case, she could have, I'm saying she could have fought, and she had a lot of resources. She was a smart lady, but she was afraid that the punishment would be too harsh. And the punishment she had was horrible.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like, so that's an example. So what are the choices one has in life? Of course, we're fortunate. We're not in either one of those positions.
Yes.
But what we're trying to, I guess what you'd say, reveal in this book is the jamming of the messianic frequency. What is the jamming of the frequency? And of course, this is Cthulhu jams the frequency, all of its agents, ranging from, Franklin Roosevelt to Michael Aquino, and exposing these things. And then we'll be exploring how this gets into the consciousness of artificial intelligence and the art elect and whatnot. Yes. This is where we'll be going with this book. And of course, we'll be touching on it here in the future broadcasts. I don't know when.
I mean, it's it just evolves organically. I think we did a wonderful job covering that wonderful Japanese fan of yours and his response. And I think that when it comes to the art elect and or artificial intelligence in general, the subject or the personality of yourself, the Dietrich art elect, it kind of has a way of inserting itself when
it'll come to the forefront, and that's what I'm looking forward to, because it's like this is all a preamble. It took me 5 years to be able to really communicate to you. That's a preamble, and then the Roswell book is a preamble to this, and it's like we're all going somewhere. But today, the big revelation was that maybe time travel will become an absolute necessity for practical use. In other words, obtaining food. Maybe we're having to go back in time because things have gotten so crazy. I never looked at it that way before.
Well, I can only pray it would never get that bad. That's so bad.
Well, certainly one would hope. Yeah. But by the other side, it does offer a saviorship.
Yeah.
It does offer a saviorship, a potential saviorship. And, when things come into things happen. Nature has a way of making things work. And it's often been said that, the so-called grays are, diminutives from the future, and they're coming back to try and, figure out what went wrong, to put it mild.
Popular culture. Yeah. Go on.
I mean, but whatever. It's life. There's many solutions that can appear, and whatnot. So I got half of the corrections done that we made on the book. I want to finish them, wrap them up, and then I can get started on completing chapter 7. Yes. And I look forward to that.
Yes,
finishing that chapter up. Things are very busy. It's tax time right now for me.
Oh my God, that's right.
And there's all sorts of, cogitations and situations and stuff like that that one has to do when you have a business. But okay, so I guess unless there's anything, you want to go through the chat room if there's anything to ask before I go?
Let's take a look, and I think that's a capital idea. Shout out to Douglas Marks and Entertainment Hub. Basically, there's been a lot of interaction inside of the chat room where they were reflecting upon what you were sharing, that the conflicts that goes on is the male and female inside of you, according to Entertainment Hub. Light is knowledge, love is creativity, and hate is destruction, love is creativity, etc. So they were all reflecting on much of what you were sharing, and I think that it's profound that somebody has put out a book connecting Charles Manson to the military, entertainment, intelligence, occult complex. There are so many industries that are infected by the American military. And certainly there was also the other aspect of the individual who's involved in such a way that he's hidden from it all. Roman Polanski, from that whole sordid affair, and he of course is someone who I'm convinced was involved in getting rid of Sharon Tate through other agents, other assets, to just basically take the suspicion or responsibility away from himself.
That's true. He's a pretty sordid individual because she was pregnant with his baby. I assume it was his baby.
Yeah. I mean,
that could be a justification, but I mean that's pretty sick if it's the case.
Right. I mean, nothing justifies killing a person like that, but yeah. But in his mind, it might be. You know, that might be the case if it was not his baby. So, and I would suspect that there was a chance there it was not. You know, so it's yeah. Altogether, based on his past and history from that point, it seems like it would be part of that continuity of his level of sleaze and evil. So that being said, yeah. Other than that, I'm glad that you got familiar with that work, and I don't think there's any particular questions in the chat room, but we did a great job tonight. We did a great job handling everything that we did, and you had that wonderful Japanese dinner and some sake. And did they serve it warm? That's how sake can be.
It's warm, and you know, I have to say that I don't even. I mean, I barely feel it. I barely felt it then. Yeah. Paula told me not to drink it too fast. Right. Because I'm not a sipper when I'm not used to drinking wine, so I'm not used to sipping stuff.
Interesting. Okay.
But no, I can kind of feel it, but it's very light. It's not like I suppose I can feel it, but it's pretty light.
Right. Well, anyhow, you were wonderful, and love you dearly. Share that love with Paula, and we'll have you back on your birthday. Are you up for that?
Yeah, I'll be here.
Oh, fabulous! And we look forward to that. And so, enjoy yourself, and we'll have Peter with us on his birthday, and Brooke will be with us earlier in the evening, the opening hour, and then after Peter leaves that birthday night, and it'll be her birthday. So she'll probably be with us throughout the night that night. And you know, depending on what happens and where where things take us. So hopefully she gets to talk to you about what happened to her car before then, and maybe different.
Hopefully the problem will be all over for her, because that's not a fun problem to have.
Yeah. And and what I had, of course, just starting tonight was a big stressor, but thanks to Aristides Uranus. Am I saying that name correctly finally?
You're right. Aristides Uranus.
Okay.
Uranus. Yeah, I would say it that way. He can correct us. You can call him Ari too.
Okay.
Ari.
Great. Yes, thanks to him, I was able to get my supply of diesel, beer and Coke to fuel me throughout the night. And with that, I'm normalizing. So blessed be, dear Peter. Take care for now.
Okay. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night. And that was Peter Moon, guidebooksusa.com. We're going to go straight to stream in any moment. Then I'll try and reestablish call. We're going to see how that works. Okay. So wish me luck, people. We're going to poke around. Okay. All right. Oh my God, you answered. I won't keep you too long, honestly. We're just going to hopefully have you share with us a bit of your time for a few minutes, and during which time I can just kind of transition into monologue. Let me try and add some other people to the call, my lovely lady. So so Peter had been basically talking about how he hopes that your automobile problem is all over by your birthday, because this is no fun at all, and what little hints we've had of it. Oh my God, I'm just so concerned. And let's bring some other people on. And in the meantime, dear lady, in terms of other things going on. How's the weather where you're at as compared to, what I'm dealing with? Anything?
I mean, great. It's great. It's like there's not rain, so I can totally get out and walk 4 miles to the store and back.
Yeah. Real Ian West says there's something going on with his headphones or something. Isn't that always the case? Doesn't he always call you?
What he said. So he said that 4 hours ago, and yes, it's always like that. And that's what I told you. I was like, I know what you're saying, Ian. Like, you might as well just call him, and then I'll just relay what he's saying, because he's just gonna be like, fuck, oh shit, oh damn it, oh god, excuse me, I'm sorry, fuck, what the fuck is going on?
Why do I find that so funny? It's oh my god. And now I'm trying to add, where's Mark H? That's for some reason he gets harder.
It's funny because I've done it before, and literally, and even better, like better than that, like that's it, like just after hearing him in any recent time, and then I can't hear him, and he's going, "Can you hear?" What he's doing is he's going, like I can see, I'm like, I can't hear what you're saying, and he's messaging me, "Can you hear me?" And I'm like, "Nope," but I know exactly what you're probably saying.
Oh, delightful. You gotta admit, he's something else. And okay, we'll see if we can get other people who are something else. Well, we have Amy Como with us.
Wasn't he saying his headphones still aren't working? Because I thought he said they were working now.
Let me take a look at what exactly he said.
I didn't even read it because I was just done with that whole call.
We'll speak of that later. I'm going to see if I can even recover what it was he said. But he'll be available to tell us soon enough, I suspect. In fact, he's here right now. And, as is George Knight, as is Amy Como. Now, ladies first, of course. So
Ian's here because I'm here and he's in love, and George is here because he's in love with you, and Amy's here because she's just must be crazy to come back. I would not come back to this show ever after. Never mind, I'm not going there.
And Sammy Romero's in the middle of a meeting, right? You scared George away.
Whatever. Just be used to me saying that you're in love with the mate. Like I completely clarified that I did not say gay love. I just meant in love.
Oh my god. So ladies first. Amy, dear lady.
Actually, you know why I scared George away? Because he was like, "Fuck, Brooke's here." I thought this was the night she wasn't coming on.
Oh, what? Wait, that night's supposed to be after your birthday. The Sunday after your birthday.
I know. I'm telling you, he has it circled on a calendar with a little party hat. You bring him on a video, he's probably going to have one of those little hats on, like the little,
Oh, honey, that's, at any rate, Amy, let's test your audio. Hi.
Can you hear me?
We hear you fine.
Yes, we hear you great.
Now I want to apologize to both you lovely ladies. And now Ian left. You scared him off too.
Maybe Amy scared him off. That's what it was. He was, I can't handle 2 women on me.
Yeah, yes. Oh, he's back.
But Ian says he has like 3 women in the bed, so I don't know.
He said 5. He said 5. They're probably charging him group rates. And but that being said, either that or they football piled him because he promised.
I can't. Bring him on. I have something to say about his bed in a minute. He knows. Go ahead and let Amy finish.
Yes, Amy. So, Amy, honey, I want to apologize to both you lovely ladies. You both held the opening hour, and it's all my fault. I tried to mute. And
Can you just stop it? Can you just stop right now? There's nothing. You've said that twice on a message. There's nothing. We didn't hear you. Okay. I don't know what you keep saying. It was all your fault. You just need to shut this conversation down right now, or it's gonna go.
There were people who kept complaining about the weird noises. And
no, it was not. It was just we had a problem with Amy's microphone going now, and the only other weird noise was complaining with the. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, right. Good point. We'll talk about that later. Oh my god. So Amy.
It's just the signal up here is so patchy. Like I couldn't even hear. Like I could tell that Peter was like being sharp with me the way New Yorker fathers would be. and I just couldn't hear him. So I was like, well, all right. Like I couldn't hear him. And then I was talking, but like I didn't know, I couldn't hear the response. So it's just how it is.
And that,
you know?
Is that kind of like what set him off? Kind of, you think? I mean,
that I just didn't really hear what he was saying.
Maybe,
Couldn't answer his question.
Maybe because I noticed he was talking about gratefulness and ungrateful people. It was odd. It was, we'll go over that later. We'll go over that another time. Ian's not with us right now, but I'm sure he'll join us back in a minute when he's ready for more punishment. Yeah, he's like, that was the best.
His microphone, I'm sure, is not working. I have no doubt he tried to talk 5 times. We didn't hear him. And he was like, fuck. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Damn it. Shit, what the fuck? And he's trying to hook shit together and fuck. Yeah.
Most of the time, it's these weird noises where the microphone or the headphones are brushing against his frizzy hair. And it sounds like he's on a cell phone and he takes it and rubs it against his pubes, kind of like against a scouring pad. It's up with that pube effect.
That's not what it sounds like.
What does it sound like then?
No, nobody wants to think of that. Nobody wants to think about that. Nobody.
Oh my God, he's too scared to come on. That's what it is.
Yes, honey. Okay, I'll try and stay away from the obscenities, but it's so tempting and it is fun. And so darling, up there where you're at, this is something that I will reiterate. And we'll see if I get it right. Amy can correct me. But basically, when Amy came on at first, and when we held the Ouija board out, and we got her voice from the other side of the curtain, she basically came across seance style, and she said something to the effect of, "I am in a kind of militia survivalist mode or experience, and that you do have a bit of a shelter or maybe even a bunker, and that so did I get all that right, or was that miscommunication? What were you saying?"
Well, no, it's a camp. It's seasonal, but it's for seasonal. It's like my parents dumped all this money into this place, and it's still a camp. It's still just like they could have given me the money and I could have done.
What was their vision? Well,
no, my parents are just like that kind, like they watch a lot of cable TV and they had all these shows telling them you can just flip a house, just put some fancy thrift store curtains up and you'll get $45,000 more than you spent. And, just.
Can you hear me now?
There he is. There he is. I can hear you, Ian.
The whole fucking time.
I'm going to go on mute.
We're not doing that the whole time. I knew that's what he was doing.
Yeah. Yes.
I have a shelter. We've been trying to sell it for 7 years.
Your parents basically purchased a dump? There's some structure on this property, or they just bought property that was...
This is like it's so hard to explain because like Vermont has this culture of summer homes.
Okay.
Like our family on both sides, we all have summer lake homes where we just descend in the summer.
Okay, so you're just a rich bitch.
No. I haven't worked in 7 years. I've just been trying to sell this shack.
But wait a second, honey. If you haven't worked in 7 years, you've got to have some kind of backing, some kind of financial kind of mattress. I'll use that term again since we used it earlier.
That's our new term for everything, huh? The mattress.
The mattress. Yeah. The mattress. Yes.
She has the mattress. She kills UPS men and Brad keeps them under there.
Yeah. I'd like to kill the UPS man. He keeps bringing me mail for somebody who doesn't frickin' live here. I've been here 7 years. This guy doesn't live here. Stop bringing me his mail.
Unless you're going to bring me his check or his Amazon packages, stop fucking bringing it.
I get the Amazon packages. I can't even return them at the post. Like, I have to pay.
I would never return them. I would open them and I would take them.
Yeah. Why don't you just
open them?
I
flew out to California and took Douglas's Rolex and flew back here.
Oh, yeah. Mail thieves. I'm not a mail thief. If you're so dumb you don't know where you live, you don't deserve to get this mail.
That's my point. No, I'm not a mail thief. I wouldn't fly out there because I know no one's going to send him a Rolex. But
Douglas,
I'm
Douglas,
saying if
you
my
know what time it
if
is.
someone accidentally delivers a roll, like I do to my neighbors, but I will get theirs, and obviously to my neighbors I'll give it to them. You know, if it's like 2 Bradwell and we have.
I asked. Like I'm from this area. I know everybody on this strip of the lake. I know everybody, and I know who's lived here before me, and their names aren't this guy's name. So I'm just in this shack, but they put all this money into it, so it has like a radiant heat floor, which is awesome, especially when you're a yoga teacher and you just want to lay on your back all day.
Holy fucking
It's
shit!
great.
What? I've never even heard of this. Radiant heat floor. Now I have
not heard
in
of
a
that.
shack.
I do believe you haven't heard of that. You don't even have a toilet that half works.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we need to switch the conversation into where do you want to live? Because Douglas, I have been listening to you for a long time, and I want you to move out of the crypt so bad. And when you do, it'll give me hope that I can leave this place.
Here's the thing: Douglas has never given up because he might move out, but that it will only be moving out when he can move out, and this one also will keep the crypt up because he is determined that the crypt has to stay as a storage facility.
Which Amy likes that idea. Amy likes that idea, right, Amy? Or wasn't? No?
Well, I appreciate that, like, your mom and dad were there. Like, all their stuff is there still, yeah?
Yeah. So it's basically because the rent is under. The rent is
super cheap. We don't have places that cheap here in Vermont.
Right. Comparatively speaking, $882 a month.
You
right
don't
now.
have any freaking heat. That would be that's a sin where I live. Like, if you don't have heat here, you're gonna die.
Yeah, no, it's true, and a person could conceivably die here as well. I assure you.
I mean, well, conceivably, before this thing that is now apparently God taking over, like Christians would say, oh, they're taking California out. I'm sure that's going through things. Like that would be. I'm sure if you were to look up the conspiracy theories on that, it's going through right now. You see the California, they're flooding. God is flooding them now because they are also liberal. But yeah, so he dried them out, and now he's gonna flood them. The flood coming.
Oh my God.
But yeah, I mean, y'all don't have water normally either. So like, people about heat, you don't even have water usually. Now you got fucking too much of it.
Well, for what it's I mean, it's weird. It's obviously as weird as hell. But so that being said, Amy's given us kind of a overview, but she said she knows everybody who lives on that lake strip. I bet I know her neighbors.
Does she know Bernie Sanders?
Bernie Sanders.
Listen. Bernie Sanders is not a Vermonter.
Okay.
Well,
that jerk got into the Senate and just wrote it out. Like, we don't even like him. He's a freaking.
Well, I'll tell you what. I trade you out. You can have Lindsey Graham. I'll take Bernie Sanders.
No, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I agree. They're all geriatric. Why do we keep putting these geriatric people in charge of everything?
Well, at least Bernie Sanders knows his sexuality and is honest about it.
Bernie Sanders cruises Church Street in Burlington looking for smack and underage girls.
Hey, that's my man right there. If you are that age, you can wear mittens to the fucking president. You're wearing mittens. You don't give a shit how you fucking look. Then you will go get fucking high and are cool enough to get a fucking bitch or even care enough to get pussy at that age. Like, you are the man.
Yeah.
Like, take Lindsey Graham and you just tell me, just take him for a week, and then you tell me, oh, please give me Bernie back, please. I love the Bernie.
Bernie Sanders is, just to let people know how wretched Bernie Sanders is, there's only one thing you need to know. That fucker was in the Soviet Union at the time just before of its collapse. And he was there in the days of Mikhail Gorbachev.
So during your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Thanks, bitch.
You're gonna put my Bernie Sanders down. Don't you shut up. My daughter, I'll bring her down here right now. I'll go wake her up, and I swear to God, you will be like, Brooke, I never knew you were so nice to me.
I believe you.
She got mad I didn't vote for Bernie.
Oh my God, you're kidding me. You are kidding me. Yeah, kids were falling for that old commie. Yeah, he came back just before the Soviet Union collapsed.
My God, I swear to God, say one more thing, I'll get her on the fucking phone. I'll be like, she said kids are falling for you.
And he said, I have seen the future. and it is the Soviet Union. That shows you how fucked that guy is. That's how we
That
know.
was a long fucking old ass time ago. Here's the thing. We are sitting here right now with a president that, again, we all would rather have than Trump. I'm pretty sure. Would you rather have Biden than Trump? I mean, you got two choices.
I would, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you would rather have Biden than Trump.
Of course.
Then you have to go back to, well, Biden was a fucking racist, fucking, and homophobe, and every fucking thing else. You can't just go back. Like, you want to go back to what everything everybody said. I would love to go back to some shit you fucking said in your 20s, in your fucking 30s, and some shit you fucking did. Wish we had all of that on fucking recording.
Yeah, but there's a difference. Bernie Sanders is frozen in time. It's
well,
like
he didn't have thick enough mittens until this year.
Yeah, this is like the politics in Vermont is like that. We're the 14th state. We had Howard Dean. Do you remember Howard Dean?
I
Oh,
do.
God. That's what, again, why are you complaining? Again, you still, Bernie Sanders is I'm just, unless you're very Republican, I don't know. Like Howard Dean, I mean, like, blow my brain.
What do I remember? All I remember him, but I don't remember what his trip was.
Oh, God.
Out of the race for president because he made some cowboy noise, and everybody in the media was just like, we can't have that for our president.
Well, it was before Trump, but he was also like a pre-Trump person that was also just a complete, like, douchebag is all I can
Well, all I remember about him, now that you mentioned the cowboy noise, is I remember this. He was like, yeah, we're going to take this state, we're going to take that state. And then he made a noise that sounded something like a strangled chicken.
Wasn't he a doctor as well?
Yeah.
Didn't you say he was a doctor?
Yeah,
he's a doctor.
He was a doctor.
That's right.
Yeah, he played that shit up really big. Like, he was like, yeah, it's like, you know what? I love you to play with your surgeon skills if you were going to be my fucking surgeon. Also, you're not. So you're going to play up some other skills there besides your woo-haws and your surgeon.
Yeah, I couldn't do justice to it. But you know what? Funny bit of trivia here. The son of Mel Brooks, Max Brooks, who I actually personally met, he wrote the book World War Z, and which is completely different from the film. But the film is just really whacked because of reasons I've gone into before about the neutron bomb. The film is almost like predictive programming.
My right breast is hurting.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's it sounds like because the dog is nursing on it.
No, like, I'm seriously, I think I'm having a heart attack. Like, I've been doing this forever. Like, I was asking for every any woman out there's ever had that. Entire shooting pain.
If it makes you feel any better, a heart attack doesn't last that long, and it doesn't.
I know. So so then I'm like, do I have cancer maybe in my boob?
Cancer doesn't hurt.
So what is causing all the shooting pain through my breast?
Well,
like the entire breast is shooting.
I would ask an MD, but it doesn't strike me.
I know. I just felt like we were talking about Howard Dean, and I would mention it.
Right. Thank you. Of course, because he could diagnose it for us. Yes.
No, maybe he was listening, and some of his supporters would just be on here and like.
Yes. Well. Our man. Where was I? Oh yes. So Max Brooks. He wrote about in World War Z, his novel, the black Jamaican guy who held up his vial of his own urine and said it was weapons of mass destruction and got us involved in the Gulf War. What was his name again? General Colin Powell. He in his novel, General Colin Powell is president and Howard Dean is vice president. Just a bit of trivia there for you. So there you go. It's really stupid.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure my boob was more interesting.
Yeah.
This is after midnight. This is Brooke after midnight.
Yes.
Well, it is. It's been hurting. Like, I'm not kidding. I wasn't gonna say this out loud, but like,
Put a
seriously,
magnet on it.
No, and I'm not drinking or anything. Like, this is because he knows when I'm drinking, I get a little too much. But I literally, it's just been hurting for like an hour and a half. So it's like I'm sitting here listening to y'all, and I am very much. It's hard for me to not spout out what I'm thinking or feeling.
So I understand. And
it's hurting pretty bad.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, it's Well, for what it's worth, again.
I mean, like, I would love it if there was somebody biting on it or some good reason, but there's not.
Okay, so, and this is obviously something new in your life. This seems like a new development in your life, so.
Yeah, it's very new. It just happened last, like, hour and a half. Like, it just started coming on, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And it hasn't stopped. It's just shooting through my And a woman knows, like, if you have boobs more than like a really flat chest, you know, like it's not my chest actually. That's why I never thought it was Arctic.
Right.
It's the actual breast. Like it's completely shitty.
That makes me worry less. Okay, so we know it's not a heart attack. We know it's not cancer. I mean, those are general givens right there. I mean, you know, it may be either one of those or both, but the chances are highly unlikely.
Yeah, you're such a great doctor. Here's what you just said. You know what? You know what? You are the exact doctor I fucking had. My dad's just spoke. He's like, I'm like, Dad, I need to go to a doctor, and I'm an adult now. It's like fucking 18, 19. He's like, you can go to my doctor, and I went to his doctor, who I did not know he was seeing to get pain medication. Yeah. So basically, this guy was an idiot. Is what I'm saying. Like my dad, like
worse yet, he tried to fill you up. Yeah, go on.
No, he didn't. What I'm saying was an idiot. I didn't know to get pain medication. My dad actually does have arthritis and has, but he was getting some pain medication from him. So I'm like, I told him later, I'm like, that's the only reason you went to that idiot. There's no fucking other reason.
Well, we got Ian West for that.
Because I went in there
for the pain meds.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
This is a horrible story, but you know, I'll tell you my redneck stories any day of the week.
Yeah.
So that's when I told you I dated that bad people, and I was literally in my car, and I had driven through it, and there was I was driving in my car, and this woman who was like fucking 40, she was my mom, and she came to my fucking car, and I was like, fuck you. We were having a little argument, you know, just like a little redneck fucking thing. I don't even remember over what. It was basically, she's the mother. I know exactly what it was. She's the mother of this guy that died, and I was calling her like, you're a drug addict, like you are a drug addict mother, and he's fucking dead. And like, you know, basically she deserved what she got, you know, looking about what I said to her. And, but at the same time, because that's what she was, you know, and he, didn't ever have a mother. He had to lose a dad. And then she had been out there crying all over, you know, about him forever. I'm like, you weren't even a mom to him. So I had pulled up, and she came in my car, and she had heard I'd said something. My point to that is a bitch put her hand in my fucking car. And I was like, get your hand out of my fucking car. And I grabbed her fucking hand. When I grabbed her hand, this is a 40-year-old woman. You gotta remember I was like 18, 19. Mm-hmm. She bit my fucking hand. Mm-hmm. Bit it. Mm-hmm. Now that's where you live in South Carolina, okay? That's what I'm saying. That's Lindsey Graham territory, where we live. So she bit it like a dog. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, you should fucking hand in your mouth. So I fucking, you know, like got my hand back when she let go of biting it, you know, and luckily I didn't run. I don't know if I did not actually get out and bite her. I just drove off. I wanted to get out and probably kill her, but there was, you know, other things going on, and I was smart enough not to. The point to that is 2 days later, my hand's swollen the fuck up, and I am like, oh my God. Well, I didn't know a human bite.
Human bites are horrible. Human bites are much worse than any other bite imaginable.
Yeah, people are like, by the way, I'm like, I've been bit by dogs. Dog bites hurt. They can swell up, but nothing's worse than a human bite for infection. And but I go to this doctor. It's so fucking, I'm like 18, like I had the best health at that point, like as far as, it's obviously not working out well for me. The hand is swollen, finger is definitely swollen and throbbing in pain. And he looks at it, and I'm like, so what do I do? He's like, well, it looks like, you know, you got a little infection there. I was like, well, so what do you think? Like, well, when will it get better?
When I amputated, yeah.
And no, his answer was, yeah, it'll get better once, you know, it'll probably get better once it heals, you know.
Right.
And I was like, well,
I like that. Yeah.
And then I said, well, when will it heal? And he said, well, it'll heal and like he basically said, as it gets better.
As it gets better,
term I don't even remember.
Yeah. Are you sure this guy was an MD? Are you sure this guy was an MD?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I walked out of there and called my dude, like, you realize this man just told me because I was like, when will it stop? Then I said, well, when will it stop throbbing and hurting? And that's when he said, well, then when it'll stop throbbing and hurting when it heals.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
and I was like, well, when will it heal? And he's like, well, when it gets better.
Yeah, I get it. It's a circular argument. But so what I can tell you is this then. If you want me to go a little more MD on you, basically, I want you to know that it's oftentimes the result of hormonal fluctuations in your body that causes a shooting pain in the breast. It's
Did you Google that right now? Did you Google that?
No. I attended what they called mini med school for over a decade when I was caring for my parents. So
why would it only do? Are you saying that I only have hormones in one side of my body now? Am I getting that old? Like they're only the right side's got the hormone fluctuations because the left boob isn't hurting.
Look, I'm not an MD, but what I can say is that the medical term for what you're experiencing is probably mestalgia, kind of like nostalgia, but like
probably nostalgia, like if for sex and somebody biting my boob. It's probably
yeah, mastalgia, MAST. So nostalgia would be basically I just think you've got nothing to fucking worry about. I mean,
I'm fine. I know, and it's fine. And I honestly wouldn't. I don't think I do, but it's just really hurt. Like I honestly did not mention that to be fun.
And it might even be stretched ligaments. I mean, women with larger breasts experience pain due to the stretching of the Cooper's ligaments. The connective tissues. So
you were googling this shit.
No, I just want to remember.
Okay, but randomly you remember Cooper's ligaments, but I can tell you my birthday 12 times in a row. You just now have it down only because it's in like 3 days. And you had to put it in a calendar, and it was the same day as the person you've known for 15 years who was on your show for 3 hours a night writing your books. And you still, every week and a half, you were like, when is it? December? October? I don't know.
I'd like, honey, so let's bring on Ian and Amy. Ian, tell us about...
Ian and Amy should talk.
Yeah, that's right. Ian, tell us about the 5 women in your bed at once. You promised them some drugs and you didn't deliver and they all football piled you, right? Or
No. Did Brooke tell you what I did to her?
Oh God, I shudder. Okay, I'm gonna take a breath.
I'm gonna love if you give the wrong. If you give some bullshit story, I'm gonna love this. I can love too.
I showed Brooke, some of my art. She got so jealous. It was great. It was so good.
Jealous of art? You never showed me art.
So jealous. She was like, "Let me see him again."
Oh my God! I know what you're talking about. No, the picture. Show the picture of the bitch that you were fucking like for 3 or 4 years that you were bragging on. So please send that picture in the chat right now.
She got so jealous. It was so good. It was so good.
It was like I told him. Let me just put it this way. When he showed me the woman's picture, he's like, when she was married, she's older than me. And then he showed me the picture. And this was several years ago. And he fucked her for 2 or 4 years. And he showed me this woman's fucking picture. And I swear to God, I'm not exaggerating this. I hope he sends it. You should be man enough to fucking send the picture if you're going to fucking say that. Send the fucking picture. Because I said, bitch, he's like, well, that was a couple of years ago, like.
Do you hear the jealousy in her voice? So good. It's so good.
And I said, bitch, I could go to a nursing home right now. My grandmother died at 83. She looked better than that. This was a fat person that had never been pretty in there. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to put it like looks are not everything, right? She might be the nicest thing ever. But he's bragging on like, I fuck this bitch. She'd never been pretty in her whole life. She was also
she's
like
prettier than you, man. She's way prettier than you. Let me just throw that in there.
You know what? I will take it any fucking day of the week because I can own that shit and know the fuck.
And tits are better than yours too.
That's why my breast is hurting right now, probably. You know what? I'm so jealous of her.
It's what did I do? What did I do to deserve this? It's like
look. She's 10 years older than me, and she's married.
Just send the picture. Prove she's prettier than me right now. I'll send a picture of me the way I look right fucking now.
But Ian, why do you call this art? Why do you call this art?
Yeah, well, exactly. That would be the other question.
That was just the tit pic she sent me one day because she was horny, but
that's what I'm saying. That's what was so gross about it. I didn't even just have to see her face.
Apologize.
I had to see how gross her body was, and luckily it stopped at least before the belly button, but you could see the roll starting. And it was way too much.
Oh my God.
And like it was not like a pretty face that was pretty 20 years ago. Or when she was finished.
She's Irish.
I'm not quite sure why that's a factor.
Irish people are ugly and fat.
She's not ugly.
Send the picture then, Ian. Let people vote on it.
Yeah, this big dilemma thing, which is what took me so
you're too scared to send the picture.
Now,
it's terrible.
let's
buy a Type C lavalier microphone for an Android phone to use on Skype, because Skype does not use Type C lavalier microphones on Androids. And I've just wasted $20 and probably another month of
just changed the subject, first of all, to the fact that he orders shit from China that like literally costs him $3. He's like, well, it's probably going to be a great deal. I mean, I have to wait 7 months to get it, but it'll totally work.
So Ian and Amy, I'm going to show you what I showed Brooke Gibson the other day. It's in the text box. By the way, we have a wonderful meme that was produced by...
Yep, at least Douglas's art is better. At least when Douglas shows who he's fucked, it is not that. Douglas may have fucked that, but he would never show that picture.
Yeah. Thank you, honey. Thank you.
Can you hear the jealousy in her voice? It's so good. You hear that jealousy just oozing out. So good.
It's that must be it. That must be it. And
well, he told me he was going to show me art. That was why I was so angry. He's like, "Going to show me art," and then that's what he showed.
And then yeah, that Ian, that is a bit that's disconcerting. Yes, I can understand that. And
I haven't seen it. Shut up.
Send it then. Let him see it. I am prepared to be wrong on this. I am prepared to literally whatever I need to do. You can tell me anything I need to do, and I will do it if I am wrong.
It's so what I want the listeners to understand is that none of us on this conversation judges people by their appearance. But I do understand.
The person that judges people by appearance the most is fucking the person that just said that shit.
Look, I know they don't have manners out at Clemson or wherever you're from, but let's try to keep a little grace, all right?
Well, you can look at my exes, and I really don't judge by their appearance. I truly judge by personality. So I'm the first one to admit, like, I can go with my exes and be like, "You're right. Like, I did not date them for their fucking looks."
Oh, okay.
But you can't even just own. No, it was a nasty, gross fat bitch.
Okay, so before my complex post-traumatic stress
and I don't mean nasty, gross fat bitch. Like, it's not okay to be fat. It's okay to be ugly. It's also, she was like 20 years older than him. Like there was not like one positive to this. And then he's bragging, "This is my art."
Wow. That's something to take into consideration.
The boobs were sitting on her belly.
She's totally fucking lying. She's totally lying. She's totally lying.
Send the fucking picture, dude.
So I have to admit I'm morbidly curious at this point. But Amy, dear girl, so tell us about dear lady. I mean to say, so you were. A little joke here at the expense of your neighbors. She was talking about how she knew everyone along the lake line. And, of course, I was thinking of her neighbors. One on the right side would be Jason in his hockey mask, and the other one on the left would be Leatherface.
Yeah, the lake, yeah. That's a good one,
yeah. And, but is it kind of like that, honey? As isolated as you are? Or I still want to know about this heat generating floor. What the fuck? You just lay down naked on the floor and it's heating? Shit. I'm sorry.
It's so incredible how you.
Yeah.
How do you not know what that is?
I don't.
Radiant heat floor was put in.
Yeah.
It was a dirt floor.
First of all, just ask him if he knows what a keyboard and a mouse are. You can start there.
Epstein had a heat floor in front of his mansion in New York to melt the snow away from his place so it wouldn't get tracked in.
No, that wasn't. That was to melt the children so they could warm up the adrenochrome. The adrenochrome before he sucked it in.
Oh shit! Oh god!
I'm glad you said that, bro. I'm glad you said that. I just found out. I've never seen these Avatar movies, but I found out Avatar 2 is about adrenochrome. I'm gonna go on.
You not being able to sit through a movie, I can't wonder why.
Oh god. So Douglas Marks in the chat says, "Send the picture, Ian."
Yes, Ian, please send the picture.
But Amy,
why?
In the meantime,
I don't know if I need to see it. Like, I don't know why Ian is like dating married women. Like, what's the plan there?
There's another point there because he obviously can't get anybody that's not married, not 20 years older than him, and then not everything else like trash.
I'm sorry.
Amy,
Yeah.
you want to hear the most flattering compliment I've ever been told by any woman in my life? And it was from her, the chick that Brooke's jealous over. She said, last time I held your cum in me while I fell asleep next to my husband.
He told me that was the thing. He told me when he showed me the picture. Fuck, I forgot that.
Oh my God.
What is it?
Ian, that was entirely unnecessary. Amy, I apologize on
I'm
his
sorry.
behalf.
I purposely forgot that.
apologize for Ian. Like,
Like, that's why you need to
not
show the picture
effective.
now.
it doesn't work.
You need to show the picture now, because to even like, that was my point. I blocked that, but the point is, it was so gross that you said it. But then it would have been fine if you had said it over a hot girl, or like just a decent girl, or just fucking girl your fucking age that was in your fucking
And
like.
that is jealousy, guys. That's what jealousy sounds like right there.
Why am I hyperventilating? Okay, so
Because of Brooke.
Okay, because let me tell you why you're Berlin. So picture the woman that we know about that like jacked off in the ER. Okay?
her picture,
Like,
by
not
the way,
quite,
is
but she's
in
not
this
quite
chat.
that fat, so I'm not
is in
going to
the
tell her.
text
She
box.
wasn't quite that fat. She's not quite that fat. Older though. Older.
Oh my God.
Uglier in the face.
Oh
Older,
my God.
uglier in the face, and about, I don't know, half that weight, because that one was huge, but this one was a good one, 195. And he's like, and then he says that, like, that's a bragging compliment.
Oh my
Because
God.
I was like,
And
shit.
he doesn't have meth sores on his face, and I get jealous.
Oh my God. Please, let's, Amy, help us here. Let's bring the conversation to a level of respectability where I can live with myself. Maybe even,
Why would she get jealous that you don't have meth sores on your face? Your meth sores are all over your arms. Have you looked at them?
It's fine. It's fine. Everything's going to work out.
Okay.
Douglas is going to move, probably not out of San Francisco, but into some place where, like, he could, like, be there.
He's moving to the Garden of Eden. Because Ian's told him where the Garden of Eden is. So it's where he's headed.
Oh, so he's moving to Florida?
No,
he's not.
Oh my God.
He's not.
Oh my
going to
God.
Florida.
I'll move to any place that's got that heated floor. Oh my fucking God. Just the idea of being able to roll around naked on linoleum. I mean,
it's not linoleum.
No, it's concrete. The concrete floor.
Holy shit.
It's not or concrete or it's tile. First of all, no one that can afford a heated floor then puts linoleum down.
Oh, okay, honey. I'm sorry. That makes sense. The linoleum would melt. Good point. Yes. So it's like, so you're on this concrete floor that can't be too comfortable. Just the fact that it's heated, though. I mean, like you said, that makes
nice. Because it's cold most of the time.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I even turn the heat on sometimes as far as like June.
Right.
June, September.
Oh my God.
What's your bill?
You should move to Florida. Actually, Garden of Eden.
It's really not bad because it's not a big place. It's like 900 square feet.
No, I'm just saying. Who likes to be cold? Man,
Yeah.
I'm like, literally, it's
here.
60
I don't like it. I'm just here.
Well, she's toasty warm in that fucking, heated, like, floor.
Yeah, and then she has to walk outside, and we were talking her car. She's giving me positive vibes because she's an awesome person about my car. Yeah. And she was like, I don't know, was it you said your dad's car? So I don't know if you had to walk, but she was like 4 miles to the store.
Yeah, I just got this truck back. I was without a vehicle from June till December this year.
And you walked to the store and back? How did you carry the groceries home?
I frickin' got somebody to drive me. I know everybody on the lake.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Well, she didn't tell me that. She just she said it was walking.
Of course, this is what I would be concerned about. I'm sorry? This is what I would be concerned about. Did any man driving you home try to take advantage of that situation?
I don't know what.
What?
What is taking advantage of? They all know who I am.
Okay.
They know who I've dated.
Okay.
They know
and jealousy. You know what? I just want to say jealousy right now. Like Ian West wants to call me jealous. I have no problem when I'm jealous. Right now, jealousy is coming out. And so this is when I'm jealous, Ian. This is what jealousy looks like. And the fact that I told my dear friend tonight, the one that just called me, the one that told me to be on the show, help him out. Hey,
I had to come home. How'd you get home? I got a ride home from the black guy that worked up at the store. I mean, I said, like, it didn't matter. It doesn't matter the race. The guy, I have no idea who he is because everybody was like, can you give a ride? And they were like, well, I'm going this way. And they were like, hey, Mario, can you give a ride?
Wait, no, I think it's an important point. This isn't your...
But you never went. You never went. You made it home safe? Did he try anything on you? Nothing.
Whoa, no, there's a difference here, honey, because you obviously made it home safe. I mean,
she obviously did too. She's alive on the fucking TV. She's on the show.
Yeah, but there might have been some details we didn't know.
There may be details I left out. You haven't asked about what Mario tried.
Brooke, you're absolutely amazing. Let me say it.
It's like something cut him off. It's like he went mute on himself. He muted himself. Is that like some like conscience that interrupts every once in a while? What?
I'm sorry. No, Brooke, you're absolutely amazing. Amazing. Just amazing, Brooke. I'm gonna go on mute.
I mean, I appreciate it. I appreciate when you tell the truth. You know, it's nice when you actually tell the truth. Why don't you send the picture now?
So I'm just
so I didn't have the truck because it has only 60,000 miles on it because my dad never drove it because he could walk to work.
Yeah.
So it's an old truck. It needed a transmission. We had this guy do it. It was all taken forever. Like just absolute like nonsense every week. Like, where's the truck? Where's the truck? Where's the truck? And then finally he brought it over the first week of December. And then we had to do all this stupid paperwork to get it, registered and inspected. And so, yeah, I just barely got it back. So without the truck, I couldn't drive to go use the phone. So I didn't have a phone. Like my friend has given me his phone.
Only existed in redneck South Carolina, maybe Georgia.
No, it's all in rural Vermont too, where nobody has any money. Everybody drives cars that need shit done to them, like with wheel bearings going out, no brakes.
Yeah, no, that's like our country part of that's where I can't wait if Douglas comes. Like, I'm gonna bring him to South Carolina, and bring him to Greenville, and he's gonna no, where I live, he's gonna be like, okay, not quite as bad. Like, I can deal with it. It's definitely not San Francisco. I'm gonna try to hide out in the house, but he's like, I'm gonna go to the store 1 or 2 days, and he'll realize not too bad. And I'm like, oh yeah, we're going for a ride today. Just 30 minutes fucking out, and it only takes 30 minutes to get in the fucking exactly what you're talking about. Everybody
scary parts of South Carolina.
Yes, single wide trailers in the back of the big dog.
Out of me.
Yeah. So, oh my God. I mean, no, that would be a nightmare. But Amy, so what I can't understand is, so your parents, what does your father do for a living, if I might ask?
So my dad and mom are both very sick. They've just had really bad health problems ever since I moved back here.
Oh my God, I'm so
my mom
sorry.
had 2 aortic valve replacements. She's a walking miracle at this point.
Oh wow. I'm impressed.
That's big.
Yes, that is big.
It's just like your parents, they just keep trying to kill them and they won't die.
That's right. No, it's true. It's true. I can understand.
No, I have someone I have a life insurance policy on. I keep trying to kill him, won't die.
But Amy, so what?
Yeah.
But
my dad was my dad was a pharmacist.
Okay.
And so I think I heard you say something about, was she born somewhere? No, I was born in Boston.
Okay.
Because my dad had 1 year of pharmacy school left.
Okay. Wow.
And then we're from here. My parents are both from this area.
Okay.
And so they're both really not able to care for themselves so much.
Okay.
And I mean, this place is just proof positive that they really haven't been taking care of things for a long time.
Was he the one that you said he walked to work? How far did he walk when he was able to?
Oh no, he just walked around the corner. They don't live with me.
Okay.
They live in their own house, and it's the same house I grew up in.
Oh, I thought you meant when he walked to work.
Apparently this was in which city? I'm sorry, honey? Amy?
He walked around the corner to his pharmacy.
And which city?
It was right around the corner.
What city?
Okay.
What city is this in? If I might ask.
It's not a
she
city.
Would prefer
it's
not to say. That's just
Okay.
And it's on the border. They're all border towns. I could walk to Canada if I have to, which is kind of why I don't really mind being here.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, that's an interesting point, and it's an interesting perspective, and certainly a nice option. So with your
Scientific fact, I happen to know, because you guys think I'm all stupid and blonde, I happen to know that 50% of Canada's population lives near the border of the United States, and they are living lower southern than, what is it, like, what are those states, like Minnesota, fucking Idaho.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, yes, honey. You're right. Yeah, it's in what's called the Golden Triangle, quote unquote, and that's in it's that big dive into the Great Lakes. That big.
That's where 50. I didn't even realize it for a while that 50% of Canada lives right there near the Great Lakes.
Oh, at least.
Well, in Canada accepted all of the Canton Chinese leaving Hong Kong.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yes, that's correct.
They all went to Canada.
Yeah.
You should have also accepted Joe Tai, but you fucked
up. Yeah.
I want Joe Tai to make me some dumplings. I bet he's good at it.
Yeah, that would be nice. It would be nice.
No, he'll make you dumplings. He would just make you pay for it. I can assure you. You think I used to take up for Joe Tai too, and then I realized, trust me, Joe Tai is not as innocent as we all think.
Yes. Joe Tai looks like a dumpling. Here's the problem: all the dumplings would look like him, and you would lose your appetite. He has that same flesh color, that same kind of.
Hey, stop! I used to. If you'll go back on the call histories, I literally took up for Joe Tai. I was like, stop that, don't do that. Then I'm friends with Joe Tai online, and all it took was a couple of comments on Facebook for me to be like, Joe Tai, if you ever fucking say that again on my Facebook, I'm unfriending you, and you will never speak to me again because you obviously.
But this is like classic, like, how does a white woman get along with the Chinese man? It's not ever gonna happen. I used to have this argument with my Australian.
This isn't about Chinese man. I dated a Filipino. It was my first fucking my second boyfriend.
This Filipino was American.
And he's not Chinese anyway. He's not even fucking what he says he is. He doesn't even know what he is. Okay.
Joe Tai or this boyfriend of yours?
Joe, no, for my Filipino boyfriend knew what he was. I'm talking about Joe Tai.
Okay.
I don't think he knows exactly what he is. I mean, he's a pirate.
Orphan.
He's taken by pirates on the river.
Right.
And I still give him credit, like, for all he does, but like at the end of the day, like, even Joe, even if you got dropped on your head as a baby, I dropped my kid 3 times. My son. One time. No. The very first time I literally cried, he was only like 2 or 3 months old. I was going to pick my daughter up. He was only 4 at preschool. I'm shopping for Christmas because he was born in like April. No, it was shopping. Yeah, it was like October. So he was like 4 months old. And he's in the little buggy. He can't sit up. I just turned around to grab a Pooh Bear off the Toys R Us shelf. And all I heard was that thump. And it was one of those floors like they have in the, like the Walmart. Just obviously there's no carpet or softness. It's just concrete. Yeah. And I heard it in his head. And damn. Yeah. So I like immediately had to rush to the doctor, but I couldn't rush to the doctor because then he's screaming, crying, and my daughter needed to be picked up. And I never forget pulling up crying, grabbing my daughter and telling the teacher, who was like the kindergarten teacher, and she looked at me, and she had 2 boys, and I had a daughter before, so I was not used to this. So I just thought, I'm a really bad mom is what I was thinking. And that's what I felt. And maybe I am, maybe I was a bad mom for a minute. What I'm saying is I turned my daughter plenty of times because that was my second. It didn't happen. He was just like, but damn, every time. What she said to me, I'm crying. She said, go to the doctor, calm down. I have 2 boys. He is going to be fine. You have not had a boy. This is going to happen many more times. And I thought she was fucking nuts. This would never happen again. And I took him to the doctor, and the doctor looked at him and did things like he's fucking fine. And then I don't know, I felt fucking bad again, like I just got him out of the shower, like probably 2 weeks later, waiting like 2 weeks fucking later, I lay him on the bed, literally to dry him off, like turn around to like grab my panties, and bam, onto the hardwood floor.
Oh my God.
And then the worst one was, he had just got where he could barely sit up, so he's like at 6 months, and I go in the laundry room and I sit him on the dryer. And I literally have my clothes, like when I say I'm in my laundry room, I don't know if you know, laundry rooms aren't big. So I'm saying my body, like I was 110 pounds then, I'm 120 now, but like 110 pounds, you turn around 120, it's the same thing. I mean, there's no 2 of me. Yeah. Like you couldn't fit between there. Yeah. Like I am just turning around in a width of space that is the same as me to grab a pair of pants behind me. He is on the dryer. He can sit up pretty good. He's a little bouncy.
All I need to do is turn around and grab them. They're very at the top. As I turn around to grab them, and as I turn around back, I hear ba-boom, and I look. And here's what I see.
Yeah.
I see feet sticking up out of the trash can next to the dryer. Now, the only great thing about that was and this is just because I was OCD back then, I happened to change the trash can, thank God. So it was empty. But the problem with this is when you see your child and your little baby, and you just see feet. And they're sticking up. There's a head down in that trash can. It's one of those long, tall trash cans. This wasn't a baby trash can. This was one of those long, tall kitchen trash cans. I didn't wonder.
Yeah,
I could just see feet. I'm like, how do I get him out? Like, and then I just finally had to grab his legs and pull him. He's like a tiny little thing.
Yeah.
No, he survived it. So now anything that goes wrong with him now, I'm just like, you're good. I mean, fuck, you survived 3 things. Like, you're fine. And so what I'm trying to say is back to that. Joe Tai, like, you still don't have a fucking excuse to say the shit.
Yeah, but at any rate, I don't know how any children survive. Really, they all seem determined to kill themselves. That's why I would never ever be a father.
They are. That's what I was like. How could he fucking fall? Like, I don't get how you could.
Yeah.
I never got it.
It's like I work at it. Yeah. So, Amy, I take it you've never had this kind of burden of, caring for children, have you?
I actually, I watched a lot of people's kids from a very young age, like all the way through college. And even like right before I left the Pacific Northwest, I was doing substitute teaching in the public schools in Washington State.
That's a hard job. Tell us a bit about that.
Did you ever have a kid fall in the trash can?
No, but I did babysit one baby who just routinely started throwing himself off the diaper tray. Like we had a whole setup where it was on the counter where we would just change the diaper. And one day, and his mom had warned me that he's been doing this, but he just kept throwing himself off. I put him back up there. He'd do it again, throw himself on the floor. And it was a hard floor, and it scared me, and I just moved the whole damn thing down onto the floor. And I said, you know what? We're going to change your diaper on the floor from now on.
Yeah.
I learned that
3 times. He did it 3 times, and I was scared because it wasn't my kid. And here's the cat. Can you hear the cat?
Yes. Oh my God. Why is the cat in such distress?
Here's what the cat's trying to say. She's lying. She has thrown me on. I have dropped on my head several times. She's not caught me. Yeah. They say all cats land on their feet, but I expected mommy to catch me, and she's not.
Yes.
She's in heat. I'm fostering her. My friend's in the hospital. That's why I have his phone so he can call me to check on his cat.
Oh my God.
All right, well, go get her fixed first of all. Now you're gonna get my animal.
He's in the hospital. I'm gonna get her fixed, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, I can do it. You should, because if you cared about him or the cat or just about animals in general, you would know how many cats are being put to sleep every day, and that cat would appreciate you a lot more. Do you like your period, number one?
I have tried. The vets around here are not accepting people.
Oh,
like
wow.
it's also very expensive.
Yeah.
So I don't. And she's been loose for a long time.
Well, that's the problem. I mean, the loose cats are what's breeding. So you realize one cat. Well, you look up what one female, just one female cat.
I mean, I hear you, honey, but I mean, I don't think the cat's getting pregnant. There's no Toms around. Really. I mean, Ian is in Florida.
No, I'm not putting you down inside her cat. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I did rescue. That's what I do, and that's what I'm trying to get back into, and working on as I'm working.
So she's special. Like she's from Russia.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah, she's hypoallergenic.
Wow! Holy shit! By the way, for the listeners who do not know,
her, is that why he's keeping her?
Came from a breeder. Yeah. The breeder got her back after the people who, they were probably from South Carolina, somewhere down south. They took her and they bobbed her tail, which is why I think she has these really painful heats.
Yeah.
And
she's not getting pregnant.
Yeah. Yeah.
They bobbed her tail. I think they screwed it.
How do you know she's not getting pregnant? Because at that point you're trying to get her pregnant. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, well, here's the thing is, she's been coming to stay with me off and on because she kills the chipmunks and the mice, which I love.
Okay.
And she's never, I keep saying, oh, she might have some kittens because I just lost my cat that I raised from a litter.
I've got right now, I've got at least 35 cats that are going to be put to sleep tomorrow. Kittens too. Do you want to pick one and save it, and I will send it to you, and I'll pay to fix that cat.
You'll pay to fix the cat.
I'll
I
pay
can't
to fix
do that.
that cat.
It's not my cat.
Like you understand how many? Like I'm just saying, that's the number.
Listen to her howl. That's my. I've just succumbed to. She's just gonna howl for a couple days, and he'll be out of the hospital. He can listen to her howl next.
Right.
The howling's not my problem. He deserves to listen to her howl if he's not going to fix her.
Yeah.
He deserves to listen to her.
He's sick.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I mean that's
Well,
just that's my soapbox. Like that will be my one thing is like until there are not being animals being put to sleep every day and then that's not even talking about the cats. Like damn Douglas, you know your fucking cat lady. How many cats did she take in just in San Francisco? She was crazy. Of wildcats. Like,
yeah. I mean,
she
there's
wasn't
plenty of cat
crazy.
ladies I know. Yeah, that's right. There's several that I know. Yeah. And so yeah, believe me.
My mom has right now. My
Yeah.
mom is on Paris Mountain. My mom is 70-something years old. 70. She'll be 72 this year. She literally, in the last 2 years, she's praying that she will live because she doesn't want to leave me with them. They have gotten down to they have one dog, and literally one stray female fucking cat showed up, and they tried to catch her because they knew she was in heat because she's doing the whining and doing the thing. And she was wild enough, scared enough, they couldn't catch her. And then she shows up with 2 kittens, right? So then they have 2 kittens, and then they try to catch them. One of those kittens ended up getting killed because they couldn't get them or the mom. Then, they try to get her again. Kept trying to get her, never stopped feeding them, never stopped. She shows up again. Now she has that kitten, which was older, and she's pregnant again and has 3 more kittens. And by the time they caught her, she was pregnant a 3rd fucking time. And now my parents have 9 fucking cats.
That's the breeder's up the road. He has 9 right now.
But that's not a breeder. What I'm trying to say is my parents aren't a breeder. It's 9 cats that they didn't want.
Right.
They don't want any of them, and they were trying to catch them. And they did the right thing, and then they took in the one kitten, and then the other 2 or 3, and then she has 3 more. And then they're like, what do we do? And there's nowhere around here that's going to adopt kittens. There's not you put them to sleep. Like there's just not enough homes for them.
Right. No. I mean, yes, it's tragic, very tragic. So
it is hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
Like I said though, this is like his cat.
Yeah.
She loves him. Like she has always just anytime he's in the room, everybody else is shit. He's the man.
Right.
So I can't do that to him, and I keep her in. Like she doesn't get to go out all the time, but she does. I mean, I like her to do her business out there.
It's not on you. I mean, if it's his cat, it's not on you. I'm not saying it's on you. But what I am saying, if she loves him, he should love her enough to be like, hey, you know what? I don't want you to, number one, be going through this because, number one, it shortens their life having litters. Number 2, it continually fucking... unless he's selling he thinks he's going to sell some kind of Maine Coon cat.
Right. But I don't intuit the cat she's speaking of getting pregnant for the reasons that she articulated.
She just said she lets it out.
Yeah, but it's got the bobtail, and the bobtail fucks up.
And
a bobtail will not.
No, they did something to her tail when they cut it because it's not right. Like it doesn't move. Like cats' tails move. Yeah. And hers is hooked to the side. Yeah, she's like, yeah, it's not right. It's not right. Yeah, it's not right. And that's why she hasn't gotten pregnant. She's 4.
Yeah.
She hasn't gotten pregnant. And she does, like, she has other issues where we wonder if another surgery is really worth it.
Right.
Because they already put like $4,000 into fixing the tail.
Jesus.
I mean, that's outrageous. Like here, you fix a cat to fix a cat here. You don't have money.
You could fix a lot of cats for $4,000.
It's free.
Yeah, we don't have those anymore. We used to have those free spay clinics.
Yeah,
they're not around. After the pandemic, all the vets got like weird, and like everything is like $500 at the vet.
Wow, holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
And this is rural country where like I don't let her out because the weasels will kill her.
Right.
Like and the coyotes will kill her.
Yeah.
The coyotes don't come because of the road. We don't really get them down here, but we get there's definitely a weasel that's killed all my other stray cats.
Jesus. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad,
fun.
you know, I don't mean to sound callous, but I'm glad that the cats have some predators to keep them in check, because their populations otherwise kill all the birds. So,
Well, I'm kind of like that with werewolves. They can kill some vampires.
That's cute. On that note, let me go get myself another Coca-Cola. Ian, do us a favor. Come join the ladies on that note. And maybe you can share a bit more art. Or, yes, I'll
Yeah, let Brooke get it all out of her system before I came on. You know, I was just gonna, let her.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's my fucking, like, y'all haven't got, I think 1 or 2 times, like, I've gotten on a soapbox on a streak, but that's my soapbox. Like, you can get me on that any day of the week. Animals and breeding, like, I that's what I live for. And until the populations are down, like, I am tired every day of seeing beautiful cats and dogs being put to sleep. I get the fact that, world sucks and we have to just go with it. But when we are then continuing to create the problem, and there are solutions to it, and I'm not putting on you, I'm not saying you should go fix this cat. What I am saying is there are too many people out there that are just like, oh, I'll, throw my cat outside, or, I'll breed my dog just because I want my kids to see one litter of puppies. And then they're breeding it, and those puppies don't have a home. Or even if you give them away for free, you know what? You're giving them away 9 times out of 10, unless it's some purebred dog. And even those, again, that's a whole nother story. But you're still taking a home from a dog that needs a home. There are only so many fucking homes, number one. Number two, there's only so many good homes. And half those puppies that go for free, that are this fucking mixed breeds that you see on fucking Craigslist. Somebody's like, oh, I'll take the puppy for free because you wanted your kids to see fucking a litter born. And guess what? That puppy will end up chained up in the South, or it will end up in a shelter, but it will be sheltered once it's grown, because then they're like, oh, it's not cute anymore. And then you know what its chances of survival are? About nil.
Right. Yeah, no.
And it's only for people like me that ended up with 12 fucking dogs, and still we're sending them up north, and still working my ass off to get them homes. And that's why I can be pissed off about it.
Yeah, I understand, honey. I get it completely. I mean, believe me, working in security as I did, and dealing in the projects with people who trafficked in both attack dogs and fighting dogs, I can assure people
those
that
are the worst. I mean, the people that traffic in dogs that are breeding these pit bulls are the best dogs in the world. Pit bulls are like best dogs in the fucking world. Any dog is dangerous on how you raise it. We just had a Labrador Retriever 2 years ago, pull a kid's fucking scalp off at the grandmother's house. The best fucking dog in the world, she had said, and left her little 3-year-old grandson alone, and the Labrador Retriever literally attacked him and grabbed him at the head, and he was scalped. He lived. He was completely scalped and had to have surgery. This is a Labrador Retriever, so when people say pit bulls, they don't get it. It's not about a pit bull. It is about how the dog's raised. Now, a pit bull, the reason you hear it more is because 2 things. One is the pit bull strength of its jaw.
Yes.
Just like it was Rottweilers and Dobermans.
It can't, it can't open its jaws once it locks down, or at least not naturally.
Well, it can have a lock. Now all pits have a locking mechanism.
Right.
I had one that was a big pit and didn't lock. I had one that was the tiniest pit. He was half pit. Half fucking pit. He was half pit and half border collie. We never fucking knew. I never understood it. That pit he never weighed over fucking 55 pounds. Picking fucking up. That dog could lock, and I could not get that. I never had a dog because I've been bit enough. I've been in enough dog fights, rescuing, and just doing it. Like, I've never been scared of dogs. I wasn't scared of him. The problem was I was scared he was killing my other dog because I could not get him to unlock.
Right.
And when you can't have a dog unlock, that was my first time realizing he's little. This dog was bigger than him, the one he locked down. Well, he had locked down a couple. And he, in his behalf, he was an abused dog. He was horrible. The reason I took that dog, he was the last dog I ever took. Right. And I told the rescue that I was working with, I said, bring him. But if he is that bad, you know me, because the worst ones, the ones that were the worst, those were the ones, that's why I ended up with 12 that were foster failures. I sent most of mine to New York, and New Jersey. They went to rescues up there. But the worst ones that were older or just badly abused,
by the time they learn to trust,
Yeah.
I did not feel comfortable. It's like, it's just like a person.
Yeah.
Like you get a person to finally trust you, and then you're like, okay, now I'm getting ready.
Yeah.
You know, I couldn't do that. And I said to bring him, I'll take him. But this is it. Don't call me again. I'm not fostering. That was 2012.
Yeah.
And that's when I stopped. And
For the
that
best.
dog,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, he would lock down, man. He could lock. And I was like, how the fuck does he lock? He's little.
But by the way, George Knight has rejoined us. George, how much time do you have with us? Approximately, do you know?
Hello, Douglas. Good
Hi.
evening.
Yes.
Hello, and thank you for having me on.
Yes, I've got to go, so it'd be great.
Yeah, don't be like that. So, George, where are you right now? Work or at home?
I'm at home, Douglas. Thank you, and yeah, I've got a good hour. I
Okay,
believe.
good.
Yes, I've got some time.
Wonderful. And forgive me. No, I'm forgetting. It's Amy. Did I introduce the twain of you?
Yes.
Can you just say fuck talking English, please?
You need to get your Coca-Cola.
Yes, I'm gonna get another Coke, and
Douglas was born circa 1877.
and so George, dear man, I'll leave you with these lovely ladies, and but all of you can hold the stage here for a bit. Ian West left us, I'm afraid. He was being bullied by the two girls, and
He wasn't being bullied. He wasn't being allowed to talk.
well, it was. Oh, I have to say, what he had to say did throw me off. And we didn't get the
Did
picture.
he send the picture? All I want to know, did he send the picture? I haven't even looked. Was he man enough to send?
He did not, but if you take a look in the chat, or the text box, here in the text box, one of the things I shared was Aristides, Mr. Uranus, I believe his surname is pronounced almost like the planet Uranus, but actually the correct pronunciation, so that people don't keep saying your anus, is actually Uranus. And so Aristide, that sounds more like the black African warlord, and the guy is some Greek guy, Aristides. He basically made this wonderful meme of Brooke and myself kissing, where I'm basically saying, I'm so fed up with your bullshit, like, holy fuck, shut up for once.
Did you share that in the fucking meme, you fucking bitch?
Yeah, I shared that in the text. I shared that in the text box. And the photograph that was taken by George Knight from the timeline of Christine Joanna Hart. And this is a photograph of myself at the dinner table with Lori and Ann Fenton on the far lower right. The side.
Oh, I know what picture this is.
Yes.
And I can assure you, and Douglas looks great, and he's to the left. I can picture this, and I am not looking at it. Douglas is to the left of this picture. If you look at the very end of the table, there's a hot fucking blonde. And that is who Douglas thought was going to be his sugar mama. Anybody want to take that up?
Okay. At any rate, that being said,
Also, she's a billionaire. So that hot mama, who's fucking, 30 or 20 years younger, well, what are we doing here? Yeah, it's like the opposite of it's just the opposite of what Ian did. Ian was like, oh, I want to show you some art, and then show me the grossest girl he could, and then and then thought it would turn me on. Well, but she like to hold my cum in her mouth, or whatever the fuck he said. Like, and then you were like, hey, see that bitch, I fucked her. And I'm like, okay, well, I want her to be my sugar mama. And I'm like, because I can believe you fucked her. Then I'm like, yeah, I don't know where you thought sugar mama was going to go from there to there. If she's got him, like, was she a prostitute? Was she like poor? No, she was really rich. That's why she needed a sugar mama. She was like billionaire rich. And I'm like, so you thought 30-year-old, 28-year-old, 30 years younger than you, she was hot as shit, and then she's gonna be your sugar mama. Like, does anyone see the problem with that? Because I tried to tell Douglas, like, that's not what a sugar mama is, because here's the kicker: even if she's totally in love with you and you're the best thing ever, in 10 years from now, you're not the best thing ever, and she's still fucking hot, and she's still a billionaire. You haven't got a woman that's like, oh, I'm 70, I can't get any better anymore. That's a sugar mom.
Hope springs eternal, and I
can't get any hotter or look any better. We call it hitting the wall. I'll go on mute.
Thank you, sir. That being
I don't
said,
even know what the fuck that meant. All I can say is what Douglas fucked, you could never touch. Number one.
but so that being
But
said,
then Douglas's idea that it would be a permanent sugar mama is just as crazy as the fact that your bitch was even remotely touchable by any dick other than yours.
it's of course, it's my mother who inculcated in myself a sense of masochism. It's why I guess I have a tolerance for this sort of thing. But
You like truth. I think your mother ingrained truth in you, and that's all I speak.
Yeah, thank you. So at the far end, the lower right-hand corner of that photograph is Lorian Ann Fenton. She is, you don't see her girth because it couldn't fit in the photograph. If they took a full head on, it would take up the whole...
Didn't she have to have like an extra, and then she's also weighted up by you said they made her higher, too.
Yeah, basically what happened was she's sitting on 2 chairs. Her butt cheeks are in 1 chair each. They put a board over the 2 chairs so that she wouldn't break the chairs. And so she's 1,000 pounds, and she's sitting on a board. I'm sorry, what was that?
You're kidding. You're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. Okay.
I don't know where we're going here. Who's dragging us into this? Douglas, you're getting your Coke.
What? What, Amy? What?
Aren't you going to get your Coca-Cola?
We
can't.
I'll go get my Coke, yes.
No.
And-
I want before Douglas leaves. Before Douglas leaves, he's already mentioned our Lorian Penn. I would like him to say, are you able to share the story you shared with me? Because I always sound like the crazy person bringing up sexual stuff. I would like the worst story ever brought up ever in sexual air to be brought up now if you're capable. Then I'm not stuck. The only thing worse is Ian's story.
Yeah. This is what I was afraid of when Ian started talking. When I was talking about Laurie and Fenton, I thought he was saying that turns me on.
Yeah. Well, she would have liked it, especially if you're dying in bed, Ian.
At any rate, and what our lady is referring to.
I've heard of a woman who had to bring a plate to dinner. That's just never crossed my mind.
Bring in.
It doesn't matter. Just look at her picture. Shut the fuck up and listen to the story.
Yeah. So, and by the way, just so people get the background behind this story, sitting next to Lorian Ann Fenton is James Casbolt, who is now institutionalized, hopefully for life, in a facility for the criminally insane. And he is violent, abusive, beat up his wife, who is to my left, while she was pregnant with her child.
Yes, the one he wanted to be his baby mama.
Yeah, the one I wanted to be my sugar mama because I thought I could be a good bounce off, a good ricochet from that.
I'd like to be your sugar mama. I mean, I'm younger than you. I'm 20 years younger than you, dude. So maybe I can be your sugar mama.
Yeah, that's right, baby. Yeah, that's that. We'll see.
Maybe we can play. Maybe we'll share. I'll share it with you.
Check the picture.
Yeah, yes, there we are. And so when it came to Lorian Ann Fenton, the person who took this picture was Sarah Rachel Adams, whose very initials SRA stands for Satanic Ritual Abuse. And next to her was Max Spears. Now, Max Spears, of course, was one of these people who could be reverted.
And I just want everyone that's not tuning in, I want everyone right now, because I know he tells long stories. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I need you to tune into, everyone. No matter what I've said or you hate me, tune into this.
So Max Spears had being a product of mind control and MK Ultra programming. Max Spears had a horrible vulnerability where if someone knew the right trigger word or the code phrase, really, he could revert back to the personality of a very young, not yet even adolescent child, and a pre-adolescent.
And he was only He was only 20 or 30 when that all happened. He was 30 when he died, right?
Yeah,
he wasn't old. Yeah.
That's right. That's correct. And so this poor young man, this tragic individual, Lorian Ann Fenton took advantage of that. And oftentimes would basically have him revert to childlike status and basically have sex with him. But the worst story that she ever related which, to my eternal shame and disgrace, I hang my head, mea culpa, mea culpa, I find hideously funny was when the poor bastard, and by the way, the first time I met him was at this super soldier conference she had arranged. He came trekking up from the train station where he had apparently hitchhiked halfway across the country, or so it appeared. He had vomit all over his shirt and on his sneakers, and the poor bastard had just barely survived getting there. And this was because he would just throw dope down his throat. I would see him basically when he was exposed to a pharmacy bottle full of painkillers. He would just down that the way I would down one of my 16-ounce Cokes.
He was an addict, but he had also been abused.
Terribly abused. So he was trying to kill his pain by killing himself, essentially. And so what happened was, after downing half a bottle of one of these painkillers, he had fallen asleep. And basically, Lorraine Ann Fenton had taken him home for the usual abuse. And when he was snapped out of it, he had taken painkillers, went into a torpor while smoking a cigarette. She had already waddled upstairs. I don't even know how she got upstairs, because she did this apparently a few times a day, but it had to be a project. But when she was lying down in her bed already, she smelled smoke. And of course, this had to be alarming, because when you have to take 500 pounds of weight back up off that bed.
And y'all will understand why I laugh at this when you hear what she did.
Then she waddled down the steps, and he had fallen asleep with a cigarette on the lazy boy, and it was on fire. So basically, as I said before, she could have thrown herself bodily on top of that whole affair and just smothered the fire out, but that would have killed him. So she instead picked up the mattress, or excuse me, why do I keep going back to mattress? The mat on the floor. Yeah, whatever, the Persian rug on the floor, essentially. She picked up a heavy Persian rug and beat the fire out and nearly smothered him and killed him anyway. So then she took him to the hospital because he was doped out, and she understood intuitively this was serious. So when she took him to the hospital, the MDs, when they finally got to seeing him, they said, look, it's a busy night. We're low on staff. But this young man, obviously by his condition, here's what we can tell you. You're going to have to watch over him. We don't have the staff to do that. But you got to keep him awake. Whatever you have to do, slap him if you have to. But hold his hand and keep squeezing it, and slap him if it comes to that, because if he falls asleep, he's not waking up. And so she was doing that for a while, and then she finally rang the buzzer, and when the nurse came in, she said, I can't do this anymore. The nurse said, I'll call the doctor. And when the doctor came in, she said, I can't do this anymore. I'm just getting too sleepy. I can't handle this. And so the doctor said, look, we're short on staff. We have an option, but I need your permission. Apparently this man doesn't have any parents, and you're the closest thing he has to an adult that's in his life. You're going to have to sign off on this. But basically, we can inject him with a purgative that will detoxify him. Yeah, thank you. Fairly quickly, but it's going to be excruciatingly painful. It's going to impact his nervous system to the point where he feels like
he'll wish he was dead.
Yeah, and so he said. So she said, oh, I'll sign off on that. Yeah. And then so when she signed off on it, then he said, look, again, because we're short on staff, I can't be here to monitor this. If something happens where it looks like he's going into a
you were like, the nurses will be in and out, but we might not be in here the whole time during the Narcan thing when they have to get it.
I don't even think they had staff for that. They administered the Narcan and just told her, it's call us if you feel his life sign vitals are going over the edge. If you feel that he's truly the blood pressure's going too high, you feel he's entering cardiac arrest, then ring that bell. But otherwise, it's yours. You got to monitor this, okay? And she said, yeah, I'll do that. And so when they left, she actually shut the door, and this was shortly after they injected it, and they told her to take just. Yeah.
Let's not forget, she told this story to Douglas.
Yeah.
This is not a story. This is her story.
Yes, she related this to me in detail. And she said, they said it'll take effect in a few minutes. When it does, you'll know. And of course, so basically what had happened was already because of the tension and the stress and the drugs and everything, what had happened was that our man Max had already reverted to his 9-year-old or 7-year-old persona. So he was already like, Mommy, what's going on? Where am I? And then suddenly it kicked in, the Narcan, which the name is, as Brooke Gibson says. I never remember it consciously until she says it.
It's just complete pain. It's like all I can say is I've been on pain medicine. I've never had that, but like they say, anybody that's ever had Narcan, they've saved people's lives. If you know about it, like save someone's life. But they will wake up and be like, "Why did you like? I'd rather be dead."
Right.
Because because not only if they've been on pain medicine, you just pulled every pain narcotic out of their body, they don't have any natural endorphins. So every pain like that you've ever woke up with in your worst pain imaginable, they're feeling in their body. Like it is the worst, like they're feeling every ache, like even if they're young, like their joints are aching. Like there's just no natural endorphins because Narcan pulls it natural and non-natural completely out for those like 30 minutes hours. So you are literally in like dire fucking pain. And they're not going to give you anything else because they want to fucking pull you out of that.
Right.
That shit.
Exactly. Plus anything else would be purged out anyway by the Narcan. There's no point.
Right. The Narcan, exactly. They can't put it back in. So the Narcan's exactly.
Yeah, so, and there is a build-up to this. Because there weren't any staff in there, when she was trying to keep him awake, she was keeping herself awake, basically by diddling herself. So, of course, she didn't share that with the doctors or the nurses, but she was diddling herself while he was going into his child mode, because that always excited her. And, but then, so when they...
This is a 400-pound woman. I just want everybody to picture a 400-and-something-pound woman.
Yes.
Sitting in a chair looking at a 25-year-old, actually good-looking guy, maybe 30, maybe, laying there dying, and she's diddling herself.
Yes, that's already baseline. That's the baseline. Then what happens when they walked out the door, she actually locked it. She locked it, sat down, waited for the fireworks, and actually pulled her panties down, she told me. She pulled her panties down, and then he sat up and started to scream. Then the poor bastard sits up. Am I on fire? He felt like he was burning. Mommy, why are they doing this to me? What did I do? And it's just help. He's screaming and he's just in agony. And somebody help me, please. And mommy. And then she said that's when she got off. She said she started orgasming multiple times. And she said it was one of the most powerful orgasms she had in her life. I'm sorry, this is horrific, but it's so hideously funny to me.
No, I just have to say this is why, like, I had a huge thing about fake, like, fat bitches. Like, I don't ever want to be fat, but he made me like hate. Like, I used to think fat people were nice.
Yes. And no, I got over that delusion a long time ago. Oh my god, this is like the lady kingpin and shit. Yeah, so that's that horrible story.
And there's enough, and he's telling that story true because I've heard enough other stories about this woman that like make it so true about her. But like that is the ultimate to me, and that's why I wanted that story told. Like to me, if you can't hear the horror in that story of who she was and who she is, and fuck if she's still alive and listening, I hope to God you fucking died.
And as for the man next to her, James Casbolt, he had convinced Haley Mayer, who is the scion of the Mayer dynasty, and as a matter of fact, one of her relations was just running as a Republican as a never Trumper against a Trump candidate and lost. So she's related to people who can afford to expend money on political campaigns. And basically what had happened with him was he had convinced Haley that there was kind of a pet name I had for her that combined Haley and Mary. Yeah, Haley. But anyhow.
I have a cat name for her too, but I won't give you that.
Yes. But anyhow, when it came to him, he had convinced her that he was working for British intelligence and that he was on all these missions, and that in order for morale boosting, that he needed pictures of her to keep him in the best of spirits, but he needed stuff to turn him on so that he wouldn't cheat on her and spend time with other girls. He needed stuff to jack off over. And by the way, the reason I'm sharing this is because all of this is on public record, because her family had to sue him and basically make certain, for any money, because he had no money to be had, they had to sue him in a sense to make certain that the authorities in England would finally institutionalize this son of a bitch. So all of this is public record. I'm not sharing anything intimate that is not on public record. But basically, with Haley, he had convinced her to basically defecate, urinate, lactate on camera and film, and he later on spilled that all over the internet, including on my Facebook timeline. And this is why their family did what they did to have him institutionalized.
They're the ones that, so everybody knows, Haley, you told me their family runs, they own the, what is it?
The Mayor food franchise, Mayor Groceries.
Yeah, MAGIER or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, and basically that because of this is how they got revenge porn law on the books on both sides of the Atlantic. This was a transatlantic case, so you can imagine the money. It's almost impossible to get laws established transatlantic wise, for things to be done transatlantic wise. When things happen on a legal level in a transatlantic sense like that, it's history making. It's kind of like when the Holocaust denier David Irving was suing that Jewish woman, claiming that she had defamed him, and she had to go to England to face him in court. And this was a historical precedent, because that's how they got hate crime laws established in England. It was one of the factors. So this is like something like what happened with James Casbolt. I mean, so you have on the right side of that table, if you're the viewer, if you're the person reviewing the photograph, it's on the right side of the table are two of the greatest, just horrible people, just greatest in the terms of just negative sense, just these incredible.
Yeah, and then at the end, and then two at the left, just fucking dreamers, and one at the end, always and then everyone we dream off.
Yeah, there we are. Yes. Oh my God. So there we go. And barely hidden in that photograph is the child of Casbolt and Haley. So yeah, that's why she was able to jack off the milk in some of those pictures.
Is that child still alive?
That child is the major reason why I couldn't stay with Haley. Oh my God. I don't know why, but she was breastfeeding him.
He can't handle kids, period. He heard my kid the other day. The kid was 17. My kid's 17. He was like, was he yell? I was like, yeah. He just yelled for like, hey mom, do I need like this? Like I'm going to school.
I told her she was going to have to drive him to school. I told her that.
No, actually he did. He did tell me that, because he was like, can you hear us? Because actually we were getting a little argument with somebody. He's, can you hear us? I was like, no, I can hear. He's fucking fine. He's going to school. He's handling himself. I said, I don't need to change his fucking diaper. He's 17. He's like, okay. And then we go on and on. And then I'm sitting there and I'm like, he doesn't come down for school. And so then Douglas is going on one of the stories like he just did. So I just kind of like went and texted him. I'm like, are you up? Are you going? And then he was like, oh shit, I overslept. And of all days, like when I get no one never oversleeps. He always gets up. I'm like, and so then he hears me yelling. He's like, what are you yelling for? And I'm like, dude, I was yelling upstairs. I was like, I will fucking take you. Just get the fuck ready. You're going to fucking school, because I thought he had exams today. And this was, I think it was today, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was yesterday. Or
anyway,
today,
I was like, he had exams. I thought he was trying to get out. So I was like, no, I will take
that might have been
you.
today. Yeah. I guess it was.
And I was like, he's going to miss his ride. And I was like, I will take you. And he's like, what are you yelling for? I'm like, he's like, you got to take your kid to school. And he's like, I just told you. You do that shit. And I'm like, yeah, Douglas got me back pretty good on that. Because I was like,
so there we are. So all you lovely people, hold the stage. I'll be back soon enough. Just going to kind of transition myself towards monologue soon enough tonight. But you're all holding wonderfully. And are
we going to talk about 500-pound fat people? Fuck, like that.
Anything you want. Anything you want. I've given you plenty.
I mean, I'm just wondering what the monologue is.
For one last gossip, trivia or gossip, a opportunity here is the person who's in front of me is James Rink, who's on the extreme left of that photograph. And James Rink was this poor guy who thinks himself a super soldier, and he's the one who wound up as basically the only boy toy that Lori Ann Fenton had left after the death of Max Spears, and I disaffiliated with her, and so she basically had James Rink to pick up on, and that poor...
Where is she now is what I want to know. Is she one of these people targeting on us?
Essentially, yeah, but she's not active in the sense that she...
I mean, she's not active,
Yeah.
let's be honest.
I mean, she shows up every once in a while on my feed. She'll show up under some
What I'm
Polish...
saying is she's not an active person.
Right.
She just,
Right.
but obviously she can actively jack off.
Yeah, yes.
Like that's just, I just don't think y'all got that when you told me the story. Like who's, I don't know. Like for me, I just anybody that could do that. But I just put her to, like, I play up the fat part, but it's just because that's easier to do. I don't care if you were gorgeous, the bitches on the table. Like, you were fucking going to sit there and jack off while somebody's fucking
you know,
hurting and dying.
Her trip was, and before I go grab that Coke, because, you know, this is where George Knight comes in. Basically, George Knight's brother works with this mass production of biological weapons that we call rat poison. And this shit is vicious. There is no logic to rat poison. But even his own brother would tell you that they make it in these pink tea bags that they have to say, don't let the kids see this because they'll eat this shit up. But they make it look as...
I don't know what you mean. I mean, they totally put strychnine in LSD.
Yeah, and but they make it look as appetizing as possible so that any kid would want to check into it. But it's pink tea bags and shit. But anyhow, as his brother will say, this sends the rats into horrible pain. Their muscles spasm and their muscles contract, even their intestinal muscles and their stomach muscles.
That's what happens with the LSD. Like, that's why you have strychnine in it. Like, literally, I don't know if you've done it. You've done LSD, right?
Yeah, a bit, yes. But it's...
Yeah, so if you have strychnine in it, like, that's the whole point of, like, when you can have a good trip, but then your muscles, you have your muscles start contracting.
Yeah.
And I would never know, like, why they were tightening up. They'd be like, it's a I don't know why they put strychnine in it. I don't know if it's part of it, but
it's God.
Strychnine in it.
I never found out. But when it came to this shit, then as George Knight's brother will attest, then the rats it would take them too long to die, you know, hours and hours. But during that time, they crawl off to...
Let me cut you off before Brooke fucks the world up even more. There's no fucking strychnine in fucking LSD. That is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. There is no strychnine in it.
First of all, for
legend.
someone to ever tell me, like, I would love for somebody to tell me this. Like, there's a million things you could tell me that I've said. They're probably the stupidest thing that anyone could ever say. But for you, first of all, as your human being self, to come on and say anything, that's the stupidest thing you've ever heard. Have you ever... Do you not, like, do you put plugs in your ears when you fucking talk, bitch?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, before we go anywhere, so I can escape to ultimately...
Like you are,
hey,
bro.
why don't you know what? Why don't you talk to George about your fucking guy? No. Let's talk. You and George have a conversation about your island guy. What's his name? And, you know, why don't you have a conversation? Because I'm pretty sure George is more intelligent than me as far as at least getting a point across. And I'm pretty sure he'll put you in your place on that shit.
The island guy meaning Epstein or the...
Yes, where he sent the pictures and he was so sure Epstein's still alive.
But then later Ian said Epstein was executed.
He doesn't. That's his point. He will change it in any day. He'll be like, go straight to the beach, and then he'll be like, go right to the beach. Doesn't give a shit. You might run off a cliff. We've already determined Ian doesn't research shit. He just reposts it and says it.
Or another way to express it.
Because I know.
What was that, Ian?
I don't know. That's what God did to him. That's God. That's
because
God.
I know he's still alive.
Oh my god.
What do you know?
So Epstein's
wait, wait. You were pretty sure Pelosi was beheaded last week. She's still dead. Is she still dead?
Have you seen her?
Is Pelosi still dead? You also told me like 2 days ago. You know, you told me literally yesterday, not yesterday, the day before. What was it? You were still saying,
but anyhow, some
some
fascinating context about the fat villainess. So the context is that when it comes to the rat poison, as George Knight's brother will attest, the rats crawl off and die where you can't find the body, and then they become a health hazard because they begin to rot.
First of all, it's a horrible thing to do to anything. And anybody that like does that to any living creature, I want you to realize that's God's living creature. You may not like rats. Like, first of all, rats are one of the smart.
They're smarter than deer.
They're more
Okay,
cunning
it's
than man.
illegal.
They
Yeah.
are more cunning than man. They will
They're a
outsmart
very
men.
smart creature,
in
and they should
intelligence
not be
tests,
treated
yes.
like that. And they do suffer the same way you
Yeah.
wouldn't want your child to suffer. That is the way that animal is suffering. So for us to do that as humans beings shows what the fuck we are anyway, to make that fucking happen.
Yeah.
Like, you want to get rid of rats, there's other ways to do it. Get a
There's got to be
cat.
better ways. Yeah, there's got to be better ways.
Yeah, there's a
to
lot
do
of different ways to do it. I have fucking a live rat trap
Yes.
that, like, literally it goes in, put the cheese, you check it every day or two. You know, there's a rat in there, you take it to the middle of the woods, drive it the fucking middle wherever the fuck you want, let it the fuck out.
Yeah.
But there's no reason to do that.
Right.
Like, that is a horrible suffering death.
My primary argument against it, even beyond that, would be the fact that it creates another health hazard just by doing that. But anyhow, what happened was Lorraine Ann Fenton's deeply Italian, everything's cooked in olive oil grandmother put out a bunch of rat poison when she was still an infant crawling around. And she wound up at a fairly young age. I don't know if it was infant age, maybe 1 or 2 years, something like that. But she wound up eating it. So she wound up basically, gorging on the shit because it tastes good. And, again, just to add to the insanity of the product, not only is it put in pink tea bags to make it look interesting to kids and intriguing, it tastes good. So that's why the rats keep eating it, because it's sugary and shit. So she kept eating it. And then, of course, she developed all the gut spasms, muscle spasms, all that shit. And no doubt this was what resulted in her overweight the rest of her life, because internally she's all fucked up. But basically, so she began screaming as she contracted and dying like a giant rat. There's something very apropos about that and almost poetic. But they brought her to the hospital, and the MD said, well, in order to keep her from killing herself, she's spasming so violently, she's going to harm herself. Like an animal that starts to tear at itself when it's injured. So they put these like miniature rice bags on her limbs, kind of like sandbagging her, so that she couldn't move her limbs. So they had these miniature like rice bags or sandbags, whatever they used that was similar to that, they put on her limbs to keep her limbs from spasming. So she just was held down on all sides, like drawn and quartered, and continued to lay there screaming nonstop for days. And so the rest of her life, what happens when she's not chewing, she needs to be masticating to block out the screaming in her mind. So when she's not talking, so she's always either talking or chewing. And the only other option is sleeping. But when she's conscious, she's either talking or chewing or both. So she's the only person I know who had a pathological habit where she would constantly eat while she talked. So she would be the only person I know that no matter what time you called her, when she answered the phone or Skype, she was chewing. She was chewing nonstop and talking to you while she was chewing. And so
she sounds like she's brain damaged.
Yeah, to say the least. So
no, but that sounds like LSD.
Yeah, almost. Well, I'm sure there was a similar effect to her nervous system. So the point was that I saw her on stage, and at times she'd go silent, and that's when the screaming in her mind was overwhelming her. So otherwise, just to prevent that screaming from overwhelming her, she would be talking or chewing or both. So there you go. Just some more context for her. And, this does not justify her enjoying the burning agony of Max Spears in hell. But nevertheless, it puts it in context. Altogether, this is the cycle of violence.
The fat bitch was always chewing, because you never told me that.
Yeah. She's always chewing. Yeah, the fat bitch. That's why she's fat. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe she was always eating.
That's a joke, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah.
No, I'm not joking. Like, maybe she was just always eating.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course. Yeah, she's always eating. Yeah,
But you're saying, like, she was always, like, even in front of people, no matter what, she was chewing.
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, unless she was talking.
I'm sure Ian's familiar with this because most of his girlfriends do this.
All right. Okay.
I feel that jealous. So good. It's so good. Keep bringing it, Brooke. It's so good.
Oh my god.
Whatever, bitch.
Oh my god.
You know what? I'm on a bike now too, so fuck you.
Okay.
What happened?
Let me get that.
I don't even have a bike, actually. Thank God.
What happened to your car?
I don't fucking know. I knew you. God hated me because I talked to you and sent me fucking hell.
having second thoughts about going on living, or what happened?
No, I got my oil changed like a normal person, and then the car decided it doesn't want to run anymore a day later. And it just said, I'm going to also overheat and then not go into gears. So it was just basically like you. It was like, I don't know what my dick should do, but I'm burning up for you. And it was, that's what happened. I can't get out of second gear and do anything right, but I also am going into fire.
Oh my God.
That's what the car
Did you bring your car to a private mechanic or a like a fucking chain mechanic?
I don't even know.
Okay, I know
Yeah,
there's
let
too many
Douglas
syllables.
answer that, 'cause
All
I
right,
don't understand that question.
I'm sorry.
So
I know too many syllables in those. Sorry.
Chain or private?
Never mind. Never
Okay,
mind.
chain.
Never
I'm
mind.
sorry.
Never mind.
I'm sorry.
hurt
You
your
did say
brain.
chain
Don't
because
hurt
I was
your
sitting in
franchise.
a car.
He means like a franchise. But hey,
No, I
George,
was
Amy,
going with
participate a
chain.
bit more while I get that Coke. I'll go
Yes,
mute
go
now.
get your Coke. Yes, please. I thought you meant chain as far as I thought you were trying to go with actually what was wrong with my car. We were going into like bodies. No, you mean chain like a chain like Walmart. Okay, got you.
How you doing, George?
Yeah, no, it was a chain fucking well, I mean it's a chain around here. It was a chain oil change. The oil change place was a chain.
Okay. Thank you. How are you doing, George?
Yeah, very well, thank you, Ian, and it's lovely speaking to you all.
You too, buddy.
Yeah, no, it's nice, and
Hey,
thank you
George.
for coming on, Ian. I'm glad you're on when I'm on.
Oh my God, that's the biggest fire.
Go ahead, Brooke. Can you not talk over
You
George?
realize
Very
it's
rude.
fine now. He does not even show that you're on. Anyway, George, go ahead.
No, thank you, Brooke. And I just want to say it's very entertaining listening to you two. And and just so you know, it's like it's to me it's just morbid entertainment in regards and in that respect. But I just love listening to you two, and it's just a mutual, I have a mutual respect for both of you. I just love listening to you both, go off on a little. Yeah, no, and it's wonderful. And I'm on both your sides, so I'm willing to back both you up.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna need you. I'm just gonna need to know like who you got, like when the guns come out, like which way are you firing, dude?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really entertaining,
Yeah,
and
you're getting taken out, Ian. I'm just sorry. You're gonna get taken out. You know why? Because if nothing else, I could probably be a better babysitter to his daughter at least than you ever could. He's not gonna trust her with you, so he's gonna take you out first. So if it ever comes down to war, you're gone, Ian.
He's not. I would let you watch my kid.
Ian, nobody would have a kid with you, so I don't know what the fuck you were talking about. Can you just let George talk? People have kids with him because he actually has intelligence.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, George.
No, not at all. You're not speaking over me. It's just wonderful listening to you both. And I do. I can just say, please, by all means, carry on. It's really, really entertaining. And I think the viewers.
I need to get before Doug comes back and starts fucking questioning everything. So they found Kanye. Kanye's alive. He's been hooking up with some chick for the last.
Oh my God! Thank you for notice. 3 days later, when you're still looking for him 2 days ago. Yeah, that was posted 3 days ago. But I appreciate your fucking news flash for everyone. I'm sure everyone appreciates it.
The creatures at Benai Breath didn't get them like they do the rest of them. So I mean, I'm happy.
You know, Nancy Pelosi's her dead body didn't come back to life and grab him. I know.
Did you hear the IRS is shutting down?
No, the IRS isn't shutting down.
Well,
but
that would be why they're not calling me back.
Thank you. The Republicans, but first of all, I don't give a shit what side you're on. I have had taxes due to me for over a year, and now I'm going to refile this year, and I cannot get a call back for last year's taxes. So when they're like, we need to hire some people, they weren't hiring like 80,000 fucking people to do, which your Republicans were like, oh, I want to hire 80,000 people to
that was a public to hire a United Nations army to complete the
oh my God,
genocide.
Shut these fuck up. Why don't you just go to the tunnels? Just go to the tunnels. Just go to your tunnel shit.
I try to save you some dignity, so.
No, you had a new story. You were like, the tunnels had something to do with Disney and the governor of Florida. And I said, I don't want to ever hear it. Yeah, why don't you tell that story?
I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I overslept, but Ron DeSantis went to Disney World and dismantled the Reedy Creek Well, okay. So everybody knows how Disney World is basically its own country. It's its own little thing. There's no constitution there. There's no fucking Bill of Rights. There's none of that shit at Disney World. It's basically Little Disney. And if you guys didn't know what Mickey Mouse stands for, the reason why they call him Mickey is because it stands for the Military Industrial Complex Key. That's what Mickey stands for. That's what Mickey Mouse
so
is.
We're going to get factual information. We also, that may be factual. You know, I'm not going to argue with you. Maybe you're completely right on that. But let's also get factual information. You call people like child molesters and all that. And you're
they
also,
are.
you're
They're
not
kitty
allowed.
fiddlers.
And then you're not allowed at Disney World. You're banned from it. So
That's because I broke into there. I was doing the missions. It was like my little Vietnam. You know, it was great.
I mean, I'm just stating facts.
Surrounded by Mickeys. That's what we call the Disney World cops. We call them Mickey. So, but anyway.
Thank you for sharing that, Ian. No, that's wonderful. I did not know any of that.
God, George, how did you not know any of that? Like, I thought you were intelligent. Like, that is.
I learn a lot from Ian. Stuff Ian says I've never heard of before. It's enlightenment. Yeah, it's just enlightening me.
George, thank you.
Most things that Ian says he's never heard of before. They just spout out of his mouth. And he's like, oh, well, let's go with that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brooke. Thank you. Well, I cherish your opinion. Okay.
Ian.
I'll stick up for Ian because I'd heard about the parasites in the vaccines also.
Oh my God.
But I'm pretty skeptical of pharma, being that my pops was a pharmacist.
Well, I'm skeptical of that too, and I can go with you on that. But listen to Ian, is a catch-22 because I called Ian and I bathed in bleach, also drink it, and
still did.
Yeah. Oh, Ian had me. Like, I've been sick for fucking long-term COVID. Here's the thing: it's not your first thing. This is what people don't get. This is what I'm so sick of the shot shit. Okay, I worked in pharma. Okay, here's the thing: just like your dad. Okay, pharma. Like, you're right. The people had a right to be skeptical of these vaccines because they did not go through the entire long-term process of trial because of what was going on. And so that is the argument that pharmaceutical will give you. Then you can have a side argument to be like, well, maybe they didn't go through the long-term trial because this was all set up. But I can assure you, if this was all set up, then you need to go back a little further and be a little bit smarter and be like, well, if I was going to set something up, would I be stupid enough? I want to kill some population because maybe the world has taken over 75% of all the land masses. We've been using 155% since 1950 something of the of what we can reproduce. So why the hell then would we just kill? No, they couldn't. They couldn't just kill people with a vaccine. The actual virus itself was something to either long-term kill people, short-term and long-term, which is why you were seeing people, which even, people like
soft kill. Call it a soft kill.
Yes, it's a soft kill, and I do agree with that. I do believe that there may be something to that. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I am saying open up your brain to the fact that, let me put it this way: if I'm a billionaire and I'm looking at the world like that, there is a possibility to that. People looking at the vaccines. That's why most of the vaccines aren't killing people and most of the vaccines aren't hurting them. Your problem is not your vaccines. Your problem is this was probably a test story. Number one, a test fucking. When I want to kill you bitches, here's what I'm going to do. If I have $1 billion fucking dollars and I'm like, you're killing my fucking dogs, my fucking animals, and I want most of you, or at least some of you, off the world. And this is what you've got to understand. If I'm saying this, and I really wouldn't do this because I have moral conscience, but at the same time, maybe I would for the animals. Like, maybe I could talk myself into it. And that's what these people do. They say, I'm doing it for the greater good. They will be like, okay, well, greater good. If we don't do this, the whole world's going to fucking eventually die because we can't sustain what we are doing, which we truly can't. At this point, we are using 155% of our sustainables. I mean, that was just literally on the news last week. Had nothing to do with the vaccine or the disease. So if you look at it from that point, we have that information now. They've had that information 10, 20 years. Okay. And they've had 10, 20 years. Let's just say 10 minimum. Let's just say 10. Let's say they have 5. They've also got $5 trillion fucking dollars or more to put into people a lot smarter than me to plan and look and do this if they want to do it, and to say, well, how do we fix this?
Bree. I mean, Bree. I mean, Brooke. Look.
So
look,
you got three options. We
look,
tell
look.
the population, number one, we go to Ian West and be like, hey, you know what? All of you are fucking it up. We expect you to recycle or the world's gonna die.
Brooke,
You're not gonna do that.
fuck this world up even more. Will you just listen to this, okay? That way nobody else fucking listens to you and dies, all right? Just listen to this.
What happens is, as you're about 45 to 60 days out after you've gotten the shot, your body then
First of all, shut that up. You're going to get kicked off. You're not allowed to replace it.
And they're in your own system.
Okay. Okay. Please, once again, before somebody else kills himself from listening to you, will you shut the fuck up and just listen to this? Okay. It's only 45.
I'm out, dude. Bye. Good night.
I know you can't go 45 seconds without attention. I know, but just please try to. Okay. I gotta re-cue it up. God damn you. Okay. Just listen to what he says. Okay.
Getting kicked off, but you do it. Okay.
That's what got us in this mess anyway. People didn't listen to each other. All right.
As you're
listen.
45 to 60 days out after you've gotten the shot, your body then begins to manufacture these spike proteins, and they're in your own system. Now, you can have issues with what's in the shot and have inflammation in your body, have clotting around the heart, in the groin, in the back of the neck, at the base of the skull. These clots in the legs, a lot very bizarre stuff. But beyond the initial reaction of the shot, you get out a couple months, and now your body is, if it's gotten past your immune system and it's successfully got your body to begin manufacturing these spike proteins, then it's in your body at the cellular level. You're respirating out, breathing out these spike proteins.
Hey! I'm done with the Fox News. Shut the fuck up. I'm not going to shut up now for any of it. Because this is what my point is. Spike proteins are obvious. You're talking about
He's trying.
shots. You're talking about there's 3 different shots. They are targeting 3 different fucking ways. First of all, they don't fucking do it that way. Second of all, they came in as ACE2 fucking inhibitors is what the fucking disease did, which is why people are fucking still having long-term COVID that have never had the shot. So shut the fuck up about your shot.
Listen, if you would see why the people that didn't get the shot are getting sick, okay?
Well, you can't get there because you play the bullshit.
No, you just don't have an attention span. That fucking.
I don't have an attention span to listen to Fox News bullshit for 2 hours. No.
Fox News, you fucking retard. Look, he's saying that after you get this shot, that through your or through your sweat, through your breath, through your saliva, you fucking are shedding spike proteins. You're shedding parasites. Okay, but I
don't know what I don't know which point is. So they're shedding spike proteins. You're saying that then the people that already had COVID, they're not sick because they had COVID. They're picking up the spike proteins and getting sick again. Is that what you're saying?
COVID means certificate of vaccine identification. That's all COVID is. You know that, right?
No, but actually, I have not heard that one. You know what? But I will give you that. That's maybe like the best. That's the best anagram you've come up with.
A patent on it 8 years ago. We have the paperwork.
You patented it?
The people that got the shots are the ones that are shedding these parasites that are getting sick, which is what got me because I'm a whore and I fucking hooked up with somebody that got a shot a month ago. Before I hooked up with her, it was a one-night stand.
Oh my God! Nobody wants this. Is all just to tell your can please? Is there anyone else here to talk?
Listen, Ian has had a life-changing experience because of these parasites. He no longer is running around like a whore in Orlando. So there is some good.
All my straws are fresh. I do one single-use Coke straws and I throw them away now.
Yeah. You know how he actually got saved? Did you hear how he got saved? Number one,
he said the way he actually got saved, he was bathing in the bleach like he told me to, because I was sick. I haven't had the shot either. And I also wasn't sleeping around and haven't had sex in longer than I would like to talk about. So let me tell you the fact that you also then were like, but I was saved because somebody just, I don't know why they put a straw up to my nose. I didn't know what it was. But you know how when you get a straw to your nose, you randomly inhale like everyone else in the world? And I was like, no, I don't know how you just randomly inhale. I mean, I do remember doing coke in my 18, 19, 20-year-old self. Totally did it. Totally tried it. I'm sure plenty of people haven't. But I'm pretty sure haven't or have, like, you randomly, you know how you just inhale. But it kept it from crossing the blood-brain barrier is what Ian wanted to be sure that we knew. And that is what saved his life. And you are correct. It means Ian's not on the road. But here's the reason Ian's not on the road. It's because he's riding a bike. And he was riding a bike before fucking 2020. It has nothing to do with the fucking COVID.
I love Ian's bike, Brooke. I have a mountain bike.
I love Ian's bike too.
Ian's
I
bike.
love a man. Ian's man enough to ride a bike. Like, that's the man skills. I give Ian credit for shit. But
lost when
he puts a little Barbie in it, and he's like all shaking a little Barbie
in the middle of downtown. I swear to God. Oh.
I think you look cute with your little Barbie. I like it.
We're not doing too good holding up this conversation. We need some fresh meat here. Who is listening to this? You need to get on this call.
Yeah, if I can
get Brooke off of it. So, sorry. Go.
That's all right, Ian. I was going to say to any of the viewers listening in, if they have any questions for me and Douglas to address, I'll be more than happy to. Brooke's gone. So yeah, if anyone's got any questions, just please put it into the live chat feed, and we can get back to those. Or if Amy, do you have any questions that you would like me or Douglas to answer for you? Because I think it's a good way to segue off this topic. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I know it's so controversial. Like it's so hard. Like, the whole healthcare system is just such a mess in every aspect of it. My interest in some of the stuff that Doug is able to elucidate on is, it's stuff that, like, I don't even know how he arrives there. Like, like when he was talking about the Japanese gods and goddesses, I don't even know how he got there, but how they were, like, it's a male and female, and the male.
Izanami, I just returned. You're talking about Japanese gods and goddesses. The original archetypal male and female father and mother of Japan would be Izanagi and Izanami. What did you want to know, honey? And
well, we were trying to get off of the vaccine topic. Like, it drove Brooke away.
Oh,
but
right.
Yeah.
Is she all right otherwise? As far as you know.
She's probably tired. Like, this is late for East Coasters.
It's true.
This is true. Late. It's hard to even think, but you do so well with it at such a late hour.
Well, I'm a creature of the night.
Part that you were talking about the say it so that I have to repeat it.
Sure. Izanagi and Izanami. Yeah, Izanagi.
Izanami.
Yeah.
Izanagi, Izanami.
Yes.
And that's male, female?
That's correct. You got it right.
So when they were going around the column of the marriage.
Yes.
And you were saying how in an unbalanced relationship, they'll have deformed children if it's mostly the female who approaches the male.
That's how some people interpret that. It's certainly not something that I myself would promote as my own perspective. It's how anthropologists tend to interpret a general presentation of that ancient scripture of the Japanese in terms of that particular shall we say incident, or the kind of experience that is described between the twain of them. No, please tell me what it is about this that obviously that's upsetting, because that's something that what I said was it's also a sign of a kind of patriarchal stance. It's a patriarchal stance when they said that the female initially introduced herself to the male. And so when she introduced herself, that somehow kind of that wasn't proper somehow, and therefore the first child was born basically this gelatinous entity, an entity of chaos. It's kind of like a Cthulhuoid anti-god kind of entity is how it can be interpreted. And so they sent it away, like put it on a kind of Moses type of basket raft and sent it out to sea, where it survived to become one of the anti-gods. That's a general kind of perception about that entity. When it comes to so is that kind of like what you're asking about, right?
Right. And I guess it just sort of touched me, having, had some miscarriages, and just the idea that in a balanced relationship, or one that's more natural, based on a natural order, maybe it is that, like, I was striving to produce a child in a way that was uncomfortable for my partner, and therefore that, it just really felt like there was something very true in that story. And also just the idea that, it can be like that dance where the man should lead. Like, the man should have an interest in, being with the woman that he's with. It shouldn't be that, the woman is manipulating or poisoning, or, and then when I say poison, I mean like in their thoughts, like, like playing guilt trips, or all the psychological games that can be very negative in a woman archetype.
Okay, that's certainly understood and appreciated.
Like gaslighting. Like gaslighting.
Okay. Now, just so people understand, there's a lot of complaints about overuse of that term. But so by the way, just to give people an example of gaslighting as it's generally used, I think probably most constructively, is when they talk about medical gaslighting against females. Females oftentimes will go to an MD and say, I have symptoms, or I feel something is going on, and oftentimes medical doctors will dismiss them, saying that you're not experiencing what you think you're experiencing. And so this leads to a lot of misdiagnoses. Just so people understand, it was often thought for decades, generations, that women could not get heart attacks, that this was something men would get because men were responsible and men held jobs, and therefore women didn't have that kind of responsibility or that kind of stress, and therefore it's impossible that they would get cardiac arrest. I mean, doctors literally thought like this. And so it turns out women do get heart attacks. And they do get so there's medical gaslighting, and that would be otherwise, without examples like that, a lot of terms like this become so overused, one loses the definition. But when it comes to what Amy experienced, you may have heard my episode on abortion. And she says her battery's dying and she maybe needs to go. But honey, before you do, what I will do is I'm going to put a link in your private Skype page, and that will be to the episode in which I was talking about abortion, and I do cover the miscarriages. Women miscarry far more than we ever thought before. The researches into miscarriages have proven that that women are often miscarrying and they're not even aware of it. So this is like something that may explain a lot about the phantom pregnancy phenomenon, that again, doctors gaslighting them, saying you think you're pregnant but you're not, but then it turns out women are often miscarrying. Now, of course, this can be puzzling if the woman doesn't have an active sex life, but if she does, then definitely it's been proven that suddenly they realize that women are miscarrying a lot more than they ever realized. I don't know if that helps any.
I did hear that. I did hear that about the abortions and the miscarriages.
Okay, so you did. Yeah.
Yeah, and I definitely, I've been into the whole Women in Madness, the Cheesler book. Phyllis Cheesler wrote that book in the 70s, right?
I believe so, yes.
Women in Madness. Yeah, how they just, the whole mental health field is based on trying to prove that women are crazy. That's really shameful. And yeah, I don't really have much more to add, but I'm excited to listen to your monologue later. And it's just dipping down. It's below 5%. So I'm going to say goodnight while I can. Thank you all, and have a great night.
We adore you. Goddess bless you. You take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, Amy.
Bye.
Thank you for joining.
Yes. Well, it's just us lads now. So, George, yes, by all means, what else is on your mind? What else has been stood out for you lately?
Oh yes, thank you, Douglas. And to go back what you were saying earlier with regards to my brother and his involvement with producing rat poisoning for Pelgar, this international firm that distributes rat poisoning all over the world.
Jesus.
And like you mentioned about the environmental hazards to rat poisoning, going back several years ago when I was a bartender at the hotel, I actually was acquainted with one of his bosses who run the company. And he was having a conversation about me. And when he realized that I was my brother's older brother, when he realized we were related, he was asking me questions about him. And I actually just related that to him, that my brother's passion, his hobby, and he's had it since he was a young child, is breeding particularly British birds.
Uh-huh.
And he's a big fan of birds of prey. And then this and I forgot his name. I can't remember ascertaining his name at this point, but I remember him just looking at me and gasping and going, "Oh my God!" He goes, "I need to sit down and have a conversation with him." And I said, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "Well, if he's breeding wild birds, you know, if he's a fan of British birds, particularly like zebra finches and canaries, all reside in the UK. He goes, and birds of prey, by the way. He goes to me, well, what happens is when the rats eat the poison, the rats will scurry away and find a place to you know, they're coming to the end of their life. They will hide in a location where they are secluded from the outside world. And what happens is these birds of prey will come down and scavenge these corpses of these rats. And what happens is the birds will then fly away and then die of the rat poisoning. And
Awful.
This is an environmental hazard. And he was relaying this information to me. He goes, what we're doing is not only killing the rodents, we're also killing the wild birds,
Yes.
wild animals. And this is so detrimental. And I was like, oh, Jesus. He goes, I don't know if Laurie even knows that information.
Right.
But I said, well, he's a very smart man. I'm sure he's aware of this. I mean, he knows about. He's quite as a personality, as a character. He keeps everything in himself, and he's quite cold. You know, he doesn't show any remorse or any sympathy or empathy for anything. So I'm sure he's all right. He's understanding the cycle of it all and the ramifications of doing what he's doing. But yeah, that was something, you know, that it brings, you know, to people's attention that and awareness that this is what's going on. That when the use of rat poison, it doesn't just affect just one specific, you know, species of animal or the rodent population. It actually impacts the other species as well. So it's really quite, you know, that's just the reality of it, which I just wanted to bring up. And to go back to something else, another topic that was because what happened was Ian and Brooke were discussing the vaccines, and lately this week, a Tory MP, just to be a correspondent for the moment, Douglas, but Tory MP by the name of Andrew Bridgen, Bridgen, has been suspended on his COVID vaccine comments. And the reason why he's been suspended is because he's relaying that he was saying that is quite precarious to take these shots, these vaccine shots. So then he was suspended immediately without any warning because of these comments, because they were saying, well, you're going to impact people's lives. People are not going to take the vaccine shot anymore because you're telling people to not take it. So this is why he was suspended. And so that's just one of the impacts of people spreading disinformation about vaccines. And I just wanted to just relay that. But that is the government's response to it. Mm-hmm. And just so people are aware, and I've had to relay this to one of my colleagues this week, is everything that I say, when I relay information to them, obviously I have been made aware of this through Douglas.
Oh, bless you.
Every documentation that I cite, that I give or verify, It is government documentation. It's what the government knows and what the government believes as fact. So this is obviously when it comes down to the COVID vaccine rollout that they emulated, that they implemented, that was a response to the pandemic. And they would not have done that if it wasn't detrimental to themselves. And what me and Douglas have always relayed to the public is your government needs your taxations.
Yeah.
And this is something Brooke needs to understand also, if she's listening. The government doesn't have a reason to kill anyone off. They might have a reason to kill off the older population if they are in retirement stage.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about people who are in their senior years, their late senior years.
Collecting retirement, and no longer taxed. Go on, yeah.
Yes, and so this is what the government need, and this is why you're ultimately the enemy of the government, is because they rely on your taxations to keep them going. Without you, they have nothing. And so this is why the government rolled out that vaccine, rollout, whatever you want to call it, scheme, program, whatever you want to call it. People call it different things. But this is why the government responded with that. They respond in a way which benefits themselves. And so if they killed millions of people, if they allowed you to carry out your... People are going, why are we going into lockdown? But if you carried out your everyday duties without going into lockdown, without, isolating yourself from contracting this virus, this acute respiratory syndrome, you would have ultimately killed hundreds and if not thousands of people around you. And then the government would have no one to claim taxes from.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the government did what they did.
Yes.
That's why it was an international effort. It was an international effort to end the pandemic as best they could. And ultimately, they haven't won this battle. This war is still ongoing.
Yes.
COVID is still rife. It is still ripe out there. It is thriving, and people are contracting it on a daily basis. And that was just my comments to it, Douglas. I just wanted to relay that.
Sure.
And this is why this Tory MP this week alone, only within the last 48 hours, 72 hours perhaps, has been suspended because of his comments on the COVID vaccine, because he was spreading disinformation, misinformation, and this impacts people's lives. So that's the reason for it. That's why I just wanted to relay that, and people can cite that from many different sources on the web. But thank you, Douglas.
No, by all means. So when you said special attention to now Brooke, I mean, wouldn't Brooke doesn't usually take an anti-vaccine. Wasn't
information? I had to shut her up.
I'm sorry. What? What was that?
I had to shut her up because she was spurting disinformation.
About what? What was she saying?
She doesn't know. She doesn't even know what she's saying. She's just making it up to make herself sound smart.
Well, maybe you could relate to me some of what that was. I was just curious. What she might have said. I mean, do you remember any of the specifics? Specifics.
Yeah.
For me, George. Thank you.
No, sorry, just very quickly. Yeah, no, with what Brooke was relaying, just from what I gathered, not just in the past, but tonight as well, Brooke was saying about killing people off. If they want to do that, they will use this to kill the population off. And that was why I just responded, why I made my comments, is because just to relay to people that the government rely on your taxations. And in order for you to give them your taxation, you have to be a worker. You have to be able to live and to actually work for your salary or your whatever it is. If you are self-employed, or if you work for a salary, you work for a firm or a company, you then have to pay a percentage of your wages in taxations. Not just that, but national health insurance in the UK, because we have a national health service. And that was just what I wanted to relay, is the government have no intentions or agenda to kill any population off. But like I said, they possibly might do for the ones that are not working. And for example, that would be the older generation, the much older generation who are in their retirement years. So that's just what I wanted to make my response and my comments on that.
Well, definitely. Just so people understand, the Brendan Zogit, who is obviously a militant vegan, and certainly has his he's very organic oriented to a militant sense. He was very afraid of the new vaccines because they are something that has not existed in history before, and this because they're mRNA vaccines. Now, in terms of the old vaccines, they were well tested and certainly have a history of efficacy with very, very little side effects. And the people that have side effects on collateral damage, sometimes lethal, would be people with very specific conditions. And so this is why every time you take a shot, they'll ask you if you have something like I forgot what it was, Guillain-Barré syndrome or something of that nature, and various other kinds of syndromes that might make you unable to take vaccines. And if you do have those conditions, then the point is they're trying to get everyone else vaccinated to protect you. And so these are the most vulnerable parts of our population, are those people who have who are immunocompromised or the like, something where they can't take vaccines. But the point to be made about the mRNA, because they are different, they are new, and they do a little bit with your genetics that's different, is that some cases that Brendan brought to my attention, which are legitimate, and you wouldn't get this with the old kind of vaccine, but you get it with the new kinds, is that some people who were, say, for instance, pre-diabetic, it pushed them into full diabetes. So yeah, there were a few cases where it wound up to be lethal. Now, of course, these are still exceptional in the sense that they're not, your average person, as far as can be seen, nothing negative is going to happen to you from taking these new mRNA vaccines. And it's important that, like I said before, I don't know if George had a chance to listen to the last episode's monologue, but I went into detail about Britain and I went into detail about vaccines. And I brought up the fact that we could have vaccinated the world had we simply not just left this in the hands of the big pharma. And so I was taking the side of humanity and saying that this is truly a case where if you want to hate that idiot, what's his name? Bill Gates. You don't hate him because you think he's behind some conspiracy to try and annihilate the world's population, to cull the numbers and leave a few rich people. He basically was behind instead a conspiracy to convince the U.S. government to use all our tax dollars, which it's our money that we paid to go into Warp Speed, Operation Warp Speed, and these various research programs that produce these mRNA vaccines. And then they just took our vaccines, what we had paid for developing, and they just gave them to the pharmaceutical companies to run with. And they just took it and monopolized it, sold it to the highest bidder, and made it inaccessible to everyone else. So the rest of the world couldn't get vaccinated because they couldn't afford it. So the end result was that we're stuck with this disease forever, continually mutating, while they keep producing new boosters and halfway vaccines to get us through to the next mutation. And so they get a never-ending monetary input. So did you hear any of that? Or
no, do you know what I heard? Like segments, or what you want to call segments of it, just some snippets of it.
So did you hear me cussing out Rishi Sunak?
Yes, I did catch it. Yes, absolutely, and I, completely agree, Douglas. And it was just like, people somehow they got a correlation between Bill Gates and vaccines, and because of Bill Gates, he was like, I don't know if he's the full ownership or classed as the CEO of Microsoft. It could be in the hands of somebody else.
Oh, it's in somebody else's hands at this point. Go on.
And I remember going back, a couple of years ago now, I remember it was discussed between Peter Moon and stuff about, he kept creating all this malware or antivirus programs to attack, to counteract Trojan viruses and all these other types of malware viruses that infect your computer, because he keeps updating his Windows, the interface, Windows gets updated. And what he does is create these antivirus programs to overwrite the previous Windows. And then when a new one comes out, you're rewriting it. And it's just like with these vaccines, you know, they're creating a vaccine to counteract one virus, but unfortunately, in the natural world, they mutate and evolve. They counteract, basically adapt to their environment. So a virus is they have one goal. A virus's duty is to live as long as possible. That's all it wants to do, is to live. And it will jump from host to host if it can do. And that's the whole point of a virus. And what it will do is it will adapt and evolve and mutate to its surroundings. And so all they're doing, like you said, Douglas, and it's the same with these malware and McAfee, you know, viruses, programs, antivirus programs that they produce. It's just to overwrite one virus. But unfortunately, what they do.
Well, the McAfee is just a virus of its own. Go on.
Yes, it just affects your. It just affects every you know, all your hardware of your computer. So it's oh my god, it's basically all it is doing is overriding from a previous program, and it's rewriting and then just adapting to a new one, and it's the same thing. I just wanted to just add that to that, just to extend on what you were saying, Douglas. But
Absolutely.
that's where. Yeah, and that's where people got that correlation from. Of course, it's nothing intuitive, nothing to do with reality at all. It's just people have just conjured up this conspiracy against it.
It's definitely, just so people understand this. We have to make hard choices in times like these, and right now the problem is that we don't have leaders that are capable of making those hard choices. They're not capable of anything. And in fact, other than, you know, like what I brought about Rishi Sunak, I had to actually kind of publicly apologize both to my listeners and to Harvard for mistakenly saying he was a Harvard MBA. I bleached it from my mind because I wanted to forget it. He's a Stanford MBA right here from California. And so you've got somebody who's basically educated at Stanford in California, and he's this total red state. In other words, California's deep blue politically, but we have what's called red California, which is like, if you take a look at if you go north of San Francisco, like a few counties, and then you just keep going north to the top of California, and then, right up at the top of California along that northern coastline, and then you go interior California facing the state of Nevada, all that streak along Nevada down towards Los Angeles. Basically what you have there is red California. And so the politics of Stanford's business department is deep red California. And they're like libertarian crazies. And so he went over to England, and he's just trying to materialize an American fantasy on the British, and they're paying for it with their lives. I mean, he needs to be taken out and lynched. I mean, just publicly, forget Guy Fawkes. Take Rishi Sunak, burn him alive, and then burn him in effigy every year on Rishi Sunak Day. Okay? That's what needs to happen in England with this guy.
I'll be down for that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
I'll
you.
be down for that.
Yes. Oh my fucking
Andrew
God.
Tate calls him brownface.
Yeah, thank you.
Tate calls him a fellow brownface like himself.
Yeah, that's what they are. A couple of mocha monkeys. These are a couple of mocha monkeys
Yes.
that are just where did these people come from? I mean, forget whatever, ethnic origins they may have. These people are like somehow products of like they like somehow did brain surgery and just inserted some kind of rhesus monkey brains in these assholes. It's just you're at a loss for words. So yeah, but
No.
but so
Yeah.
So I guess what Brooke was saying was that she herself would not take these mRNA vaccines. That was her stance, right? I would assume.
Sorry, Ian, could you respond to that, please? Because I didn't quite catch. Yeah.
Yeah. Ian, you can respond to this if you want. I
actually shut off at that point. I shut off. I would stop listening at that point.
They use his frustration with what they're stuck with in England. Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah. all the time, Douglas, and yeah, it goes on and on and on. And by the way, I listened in to the first hour of last episode's transmission, and yeah, I caught the bit where you said that you've read an article, Douglas, about vaping and nicotine, and yeah, I then went off and done a bit of research myself, looked a few medical articles on the side effects of vaping and smoking with nicotine. It causes anxiety because the nicotine drug releases dopamine in the brain, and then what you have is like this high, this period of highness, and especially the first time you take it, inhale it for the first time in your life, and that is where you get that feeling of, oh wow, all stress is released. I feel calm, and it's a great high a high intake feeling that these people are experiencing. So then it then moves on to becoming an addiction. And what it does is people that do it continuously and been doing it for years, they'll have this massive, they rely on it now. They depend on it. And people suffer from anxiety, depression, and it causes stress because they're constantly on this wave, on this roller coaster where it's up, down, up, down. And that was very interesting to understand because it actually could be, that could be the answer to a lot of why people are experiencing a lot of anxiety, stress, and it will cause problems. It will cause, even if it's not related to causing cancer directly, it could be it could be what they call it could exacerbate things in your body to respond. So health problems could be related to it. So they say vaping is very safe, but what the stress levels you're causing to your body could make your body respond in this way to produce it. Your cell mutation could produce cancer because of your body's response to stress levels. So that was very interesting to read up on, Douglas, and that was just to verify what you were actually saying, that it is scientifically proven. It does that. So yeah. I hope that helps. I hope that makes sense and coherent.
I hope that what I'll do is I'll try and timestamp what you said and force Brooke to listen to that. So what I had said earlier was when she was discussing vaccines, apparently she went off into the concern about democide. Basically, when people are talking about governments killing off their own populations, then the term for that is democide. And as in democracy, but sidal, so democide. And when you think of that, it's usually in cases like communist collectivization, where the government is killing people off by just basically starvation, labor camps, etc. So democide happens, but understand that the theoretically collectivized or communist societies are not collecting taxes. So theoretically, they're exploiting your labor. But in the case of us, our societies, we, as our man George said, this is tax world here. So they need you alive.
Yeah, exactly. This is a godless Ayn Randian ideology. It's capitalism.
So you heard maybe what I said about Ayn Rand as well in the latest transmission. I speak of her often. Okay.
Oh yes, Douglas. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. I've learned everything. Everything I know has come from yourself, Douglas, over the years from Ayn Randian. Yeah, absolutely, and just especially with and also Anton Szandor LaVey being what he created with his church.
Yes.
It's related to because excuse me if I'm wrong, and obviously sometimes when I say things I realize I've made a mistake, so then I quickly correct myself. But was Anton Szandor LaVey, he was obviously she was Jewish.
Yes,
that's correct, isn't it? Yeah, she was Jewish, but wasn't he Jewish also?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to check before I said that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
and sorry, Ian.
Yeah. Oh, Ian was saying the same thing. Ian was just reinforcing that fact.
Yeah.
And so just so people understand, here's the tragedy of the situation was, as I pointed out before, what you had was originally Karl Marx, and Karl Marx was ethnically Jewish, And he was someone who actually had an entirely different name, Rabbi Moses Levi or something like that, which I can,
Yes.
you know, if people look this up, they'll find out what I say is true. It's not something that is conspiracy or some kind of false, pretense. This is
Yes.
like, and so when, but he was, yeah. Yeah, say that again, Ian.
It's not like regular stereotype.
Oh God, Ian, what's going on with your? Oh, this is like the problem that we encounter a lot. It's your microphone or something, so we get only every other word that you're saying. So say a full sentence slowly. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're saying this is not a standard stereotype.
Yes. It's not just, I'm not just going off on some kind of Judeo-phobic trip.
No.
Yeah, I want people to understand that if you were to do research on Karl Marx, then you would find out that what I say is true. And the reason that it is important is because here you have a Jewish individual who is creating a philosophy of godless communism. And so when you have someone who has this this kind of attitude, then it results, of course, in the mass death of millions of people, and ultimately hundreds of millions. So just so people can have a example here, I'm going to put this into the text box as well as the chat room. So in the text box, give me a second here. Just getting entranced by my own pornography. It loads up my files, and then what happens is when I'm going through something, it becomes quite the distraction. So I have to ignore that. Now let me see. Here's our text box. So going to the text box, back into the call, and here we are. He says something about okay, so our man Ian was entering some links on this. So this is the original name for Karl.
By Moses. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and I'll put this into the live stream as well, just so people understand that. And so Karl Heinrich Marx was born Rabbi Moshe Mordecai Levy. And so he was someone who developed godless communism. Now, as a result of the just all of that mass death through his ideology, you had one of the victims of that was the wealthy Russian Jewish family of Ayn Rand. And Ayn Rand, of course, had a completely different original name as well. So when it came to that, we can look up original name, and there we are, Ayn Rand original name. And it was Alisa Zinovievna Rosenbaum. Okay, very Jewish name. And so she came from this Jewish background, and she decided she was going to generate a godless capitalism. So then she developed this philosophy of godless capitalism, in which, I think the latest episode before tonight's, I explained it pretty vociferously and accurately enough, was she was just trying to promote serial killers, just the pathological mentality. And she actually, as I pointed out in her diaries, was just orgasming over this demented serial killer, this boy who had grabbed some young girl off the street, raped her, and dismembered her alive, chopped her body up, and that's what killed this young lady. And this woman was saying what a great guy this guy was, and a pity he didn't take over society, that he was a guy who knew what he wanted and took what he wanted and did what he wanted. This is her idea of the kind of hero she wanted for society. So we're talking about a pathological, psychotic individual who, like Lorien Ann Fenton, is grooving off of other people's pains and feels that the predators have every right to do what they want with their victims. And then so Magus Anton Zandor LaVey, who was also born Jewish with a a different name as well that was far more Jewish sounding. You know, we could look that up. Anton LaVey, original name. Here we are. Let's see if we can.
And they all changed their names as well, just to
Yeah, they all changed their name.
Like Netanyahu, his original family name was Milkaliski, and he originates from Europe, from Poland, I believe.
Yes.
And and he was Ashkenazi. He was ethnically Ashkenazi, so he was not ethnically Sephardim or Sephardic. And so they changed the names just to proclaim their ethnicity, their legitimacy to land. Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, it's part of their. It's almost like what I'd call like a facade, or a facade assimilation, just like a kind of like surface assimilation. But but they're not assimilating at all. Indeed, they're subverting the societies that they're in. In all irony, Anton LaVey may be the only one that actually was born with his real name.
There's nothing else, is there, Douglas?
Yeah, there's a certain sense to that. But at any rate, he simply took Ayn Rand's philosophy, took it all the way to its logical conclusion, and just added magical ritual and self-empowerment and pesto, hocus pocus. I forgot what they used to say, presto changeo or something. You've got Satanism. And so it this progressive just disintegration, this descent from godless communism, godless capitalism to this godless Satanism, really, because it's basically Anton LaVey's Satanism is actually Satanless. It's an atheistic,
Yes.
Yeah. And
it's within you. He tells them it's within you. It's not. Yes. There's not a sentient being like what Aquino would relate to you, but LaVey's ideology, his philosophy was it's within you. The Satanism with all of us. So thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, thank you. And so there we have it. It's a situation where there seems to be a Jewish fascination with godlessness. And a fascination with just descending towards ever greater degeneracy. I mean, it's hard to escape this conclusion when you see this kind of influence that these individuals have had. I mean, Ayn Rand's influence is just enormous. People have no idea how influential she's been. It's truly frightening. When it comes to Karl Marx, of course, the influence speaks for itself. With Anton LaVey, he had far more influence than people realize as well, and certainly has been certainly influenced Michael Aquino enormously. And then from there, we know what happened. When anybody has listened to me, then you know where Michael Aquino went. And and by the way, if you don't, we'll get the book out soon enough, and then you'll find out in painful detail. So what you have is this kind of now, obviously, this is something that we need to disambiguate from just saying all Jews are bad or something like that. But when you take a look at something like this and you realize that there's been a incredible, shall we say, influence from some particular Jewish figures that are extraordinarily vile. There's no other word for it. You begin to ask questions. In other words, okay, what produces this level of pathology in these certain Jewish individuals? And then why is their influence so far-reaching? Why do people listen to them? Why do people listen to them? Now, when it comes to what I've said before, now, here's where I have to take my deep breath. One of the things that happened during the time of the Third Reich was they were seeking an alternative to Sigmund Freud. Now, Sigmund Freud, like Albert Einstein, unlike what propagandists will tell you, they'll tell you all this bullshit about, the Nazis couldn't develop the atomic bomb because they thought that physics, as proposed by Einstein, was a quote-unquote Jewish science. And, this is the kind of crap you'll hear. It's all bullshit. They instead, rather, Adolf Hitler, the Nazis, all viewed someone like Einstein as a product of German education, just like
Yes.
they viewed Karl Marx as a product of German education. There is still a Karl Marx Stadt in Germany, the Karl Marx city, and that is it's maintained simply because he was born in Germany, and they felt he was a product of German education and had an enormous influence on the world. For those of you who don't know, they named it after Karl Marx because he was born there, and beyond that, the Communist Chinese, it's a pilgrimage site. Believe it or not, Communist Chinese tourists in the days before COVID were visiting there right just before COVID started on Karl Marx's birthday. And so it's like this, it's just kind of bizarre. And for those of you who don't know as well, one of the big supporters of Vietnam during the Vietnam War was East Germany. And so many Vietnamese immigrants have resettled in Germany. So there's a huge Vietnamese population in Germany, for people who don't know that, from the old communist days. They're all in Eastern Germany is where the Vietnamese settled, but now, of course, they're all over Germany. So just for some, for people who don't know that, they have, instead of Chinatowns, they have like Vietnam towns, little Saigons. But so when it comes to the German people and what the Nazis were seeking at the time of the Third Reich, they felt that Sigmund Freud's psychotherapy was a product of his German education and therefore had validity in concept. But they thought that he was overwhelmingly obsessed with sexuality in the degenerate sense, meaning that Sigmund Freud had almost a fixation on neuroses that were based on sexual or just various kind of bodily functions like fecal matter, like anal retentive. We get that term from Sigmund Freud, meaning that some people might have pleasure in holding their shit in just until they finally expel it, that this is a kind of pleasure, and therefore these kinds of terms, the Nazis were saying, maybe psychology and psychotherapy doesn't need to be like that. So they sought an alternative in Carl Gustav Jung. And Carl Gustav Jung, of course, became very much their father of psychotherapy. So psychotherapy in the Third Reich became Jungian as opposed to Freudian. So it became very much more focused on symbolic archetypes. And some interesting things here. Carl Gustav Jung felt that the Americans would often see UFOs because he felt that circles and discs were a symbol of holistic completeness, a kind of sense of a kind of sense of fulfillment, in the sense that a circle is complete. And then he felt that the Americans kept seeing flying saucers, or at least he propagandized this, because the Americans had repressed guilt. So he said the Americans see all kinds of UFOs because they have repressed guilt. And the repressed guilt projects a sense of fear and paranoia. They see things in the skies that are circular and therefore representative of the angelic because they feel that they're deserving of judgment, like a heavenly judgment. And this was actually psychological warfare, really. And
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, exactly.
Yeah, but one of the other things that Carl Gustav Jung said was when it came to the Jewish people, because people will ask this about the Jewish people, and they'll say, well, you can't stereotype the Jewish people because you have so many of them that are in media as conservatives, you have so many of them that are in media as liberals, and you have so many of them that are just every end of the spectrum concerning politics and cultural stance, and these are people who just represent every end of human behavior, every range on the spectrum. They somehow represent it. And so with this incredible variety, you can't stereotype Jewish people. So what can you conclude about them? And well, Carl Gustav Jung had a conclusion, and his conclusion, when he was confronted with the phenomenon that we have brought up tonight about the Karl Marx, Ayn Rand, Anton LaVey, and this enormously destructive impact that not to, of course, ignore, but for the sake of what we're concentrating right now is the negative impact. Obviously, there's been positive impact by Jewish people, so that needs to be acknowledged, and I don't say that dismissively to get it out of the way, but there are entire documentaries and volumes of work that have been published on the positive things Jewish people have done. But to concentrate on the negative, one really has to ask, in the balance of things, that there have been a few of them that have done so much damage that the damage it almost balances out or even negates the positive that's been accomplished. So, or, at the very least, cancels it out in the sense that on balance, it's not necessarily that if you take it on the whole, checks and balances, debit and credit, it kind of cancels itself out. It really does. So you have to ask, in the end, when confronted with this historical fact, Carl Gustav Jung, he drew the conclusion that the Jews, as he would refer to them as, please don't ever use that term like Ian West uses it. You say the Jewish people, the Jewish people. He said the bottom line is that the Jewish people are an insane race. That was his conclusion. Now, that's something that, again, I'm not saying that that's the stance that I take, but if one were to consider that stance, then one at least has a new perspective in which to, at times, filter what is happening. So the end result, of course, is that we are in a time of enormous flux right now because for many generations, starting with the concept of, there was a concept called Anglo-Israelite ideology or belief system, in which some British theologians said that really the Holy Land was in England. And this kind of Anglo-Israelite perspective was very different from later on certain English Protestants and evangelicals picking up from Americans, this kind of obsession with Israel and this kind of worship of the Jewish race that was really never part of English culture until American evangelicalism began to infiltrate England. But in terms of America, this was a big part of America's development or maldevelopment, was a kind of worship of the Jews as the master race, that you need to reestablish Israel. We go into this in the book that Peter Moon and I are writing, and a lot of it stems from what was called the Schofield Bible. Now, a lot of people have heard me, talk about, the British did this with the King James Bible. And but the reality is, in the end, I would say that, it's a British parameter or envelope, a definition of their cultural identity. So in that end, it is kind of what I view as a Commonwealth Bible. It is their Bible. When you take a look at, but by the way, once I qualify that, what I tell people who are not English or not English speaking or of the Commonwealth, are not subject to the crown, I would say, well, that doesn't make it your Bible. But when it comes to King James, but when it comes to the Schofield Bible, oh God, now there's that. You talk about a real piece of work in the negative. That's this individual just completely perverted the Bible to become this pro-Jewish propaganda piece, in the sense of trying to reestablish Israel. And that was something that was just an atrocity. The end result was an America that was slave-circuited in its foreign policy to supporting the state of Israel as a religious obligation. So, and by the way, our man George disappeared. He had to go to work, I believe. And Sammy joined us. So there we are. And so everything's been put into. Yes. Oh, so good to have you with us. So tell us how your night is going.
I just got finishing an exam from Cathay Pacific, which took me about 3 times because the lingo.
Oh my God! Tell us about it.
I don't know who translates their manuals, because what I'm doing is pharmaceutical storage going to China, and I don't know who translates. I don't know if they do the King's English over there. I don't know what it is, Doug. Hong Kong. But
Hong
it's
Kong,
terrible
it's
because
the King's English. It's Hong Kong. Yes, that's correct.
okay. Well, it doesn't help that, most of them are Filipinos that work for them right now, so they might as well be, Mexicans too, because they didn't know shit.
Oh my
So I
God.
had to concentrate, and put on my thinking cap, even though I didn't want to. But anyways, it turned out well. I passed it the third time, but it's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo that they put together, and I had to take the stupid exam. But besides that, no, it's been a great transmission. I overheard well, obviously I joined earlier on, but I didn't really get to catch the whole Peter Moon part. But other than that, it's been great. But it's good. It's good to be on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, bless you. Thank you so much. I'm so happy you could join us. And thank you for saying, "Oh, I hope hope your insurance works out all right." It was fine. It was I got it reinstated. It was
Great.
yeah, part of that. Just another added stressor yesterday was just bizarre, and was like, ultimately I knew that the collateral effects would accordion into the transmission tonight, and the rain helped with all of that to make certain that happened. And tell us about how the rain's been treating you. Are you able to get to work and home safely? Tell us about your commute.
Well, I'll tell you what, Southern California has been getting swamped. I'm sure the same thing as the Bay Area, but here in Southern California, it's the apocalypse. We haven't gotten so much rain in a very long time. I've never seen so many accidents. God forbid, I pray I get home safely, but there's been so many accidents. Last night, there was a car that swerved, and he hit about 5 parked cars. And all these cars are fairly new. So if, obviously I hate to be the owners of those, but it's just been crazy. People are not here. Obviously the homeless, we have a big homeless problem here, just like San Francisco. But one of the big issues right now is where to put all these homeless people at. And it's obviously we got a new mayor, a mayoress, how you would say it.
Yeah.
And she's up Schitt's Creek. And she happens to be a black woman, so I'm not surprised. Unfortunately, she got the short end of the stick as far as crisis when it comes to this weather. But at the same time, we need this rain. The state is in dire need of these rains. Unfortunately, we've been so dry in the state that we have got a lot of mudslides, which is great because all these assholes in Beverly Hills, that's what they get. That's what they get. By the way, if I get cut off, it's probably my girl calling me. But besides that, so that's good. They that's what they get. But for the most part, it's been okay. It's just the rain is one of those things where one of these elements in Southern California, which is completely alien. We don't get this type of rain. In fact, we steal all the water from other places. So I think it's good. At least, this helps a little bit with the drought. I don't think it would help, at least not to the degree that people think. That's how bad the drought is here in Southern California. But it's great. I mean, we need it. We definitely need it. And the only thing is our city is in dire need of better infrastructure. We're not equipped for rain at all. You can see it in the streets. It's just the poorly designed, or it really not. They're not updated at all. And we do get a lot of sinkholes here. A lot of these holes, and especially these streets, the infrastructure hasn't been updated since the earliest 20th century. So, and it shows. So all they do is patch it up, really. But other than that, I'm glad it's raining. I'm glad we have this rain. It's just like anything, we're just not equipped to handle this type of weather. But other than that, it's been okay. It's been good. I'm blessed that I've made it, a new year, and it's just you got to count your blessings.
Yes, no, we really do, and yeah, and that was kind of like that's what kind of when I wandered back into after leaving Peter Moon with both Amy Como and Brooke Brooke Gibson. I missed
Right.
whatever happened. Apparently, you caught it, and we don't need to discuss that now. We can discuss that.
No, it's no. It was just it's just dialogue. That's all. I
Okay.
think it's just obviously Amy had issues with her bandwidth, so it's understandable.
Okay.
But one of the things that I was observing as far as even with this weather is how much people really grocery store. It's how many people panic. And if anybody pays attention, a couple of weeks ago, Doug specifically talked about natural disasters, and not necessarily this is a disaster, but it might as well be. The preparation is very key, because as anybody obviously can tell, because of COVID, if we're not prepared, then at least with the basic essentials like water and a flashlight, at least, and covers and shelter, all these necessities that you talked about, it gets pretty scary, and we start seeing how much we are dependable, how much are we dependent on other. I'm really on a grocery store, and not that we're not, but it's just it magnifies it more because here in LA, it's if you're not in the entertainment industry, you're in some type of industry as far as the city. I mean, I work in the aviation industry, but if it's not entertainment, then you're usually a bum. It's just what it is.
Yes.
Here's the entertainment capital of the world, so it's just one of those things that in city life that people don't really think about these natural disasters because we live in civilization, quote unquote. But seeing all this weather, it kind of reminds me to at least have the essentials to at least ride out this bad weather.
Yeah. No, definitely. I appreciate what you're saying, and it's so important. I thought of trying to put what's going on in California into people's perspective a little more tonight. We'll see if I get there. And Douglas.
Oh, by the way,
yeah, go on.
By the way, I didn't even realize Kevin McCarthy won the Speaker of the House. It's almost like they loved it. It's like almost like they rolled their eyes when they voted for him, and it was very bizarre. I mean, apart from that, he's from Bakersfield, of all places, which anybody doesn't know. Bakersfield is I would say the taint of California because it's in the middle of nowhere. It's literally, they call it what do they say? They call it, I believe they call it the Graceland or something like that. Something to do with country music.
Yeah, right.
Which is, it's terrible because it's not even close. It's just, it's put it this way. If you'll fall asleep driving through the 5 freeway or the 99, you'll if you sleep right through it, if you sleep for 30 minutes, you'll pass right through it. So it's not even significant. Okay. They're known for oil refineries and I don't know what it is. Maybe marrying your cousin. One of those two things. But it's very interesting right now with politics, but at the same time, it's the same old story. I don't want to get into that. It's just you see the latest news and stuff, and it's just it's one of those situations where I just can't. I don't really care because really what I'm interested in is more the international. How you talk about with Taiwan and Ukraine, because really it all comes down to that too. Those two battlefronts, and when I was watching a pundit, this was in my break. They talked about how Biden wants to defend Taiwan at all cost, and this really was the narrative was really such a misinterpretation of the reality of Taiwan. It pretty much was Fox News, okay, of all news sites, you know, and you know, someone that's not educated or someone that's not listened to your monologues and really done the research, which you obviously do, you don't understand the people don't understand the severity of defending that renegade government.
Okay, so I guess his girl called him, and so Ian. Oh,
yeah, I got a phone call. Sorry.
No worries.
I'll call back.
Sounds good. Okay, and so Ian, join us here, and you sent some links and anything that you want to clarify. Go ahead.
I was Sammy. Am I coming in clear?
Clear enough. So if once you start speaking, and I think it takes a moment, but then once you start speaking, just keep going. It should be fine.
Yeah, the white hats are in LA, and they're cleaning out the last of the cabal. They finished up here, and now they're over there cleaning that part of LA up, and South San Diego. And they turned the HARP on to flood out the tunnels, just like they did down here, so these guys wouldn't escape and they could catch them all. Okay. And they'll be in your part of California and Washington when February rolls around. They're going to start doing those clean outs up there.
Okay. And so it's National Human Trafficking Awareness Day, or was throughout the day today. It's midnight now, just a few minutes after midnight in Pacific Standard Time. So the National Human Trafficking Awareness Day has come to an end officially, but understand that it's National or International Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month. So, yeah. So what you're talking about is relevant to all of this in its own way. Is it possible that this month and its theme has anything to do with any of this?
Everything to do with it. It's another little like a little calm or whatever these people are calling it. Just like the way Trump went to NATO on International Missing Children Day. It was just one of those funny telltale calms that these people are doing. Like, I don't know. I don't know what these, I don't have all the details and everything, but patterns and shit I've already seen from being down here and being in it. It's, like I said, it's too coincidental. And another reason you can tell that these rains are being produced by HARP, it's because if you watch the cloud formations and all this bullshit, they always come from Antarctica.
Okay. And what do you make of that?
Well, I mean, that's where their little their cloud seeder rainmaker machines are. You know the cloud seeders?
Well, I know of cloud seeding. Yes, it's usually done by planes, isn't it?
Well, you could do it that way too. I mean, there's a few ways to do it, but no, there's actually a fucking a warehouse building that its job is to seed the clouds, and Disney owns one.
Okay, actually, that's not too unbelievable. So, yeah. So, but tell us a bit more. Whatever you feel we should know about. Yeah.
I don't have any I don't have any detailed specs on these cloud seeding warehouse machines and shit. Yeah, that's why California is getting hit so hard right now, and that's how we got hit so hard last year around this time. Actually, it was in April we got hit with the tornadoes and shit. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, and besides, I told everybody 2 weeks or a couple of weeks ago, I said they're gonna try to pull this fucking organized riot shit. So everybody in California don't fall for it. Don't go out and riot, because they're just setting this up to as a distraction so the executive members of the cabal can escape.
Mm-hmm. And where might these riots be taking place? Just all over the U.S. or any place?
I don't know where they were organizing them at. You know, I'm not that into the community there,
Mm-hmm.
but we knew it was happening. We knew it was going to come in. And I said this 2 weeks ago, and here Sammy is talking about it now. It's too ironic.
Yeah, he was talking about the weather or the
yeah. He's never seen it rain like this ever in California, and I assume he's been there his whole life. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we've never had rain like this down here, or we've never had, we've kind of technically never really had like tornadoes ever in Orlando, Florida. But just this year, or just last year, we know we had them.
And so in terms of like Disney, what's going on with DeSantis' war against Disney?
I overslept when he was he's supposed to dismantle fucking Reedy Creek and stop the fucking kiddie porn studio from operating and stop the Cannibal Kitchen from operating down there and all sorts of shit. But I overslept. I was gonna go, but it's been a rough week.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand. I've had one myself.
Popping out. I was like, God damn. I didn't fucking rest until Saturday of last week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
when you came on the other night, the latest episode you were on for a few minutes, you were kind enough to join us for several minutes while you were at dinner or lunch at work. Tell us a little bit about that work that you were doing with the stage. You were resetting up the stage.
We had to do a preset for a huge comedian. It was let me look him up. I forgot who it was. Yeah, like I said, I've just been, dude, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and then dude, it was like Fear and Loathing in Orlando, Florida that fucking week. Where is that shit at? Hold on. Who was it that came in? Yeah, as soon as I got off the phone with y'all, fucking I did like another 45 minutes and I got the fuck out of there.
It sounds like it was really repulsive for you, but why was it so repulsive? Just because what?
Well, a lot of people have died from these kill shots, so we have all these new people in here that don't know what the fuck they're doing, and like we had one dude fucking rigging in fucking flip-flops. It's like, you don't wear flip-flops to a fucking rigging gig, you idiot.
Oh God, that's awful. I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean?
Yeah. So yeah, it was a rough night. So I had to babysit. Basically, I was babysitting that night.
Yeah, but it sounds like
I'm pulling the schedule now.
You have a whole new schedule now? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, see who we were preloading for that night. Mm-hmm. Because I just, I get in there, I do my job, I fucking smoke my cigarettes, and then get the fuck out of there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, who was it here? Oh, it was no, that's not it either. Mm-hmm. Fucking hell, where is it? Okay, Dolphin. Okay, it was after Nutcracker because that was the loadout. It was there's Nutcracker again. Nutcracker. Fuck. Where the fuck is it?
Now, it seems like Brooke Gibson and yourself agree on these vaccines to a degree, right?
Not vaccines.
I'm sorry?
In a way, they kind of are a vaccine, but they're not a vaccine.
Okay.
They're it's a slow kill. It's basically a slow kill. I sent you a link to the spike protein that's in these fake COVID shots, or it's just the things never die. That they don't. Okay, the show's called Hadestown. That's who we're setting up for. I've never.
Wow.
I don't even. Yeah, Hades.
That sounds like some kind of Netflix series about some Helltown.
Yeah, like modern middle America fucking city or whatever. But anyway.
This was the comedian show that you were setting up the stage for?
Yeah, we were pre-hanging it or whatever. We were doing all the preloading or, we just clean the place up for the new tour that's coming in, because all these shows, they're all touring shows, they're not, like they don't have a home base. Like they travel around from fucking city to city and perform and shit. So, but, goddamn, yeah. Dude, they called me in today. I was like, I was like, nope. I was like, you guys hire some more people that don't show up and, get back to me. But anyway, what was I going to tell you? Fuck.
It's just whatever you can think of. Honestly, I'm just trying to buy time before I go into monologue, and I'll take a look at how things are going. Our dear friend Douglas Marks in the chat was asking about the yin yang symbol, whether it came from Japan or China, and who created the symbol. Was it Confucius? It was created in China and by Lao Tzu, or came to be identified with him through Taoism. So just so you know. So there we have that. And we have about 5 hours left, and I will start soon enough into monologue, but definitely want my man here to buy me some time. At any rate, aside from all of that, you were following. Yeah, go on.
Here, I got an audio clip of this doctor fucking explaining the shedding from the vaccines that Brooke just couldn't help but to talk over because she knows everything. You want me to play it for you?
I'm sorry. Wait, what is this? What is this about? Before you play it, what is this?
It's scientific explanation of the shedding.
Of the shedding.
Yeah. The thing that got me.
Okay.
You want to hear it?
Sure.
This is okay. I mean, I know that girl only has an attention span of like fucking 20 seconds. Surprised they even gave her a license, but. Anyway, but yeah, here's the clip, and he just straight he says all the shit I was saying a fucking year ago,
Okay.
But this is a recent
saying,
clip.
well, you don't have standing.
All right, here we go.
And manufacture these spike proteins, and they're in your own system. Now, you can have issues with what's in the shot and have inflammation in your body, have clotting around the heart, in the groin, in the back of the neck, at the base of the skull. These clots in the legs and a lot of very bizarre stuff. But beyond the initial reaction to the shot, you get out a couple months, and now your body is, if it's gotten past your immune system and it's successfully got your body to begin manufacturing these spike proteins, then it's in your body at the cellular level. You're respirating out, breathing out these spike proteins, very minute amounts probably, but you're still shedding them. You can shed them through respiration. You can shed them through sweat. You can shed them through skin, sloughing off the skin. Then people around you are exposed to those spike proteins. You could, if with enough exposure, have your own system essentially become a factory. The main way that you're getting into your body, you can get it through contact like that, but the main way is you're breathing it in, especially if you're hugging somebody or something like that. So, for example, myself, when I did the speaking thing here in Las Vegas, and I sat for 4 or 5 hours and signed books for people and let them take pictures, and I hugged them and everything else. When a couple days later I was examined for spike proteins using a particular methodology that we use, my bronchial tube on the right side was completely black. It was the most extensive amount of spike proteins that the testing people had ever seen.
So there it is from the fucking whatever they are themselves. There it is.
Quite the qualifier. Go on. And so, yeah.
It's everything I said fucking a year ago when I first got hit with it. But my dumb ass didn't know any fucking better. And I'm sitting here banging all these stupid chicks that voted for Hillary Clinton and shit and fucking and I just and they're like, yeah, I got the shot a month ago and and it takes a month for your body to fucking start processing them. So I'm just like, I was asking for it.
Okay. And this accounts for likely all of the horrible things you were suffering in terms of these infestations, yes?
Yes. And me being Mr. Popular and fucking hanging out with 2,500 people on a fucking week-to-week basis, it's like I was constantly being surrounded by it.
But that being said, you seem to be in a better space now, and you do this by.
Yeah.
But you still go to work. You're still exposed to people, but somehow you're not being impacted. How's that?
I mean, I guess my immune system is super strong now. So if I do come into contact with it, but the shedding only lasts for 10 months.
Okay. Well, that's a long time. That's a long time. That's the majority of a year.
We had a booster.
Okay.
Has it been longer than 10 months or shorter than 10 months?
Yeah, me with my boosters? I don't know. I'd have to look at my cards, my shot cards. I got the booster not too long ago. But I don't feel like I'm shedding anything. Yeah.
It's like when I hooked up with that Native American chick, like fucking that night I met her, it was like a one night stand kind of thing, but it's like when I looked at her, I thought she was like, like hazy and glowy, but now I realize it was just fucking parasites.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, say that again. You were looking at this girl and she seemed to be angelic, hazy, glowy, like a walking Hallmark card.
Right? Fucking these spike proteins fucking, pouring out of her skin.
So all these spike proteins pouring out of her skin gave her a kind of angelic glow.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I was fucked up, I'll admit it, but fucking I was ignorant to all this, I didn't know any better.
But if she has this kind of angelic glow, doesn't that add to her allure? So in a sense, that means that the spike proteins are luring in victims to be exposed to what she's shedding. That renders her kind of like a vector of insidious seduction.
I didn't know any better. I just didn't know any better.
It's
and like she slept in my bed and fucking and all this shit and so I'm sure all that shit she was shedding just fucking sat in bed and I slept in it every night and it's
and yes
fucked up.
and okay, I'm hyperventilating.
Through all this on episode 1, fucking.
I'm sorry, say
I said all this on episode 1, but there's just more fucking people coming out about the shedding, and it's fucking about time.
Well, I mean, yes, you did say all of this on episode 1, and yes. So another question that I have concerning so on that same episode, when I was asking about your appearance, and then you said, "Oh, I'm cool with Israelites." You used the term Israelites because you liked the poetic sound of it, and you did confess you do look Jewish, and you had no real problem with Israelites. You had been a DJ, and you'd disc jockeyed with a lot of them, and that But then after that, you became much more cognizant of this kind of Jewish threat, quote unquote. Tell us how this happened.
Now the crypto Jew fucking the crypto Jew
Whoa, go easy. Go easy with these terms. Is there a better term you can think of?
There's over 118 denominations of Judaism. You know that, right?
It doesn't surprise me.
Lumping everybody that claims to be Jewish but has never even been to Jerusalem to be considered a Jew. You see where the lost in translation comes from there, all there, and there's all this, what's the word I'm looking for? There's all this misrepresentation.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? So it's like saying that like using the N-word to describe all black people. That's what like the Jew word is, for people that practice Judaism.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
It's just we're summing everything up into one, and it's not fair.
Okay. And
so then it's good because we can use the Democrat strategy back on them and say like, well, how dare you categorize me and do this and blah blah blah, and you know what I'm saying. So it's good to play back with them at their own game.
Okay. No, but okay. So something happened between the first episode when you had a more laissez-faire attitude and what you're displaying right now, which is kind of the stance that there is a game, that there is an agenda, a kind of a would you call this like a Jewish plot? And what's its ultimate objective?
That's the thing. It's really not Jewish. It's more of a satanic plot.
Okay.
But the Satanists have borrowed from a Jewish culture and have totally misrepresented it.
Okay.
Because it's like not all Jews are like eating little kids and fucking and doing these sacrifices and shit.
Now you have me hyperventilating here. Not all Jews are eating kids and doing satanic sacrifices, implying that some indeed are.
Here. We're by the old computer, right? We're by the big computer. Here. Let me introduce you to Katie Groves. She's one of the survivors from Uncle Sam's Snuff Factory.
Okay. So if it's Uncle Sam's, but somehow it's Judaic in what sense? It's because
it's like a Jewish cannibal kitchen club.
Oh my God.
There she is. I love this girl. I felt so bad for her too because okay, here it is. Uncle Sam's Snuff Factory. Here she is. But how they like, how in the Torah they're like Jesus is roasting in a fucking a vat of excrement and stuff. Well, that's what these people do to these little kids here at the Snuff Factory.
I'm a survivor of the child snuff industry.
Can you hear her?
I think
this
so.
This video is about my experience growing up in a child snuff ring known as Uncle Sam's Snuff Factory. This ring was located in Central Texas, and I will speak about it in the past tense only because I do not have current knowledge of its existence. But that does not mean I have any reason to believe that it has been shut down. Based on my hazy recollections, hazy because of the torture, the dissociation, the drugging, etc., the MKUltra programming, I cannot give you an exact location, but I know that it was somewhere in Central Texas. My home was in Austin, and I recall the drives being about 45 minutes to get to this place. I recall it being in farmland, the entrance at least, but most of the ring being underground.
So who do we know that lives out in Texas or is from Texas?
Well, you mean like personally?
President Wise from Texas.
Oh, President Wise. Oh, well, too many of them. Lyndon Baines Johnson, George Bush Sr. pretends to be. George Bush Jr. pretends to be. They're all Northerners. Now, by the way, how long does this go on? I might let you play this while I take a short break to rinse my mouth with the last.
Like another 7 minutes.
Okay, so give me 7 minutes. Keep playing it. Play that while I go mute. I'll be back in about 7 minutes.
Many people are still saying that child snuff exists, that even snuff exists. Then, let alone that high-ranking government officials and military agencies orchestrate it. To believe that there are deep underground military bases that commit mass genocide against children, film it, and sell it on the black market for quote-unquote gore whores, snuff fiends, slop sluts, snuff kings. To watch it is unfathomable to most people. Unfortunately, that is reality, and that is a reality I know too well. I spent the first 17 years of my life being taken to that place on a near daily basis, sometimes held for longer periods of time, in which I was incarcerated, did not know if I would ever see daylight again. I had witnessed thousands of murders, largely of children of color, who were systematically targeted for their race by the white supremacist government, which runs the United States. They called it Uncle Sam's Snuff Factory as a private joke, as if it was a mom and pop shop, a local business. Uncle Sam was supposed to be a friendly figure, a figure in American propaganda supposed to look at like a father, like a friend. The Snuff Factory, also known as the Genocide Factory, is the very literal definition of hell on earth. It is not unique. There are other places like it.
And one of them is underneath Disney World, here in sunny, beautiful Orlando, Florida.
All over the world. I have been trafficked there as well. But what I can say is there is no place like Uncle Sam's. It is one of those places where a person can get literally anything they want for the right price if they have the connections to be there. I have seen wealthy, aristocratic white women ordering children of color on menus to be delivered dead, cooked on platters in a wing of the place they called Cannibal's Kitchen. And the reason I'm alive and the reason I survived is because I was born into an organized crime family involved with the CIA who ran this operation. And I have the genetics, the family background to be a candidate for perpetration, for continuing the cycle of violence, for being one of the quote-unquote leaders or members of the group involved. So I was kept alive for experimentation, for slavery, for use. I fought my way out, and if you want to learn about that, you can watch any of the videos on my channel. They'll be informative. But I still suffer every day deeply with the post-traumatic stress. I have polyfragmented dissociative identity disorder as a result. It actually goes beyond polyfragmentation. I have something called exponential fragmentation, which I have spoken of in some videos. I'll put in the description below so that you can understand the level of trauma that this type of abuse can create.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. That helped to provide myself some space there. And so, Ian, again, back to the question of, so this young lady is not necessarily saying that there's anything particularly, granted, I didn't hear much of what she said, but I don't think she's saying there's anything particularly Judaic, but she is pointing out that this is essentially governmental. This is governmental, is what
she's disguising it as white supremacist.
Oh.
But I'm trying to where she's like, they would cook the black kids in a pot of fecal matter and then serve it for dinner.
Still alive.
Here it is.
Suffering there.
Here it is.
And suffering there. Ones who are undoubtedly still alive and suffering there.
Okay.
I weep for the dead.
Shit. Let me give me a week, and next week I'll have everything like time stamped and marked, and
okay.
So I got like a whole fucking gigabyte of interviews and videos with this chick's like testimony about the underground and everything.
I'm curious as to what she looks like. Do you have any photographs?
Yeah, I got like tons of shit. I got so many. I was sampling her for a few songs.
This is Katie Groves. And I'm sorry.
And then there's this other place in Canada called Mr. Pickle's Circus. And that's like that's like the fucking Paramount Studios of kiddie porn. But this chick, she's fucking bawling her eyes out, like telling all the horror stories and shit of having to fucking work there and coming up with sex scenes with little fucking toddler kids and all this bullshit. So but yeah, here, I'll send you a picture of her. Let me screenshot this.
Yes, and feel free to send the image that you also sent to Brooke Gibson. I am still curious about that.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I don't give a shit. I'll send it to you. I gotta do it on the big computer.
Okay.
Yeah, the video I sent Brooke that straightened her ass out was the fucking the pre what's it? How do I put it? Like the what is it? The prepping of the child for the adrenochrome extraction.
Okay.
That's the video I sent her. But then I got this other one where there's this little kid just hanging from a noose, and then this like Middle Eastern dude's just kicking this little baby girl on the ground.
This is the one that got her upset. This is the one that upset her.
The kid being prepped for adrenochrome extraction.
Okay. Now, again, but the question, so like I said, the first time that you came on our show, you weren't necessarily this extreme. How did you?
I always was. No, it's just I just try to keep it. I just try to keep it to the underground. That's it.
Okay.
And the underground can cover all this other shit. So. But yeah, that's what they were doing under Disney World.
Okay.
That's exactly what they were doing. Everything this chick is saying is like what they were doing underneath Disney World here, which is why fucking DeSantis here is trying to shut down Reedy Creek to stop this fucking shenanigans from happening.
Okay.
And that's another reason why we had to flood out the underground over here, like they're doing in LA right now.
Okay. Well, I think there's a lot of flooding going on in San Francisco, so maybe what you're describing has already happened here? Is happening now?
Your should have been over in November of last year. Your operations, or San Francisco and that whole area, their operations were called Operation Fault Line.
Okay.
And I said that on an episode not too long ago, but yeah, I've been so busy with fucking New Year's, I haven't been checking everything. So I mean, checking everything that's been going on in LA and San Diego. Matter of fact, while we're here, let me pull that up. But that little girl, dude, it broke my heart, dude. The shit she says, dude, and it's like, the thing about the kids being cooked and shit and stuff, and it's like that's straight from the Torah.
But
that's straight from it.
Now you said a few things about the Torah. One of them you said was that the Torah says that Christ is burning in his own fecal matter in hell, and are you sure this is? Are you sure that this is literal? That this is actually in the Torah?
This is just what the girl says. I mean,
okay.
Let me check.
I mean, it sounds like something that's oddly. I mean, it's hard to take that at face value.
Sorry, about Babylonian Talmud. It's in the Talmud. I got that wrong.
Okay.
It wasn't the Torah. It was the Talmud. I knew it started with a T. They're just, I knew it started with Yeah, the Talmud, not Torah. I got that wrong.
But is there like could you do me a favor and see if that it's if you could find like maybe the verse or the chapter of the Talmud in which this is like said, that might, it's like you don't need to do that right now, but I mean, in the future, you get what I'm saying, right? I mean, it's
I'll get the page and the verse number and all that. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, it
says Oculus raises up Yeshu by necromancy and asks him about his punishment in Gehinnom. Jesus replies that he is in boiling excrement.
Oh,
that's what the Talmud says.
Oh, that's I'll check into that. Thank you for that. It's so such being said, with all this, you also seem to have collected quite a library on this. I mean, when did this start? Was this recent?
Whenever COVID hit, that's when I got well, actually, whenever Steven got murdered from this MK Ultra program, that's when it all kind of like sunk in on me.
Mm-hmm. But then where do you find this material? The stuff that you buy, these books on this sort of subject, like the one about Jewish people in the American Civil War. Apparently, what do those books say about the American Civil War? And
the Civil War, like how the Jews pretty much operated, ran, and dominated the slave trade here in the United States because of the cotton industry, and how the slaves would harvest the cotton in Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas rim, and since all those states are right on the Gulf, they could load up the ships and just fucking sell the shit up to New York, to where the jean and shirt and clothing manufacturers were. That's what the the big deal about the Jews and the slave trade and Civil War were all about.
Okay. And so with that, what else do you have to share on that kind of topic? Maybe.
Well, my favorite book is by what's his name, Louis Farrakhan, and he has a page turner, and let me tell you, I love this book. It's called The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, I bought 2 copies of Volume 1. That's how much I love it.
Wow.
It's just that good. Yeah, I had to get it. Well, and it's nearly impossible to find this book. But if you go on eBay, you can buy all 4 volumes for like $80 or something.
Uh-huh.
And the last volume is nothing but vintage newspaper ads, vintage street signs, vintage just all the real, like, this is the slave quarter of New Orleans, this is the fucking hanging tree of Mississippi, this is this, and it just like straight up just tells you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so in terms of Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam, what do you know about their ideology? What can you explain about that?
Well, I didn't really get into it. I like watching Farrakhan's old speech because everybody in the audience is like, preach. They play along with Farrakhan when he's doing his speeches. And I just think it's so funny.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And in terms of, say, for instance, by the way, I'm really glad that at times that you communicate with, Brooke privately, and what prompts these communications? I mean, you just kind of like
in the middle of shit and fucking demands attention. So.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Attention.
Okay, she demands attention, but I mean, but sometimes you call her independently, right?
No, yeah, I had to look at you or
Okay.
test the microphone out. That's about it.
Okay, but that's
know.
cute. I think that's cute. But you were speaking to her independently when you sent her that image. Was that when you were testing the microphone?
No. She was rattling off about, show me the proof. I don't believe it. Nobody's fucking doing that. You know, and it's just you can only take so many weeks of hearing that before you're like, look, you stupid bitch. Look, you know, it's just you know. So yeah, I had to send her some fucking graphic shit, but you know. She's not saying it's fake anymore.
But what was she saying that she needed proof? And you're talking about the things that no, that was about the claims you were making about, you know, child trafficking and stuff like that. I mean, like, what were you doing talking to her when you sent her the photograph of this woman that she was saying,
like,
the older?
No, it was a white baby. It was a white baby, and there's some dude fucking videotaping this little like 3-year-old white baby, and he's got blood coming out of its nose and fucking, you know, he's like half dead, and he's just like shouting at the kid, and the kid's just like crying profusely, and then the video cuts off after that. I mean, I could send it to you. It's on YouTube. You can watch all these videos are on YouTube. You can just watch them off of YouTube.
How is that possible? How is YouTube not censoring these?
YouTube.
What?
Well, they do have like all the private parts blotted out. Mm-hmm. But I have the original clip of the one that's like not blotted out, but I don't know where it is now.
No,
this one clip, this all was so fucked up, dude. Like when they get on Hillary Clinton's Evergreen ships and shit, they have like these fucking like I don't know, they're kind of like kid hotel rooms on them and shit. And this dude just walks in this little kid's room, and this kid's like just fucking scared as fuck. Like he's not crying, he's just like, what the fuck is going on? And this dude holding the camera throws him the knife and says, cut your ear off. And this kid just cuts his ear off, and then he goes, eat it. And the kid just eats his ear, and then that's the end of the clip.
This is on YouTube? Yeah. By the way, that's when you glitch out. But I mean, before we got back onto this stuff, if there's a link for this, you can send it to me just so I believe that this exists. But
yeah,
I don't understand how this isn't censored. How YouTube is not shutting this down.
I think the white hats are fucking, you know, like uploading it to fucking, you know, save people like Brooke from, you know, sheer ignorance and fucking.
Oh God. So in terms of oh God, what I was asking though was when you sent Brooke the picture she was talking about tonight, the one
of the kid.
No, of your girlfriend, the older married girlfriend. What started that conversation between?
That's what I really wanted to call and tell you about tonight. How jealous she got when I was showing her all my little art collection. Oh, dude, you should have seen it. Like, she just, you know, she was just like stunned and stuff. Like she just froze. Oh. She's like, "Go back. Let me see that other one. Go back. Yeah, you know, it's just so funny. I'm like, you're looking at the same two girls over and over again. What the fuck's wrong with you? You know. But you know, if she wants to talk shit, like he's never had 3 girls in his bed, and so you know, it's like I got to show her the art so she shuts the fuck up. You know.
The art. Yeah. But how did the two of you?
The models.
Yeah. How did the two of you even? Yeah, but how did the two of you even start talking before you even?
Her it's the best of her, and she's like, "You ain't got no 5 women topless doing coke off their tits all night." And I'm like, "Yeah, I do." You know, it's just she just doesn't. I don't know. It's like I mean, she's never left. What's it called? What Montana or wherever, or Clement or wherever she's from. So you know, Clement. You know. Anyway, but still, you know, she, you know. But you know, I bet you that chick, you know, if she could have 5 guys like all bottomless doing coke off their dicks, she'd do it.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's not get too raunchy. At any rate, Eric Burns Marsh says, I think he meant Talmud. Okay, thank you, Eric Burns Marsh. This is disturbing to me that there are other people who seem to know what you're speaking of. I find that
it's huge. Did you hear about the? Okay, did you ever see that episode of fucking Oprah? And there was like this Jewish couple that met each other during the Holocaust, and then 50 years later they're in New York, and then fucking they meet up and get married on the first date and all this bullshit. That's actually a story from it's actually a story from, I think it's the Book of Q, or let me look it up real quick. But anyway, yeah. So this married Jewish couple, they take that story from the Bible and then they pawn it off as their true modern day love romance, and then they get called out on it. It's so funny. Oh
my goodness.
Yeah, it is from and it's from like one of the missing books in the Bibles. And then the couple's son, he's like, yeah, they're full of shit. They're like, they were never in the fucking Holocaust, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, let me pull it. It's
but
so
that's actually
fucking
possible.
funny.
I do believe that there are holo-hoaxers out there. There are people who claim they were Holocaust survivors who were not. It's so. Yeah.
What's his name? Who's that other Jew guy?
You
the
Jewish,
director.
Jewish. Could we use the term Jewish instead of Jew?
Steven Spielberg. Yeah, Steven Spielberg. He I don't know if those people at SAG are, like vetting anybody before they send them over to him, but they just, you look that way, then go see Steven Spielberg. But let me pull it up. And it's on Oprah.
Okay. Oh my God. And so that being said, I'm just
it's shocking, right? Shocking.
It's what I'm equally shocked at the way that you can relate this, and it's it's the reason that, of course, that we are discussing this is so that people understand your stance. I do believe it's important that people understand where you're coming from. And, because I do believe you exhibit an enormous amount of patience with the fact that, Brooke and I do have fun with you. So I owe you the opportunity to express your perspective. But I must say that I do want to say I find your perspective alarming, and I do find it's Judeophobic. I prefer the term Judeophobe as opposed to anti-Semitic, because anti-Semitic truly is I think it's a horrible term, because it means that you hate Semitic peoples, which means that you would hate Arabs who are Semitic. And there's far more Arabs than there are Jewish people, and yet they use the Jewish people have somehow co-opted that term. Now, I find that unfair, and therefore I prefer the term Judeophobic. But honestly, you have assumed a Judeophobic stance. But like I said, it seemed to have happened like after the first few times we had you on this platform. So it's like, was there something that happened?
Yeah.
Was there something that happened?
Phobic. It's the Satanists have infiltrated that sect of the Jewish religion over the centuries, or over the many of hundreds of thousands of years, and they've never just cleaned them. They've never brushed their shoulders off of it and just said, straight up, we're Baal worshippers, or we're this that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I think I do, and again, this is but say okay, I'm not going to say what you say is true. Rather, I'll take the stance, or rather kind of the thought experiment of what would you recommend be done? Okay.
Well, okay, now please forgive me. I don't know if I remember the history right, but whenever the Khazars were getting kicked out of
Hazars, yes, go on.
Yeah, whatever. it wasn't Yugoslavia, and it wasn't Ukraine yet. What was it? Well, anyway, whenever they, whenever the Khazars got kicked out of, dude, I forgot the fucking story. But anyway, the Khazars had to pick between Christianity or Judaism.
Okay.
So the Khazars picked Judaism, and that's how they got stuck with the Jewish tag since then.
Okay. And
yeah, but they're really kids and shit and all that.
I'm sorry, say that again. They're really both.
The Khazars were really doing the child sacrifice or the child sacrificing before they had to convert, or before they had a claim to convert to Judaism to being Jewish. They picked that over Christianity, but they were doing all the kiddie shit before then, when they were just, the Khazars or whatever.
Okay. Oh.
I don't have the exact story. I kind of went prepared to it, but that's how the Satanism got mixed in with the Judaism or whatever. And it's just never been distinguished or separated since. And that's how we got the term crypto Jew.
Ooh, that's an awful term. But you know where that's applicable? That would be applicable, say, during the Spanish Inquisition, where you had people who were presumably converting to Catholicism and then maintained their Jewish faith secretly. So the term crypto Jew applies in a situation like that. It actually has historical validity in that scenario. But the way you express it, you're implying that there's a fifth column. That now certainly what I spoke of earlier when George Knight was on was of say for instance a kind of facade assimilation when a different name is taken by people with blatantly Jewish names, and so that is that happens, and then people try to adapt, and but of course it can be viewed as sinister by other people. But it brings us back to the point, my question. So
you want to know how do you get good from the bad Jews?
Say that sentence again, because there was some glitching there, and then explain how we do that. Okay.
Yeah, I distinguish the good Jews from the bad Jews.
Okay, how do we do that?
You find Jews that aren't speaking out against what the bad Jews are doing. That's how you can tell the good Jews from the bad Jews.
You find the Jews that are or are not.
Yeah, you find the Jews that are speaking out against the things that the bad, like the Jews against foreskin, or the Jews against what is that called?
Circumcision.
Jews against circumcision. Those are the good Jews, Okay.
Now,
but that's just a little example. Think of real quick. I really didn't have all this planned out.
No. I understand. I understand, and this isn't. You're not on trial. But in order to better understand where you're coming from, okay, I would ask you, even beseech you, to try and use a different way of phrasing this. One way of saying.
That's why we go with my child legacy ops.
My child.
That's you remember that, and then Brooke's like, you can't do that. You shouldn't.
What?
And then. Remember, I said that. I was like, we shouldn't use the term Jew. We should say Rothschild legacy ops.
Oh my God!
And then she's like,
that has its own problems. Okay. So one thing I'd ask you to say is rather than saying you know how to distinguish the good Jews from the bad Jews, you might say that. There are elements of Jewish, what would we call it? It's both a ethnicity and a religion, but basically,
I think to be a true Jew, you have to be from Jerusalem. Like you got to use Jew in the geography sense, and not and not look at Jew as an adjective. You got to look at it as a geography sense. Like people from Alabama, they're called Alabamians. People from America are called Americans. You see what I'm saying? So Jews from Jerusalem.
There's obviously Jewish people ethnically and religiously who are not in Israel, and Jerusalem is a city, and there are other people in Jerusalem who are Muslim or Palestinian. So I don't think we would be calling them Jewish. In terms of
Jewish is looking or is label or is marking something what's it called, like as an adjective, like a description adjective. Mm-hmm. But when I say when I hear the term Jews, I think the native community in Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know.
But
that's just the way I see it.
Right.
I'm not everybody, you know.
I understand.
But that's why I like Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
You know, instead of like, I don't consider Israelites Jews. I don't.
Whoa, okay. So I get it to a degree. Yeah, to a degree. But when you're talking about Israelites, then you see the people of Israel, who most people focus on, for instance, because of the conflict with the Palestinians. How do you view that? I mean, the Israelites are not villainous to you, but these Jewish people who are somehow subverting Western civilization, I guess, are the villains to you. But what about the people in Israel with the Palestinian issue? Do you just
There's half and half when it comes to that. Some of the natives, some of the how can I put it? There's some parts of communities in Israel that are cool with Palestinians, that know this is just this is the progressive ones. Okay, well, let's add that progressive in there. You know, the progressive Jews, they're fucking, you know, they're down with it. They're not all, you know, they're not all against conquering the land around Israel, like so many people unfairly label these Israelites with. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay.
But from what I understand, though, from what I hear from like what I would call the good Jews over in Israel, is that it's the Ashkenazi part of the fucking the Jewish faith that's really the problem.
Say that again.
On the clip, this chick, she's like not all Jews are racist and stuff. So they're like, it's just the Ashkenazi Jews. She's like, we never use that shit and blah 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 blah. And
this chick is not the same chick. The young lady.
No, Israel, different chick.
Okay, different lady. A girl, woman.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Let me just get to my Jew folder.
What?
I got a folder just dedicated to nothing but Judaism.
Why am I not surprised?
You gotta figure these things out. You know?
Oh my God. Okay, let me grab something to drink here.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me get to the folder.
The folder. He's opening his folder. Okay.
Dude, I mean, I had so many, interviews and testimonies from people, that was like just focused on, the Jewish aspect, that I had to create my own Israel folder. Okay. So I have an Israel folder and then I have a Jew folder.
Oh God! Did you say Jewish?
Okay, HIJK. Oh, there's Ted Gunderson. I even got I got Kate Griggs. I got all her shit.
Uh-huh.
I got dude, I saw this funny shit today. There's this new dude called Christian 21, and he's this dude from England, and he's like breaking down like all this shit that's going on. He's like, yeah, the dolphins were really aliens, and they were a gift from the Palladians and shit, and it's crazy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I just found this guy today. Okay, QRST. It's okay. ABCDFG HI. Okay, HI. Okay, there's Jimmy Savile, Joe Rogan, John. Okay, here it is. Yeah, I forgot. I spell it JOO. Okay. So here we go. Here's the folder is loading up now. But no, the girl, she's like, she's like, we don't want to fucking conquer Palestine and shit. It's just like the people in charge over in Israel want to. Oh, did you watch the goddamn Michael Aquino video I fucking made yet?
Oh, I didn't get a chance. I will soon. I mean, good God, I had to edit 8 chapters of our book with.
I understand.
Yeah,
dude, just he helps out a little bit in on it too. You know, like when I said like that was probably the best wholesome good thing Michael Aquino's like ever put out. It's I really mean, I like genuinely mean it.
What is it? Well, tell us what it's about. You can summarize it.
Here, let me just fucking play it because
from Michael Aquino.
Yeah,
it's him talking. Talking.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. I edited it. Fucking did all the music, sound, everything. Took me like 4 days or something. Hold on, let me turn Katie off.
Okay.
Here we go. Y'all brace yourself. I know this is a lot to take in, but it's all true. It's all fucking true, all of it. But it's good to hear it from Michael Aquino, and to the common, modern urban American person, hearing it from this guy hits you harder than like a conspiracy theorist mentality would. Here it is.
Intelligence agencies have infiltrated and created some satanic groups. With the resurgence of these groups, beginning in 1966, particularly with the birth of the Church of Satan, founded by Anton LaVey. LaVey studied criminology in San Francisco and worked in the San Francisco Police Department crime lab. He also worked as an informant for Interpol. Prior to the Church of Satan, LaVey ran a group called the Magic Circle. LaVey's most famous associate is the National Security Agency General Michael Aquino. At the time of his membership in LaVey's group, Aquino was an Army specialist in intelligence and psychological warfare. In 1973, he became the executive officer of the 306th Psychological Operations Battalion, contemporary with his founding of the Church of Set. During the 1960s, he was prominent in the Church of Satan and a close friend of Anton LaVey, until he started his own Church of Set. A police intelligence report dated July 1st, 1981 reads, quote, "The Church of Set is a group of hundreds of members that operates on a national level. Michael Aquino is the official head and rules through a council of 9 who are in fact his lieutenants," unquote. At least 2 members of the Council of 9 at that time were members of Army intelligence. In the late 1980s, Aquino was accused by the San Francisco Police Department of being involved in a satanic child molestation ring centered on the daycare at the Presidio military base where Aquino was stationed at the time.
Can you guys hear that okay?
Yeah, all of it. Go on, please.
Probable victims numbered at 68, many of whom had contracted venereal disease. 22 families filed $66 million in claims against the Army, claiming that criminal charges against Michael Aquino were dropped due to pressure from the Army. It is important to remember that General Aquino is first and foremost a military intelligence officer with over 40 years' experience in counterinsurgency operations and an expert in psychological warfare. General Aquino's psychological warfare campaign has started or infiltrated cults and other closed systems as part of a concerted effort to control large numbers of people and to destabilize the centers of constitutional and legal authority, both here in the United States and in other nations.
Again, just to reintroduce myself, my name is Michael Aquino. I am a retired colonel in the Psychological Operations branch of the United States Army. and hold the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Political Science from the University of California. And I also have had considerable experience in the realms of initiatory occultism, you might say, and religion and metaphysics. As one of the highest members of the original Church of Satan, and later on the founding high priest of the International Temple of Set. So those are sort of the big benchmarks. But what I can be most useful, I think, to your audience and to you, is to try and get beyond all these labels and simply get to the root of the issue that confronts all of us. We live in a very confusing world, obviously, and it gets more confusing every day. And of course, the big question is, where do we go for the truth of all this, and what can we make of ourselves? How are we supposed to grapple with this? How are we supposed to behave intelligently so that we aren't just simply running in circles like ants in an anthill that's just been kicked? But people are sort of kicked around by television and newscasters and told, well, you believe this or believe that. There are any number of illustrations. Take something like 9/11. Take something like the moon landing. When we look at these big super propaganda events like the moon landings or 9/11, things like that, this is all nonsense. It's all consumer-driven nonsense for one or another public relations thing. I mean, the notion that it was an Arab attack is completely ludicrous. It was a CIA and Mossad operation with some participation in it also by MI6. It had one purpose and one purpose only, which was to make American citizenry angry enough so that the United States would go and spill its blood on behalf of Israel to balkanize as many of the Arab countries surrounding Israel as possible. And that was the whole point of it. In this case, the 4 planes were simply taken over. And to make a long story short, they were all flown to a almost completely disused air base in Massachusetts called Westover Air Base, where they were landed. The base had been cleared of all its residual personnel the day before. The base has large, oversized hangars, big enough to put 757s in, because the base was originally constructed for the C-5A Galaxy, the hugest military transports around. So the 4 planes were flown there. Selected members of the crews from them and selected passengers were then offloaded from the planes and used to make the quote-unquote cell phone calls. Then the calls themselves were all within a few moments of each other, which was possible when you brought all the 4 planes down there together. After which, not to put too gentle a point on it, the passengers of those planes, including the ones who made the phone calls, were murdered. And so much for that. The planes themselves were then flown later on down to Florida, where there is a place, a company that converts commercial 757s to commercial industrial versions to haul stuff around, and that was their disposition, basically being cleaned out and reused that way. As far as what hit the towers and what hit the Pentagon and what hit the field in Pennsylvania, the answer is nothing, and that's why there's no plane wreckage anywhere. You don't find any pieces of tails or engines or any of that at any of those locations, which you normally would. If the 757 hits something, pieces fly all over the place. There are seats, there are pieces of human beings, there are a lot of very strong structures besides just the aluminum body of the plane, the plastic nose.
The turbine.
The engines, yes. Yeah. So there'd be a big mess, and there was no mess anywhere. There's a blank field in Pennsylvania. Nothing hit the Pentagon at all. and nothing actually hit either one of the Twin Towers in New York City. A piece of film later surfaced. The piece of film has been analyzed, showing a plane moving towards one of the towers. There's a very detailed analysis of it that's been done, which people can find on YouTube, which shows that it's computer-generated graphics, even to the point where it actually shows the nose of the stupid plane emerging from the other side.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Which is a little ridiculous. You saw on television what you were told to see and what you were shown to see. Here is a photograph. Here is a piece of footage, film footage, showing this plane hitting this building. And it was the same piece of footage that was shown over and over again. And it was pre-created before 9/11 to be shown to you. And I believe that the BBC, actually, somewhat amusingly, showed a clip of it before one of the towers was actually hit. And then that was hurriedly pulled.
Yeah, the BBC, I think, got their script wrong. And they also announced the third building collapsed before it happened as well.
Building 7, sure, Building 7 went down too. And this is all, they found tons and tons and tons of later on, of nanothermite. Nanothermite all over that part of Manhattan, which is a super hot explosive which can absolutely liquefy reinforced steel, and it can bring those things down in an instant because of that.
Are you the Judy Wood particle, the energy weapon scenario? What do you feel about that?
You need an energy weapon for this. This is all pre-planted explosives, which is the same thing that happened in the Pentagon. And of course, nothing happened in Pennsylvania at all. I mean, all those original planes were flown to Westover Base, and that's all there was to it. You didn't even need to substitute any other planes for them, for the simple reason is that no plane hit the Pentagon. No plane actually hit the Twin Towers. If you want to chase it down and look at it, you'll find that there is not a piece of original film showing that, except for that one computer-generated piece.
Yeah, the French TV crew that just happened to be there.
Yeah. So anyway, the whole point of this exercise, as I said, there weren't any Arabs involved. Osama bin Laden wasn't involved. He was an old, almost dead person who survived another 6 months or so because of his failing kidneys. He had nothing to do with anything. This was a Mossad operation, CIA operation, an MI6 operation designed to, as a false flag, to start up the wars in the Mideast on behalf of Israel. And it worked. Here we are in 2019, and we can examine all this because all this stuff has come out. And the more you look at it, like the moon landings, the more stuff falls apart until you find this out.
Anyway, so that's it.
Are you the individual who added the musical score to that?
No. It was just a chunk of a rip from that radio interview that wasn't as dirty as the original version as I had.
Who was interviewing him?
Radio show here. Let me open it back up. But if you guys want, I posted it on my BitChute, so you can watch all 11 minutes of it. Here we go. All right, it's called Base's Headquarter.
Oh my God, Bases? You're talking about Miles Johnston?
It's a white dude.
It's an old British fart. Yeah, I guess that white dude.
It's called the Bunker.
What's that?
It's called the Bunker.
Say that slowly again. Slowly.
Okay. From the Bunker.
Okay. No, that From the Bunker is a different show than from Bases. Bases is Miles Johnston, and that didn't sound like Miles Johnston, definitely. Okay. But it was definitely Aquino. So this is.
You work with the guy.
Yeah, of course. So he was being interviewed by a show called From the Bunker.
From the Bunker, yeah. You know me and all the underground shit that I kind of fucking, so of course I'm going to come across that, Where's my cigarettes? There they are.
Oh, God, I could use some now. Now when you obviously the reason that that this is significant is because it's sourcing from Michael Aquino. The reason that
I didn't know fucking the military fucking executing all the passengers on the plane. I didn't know about that. And then I didn't know about the planes being driven or being flown here to Florida to be to the plane chop shop or whatever they call it.
I'm left at a loss for words. Ian, none of that happened.
That's your
I'm sorry?
That's your fault.
Yes, I understand that. And that's why I can tell you everything he's saying is a lie. That's what
see your point on that. I can see your point on that.
Thank you.
But cell phones don't work up in the sky.
It's not true. You can call from cell phones in the sky. Believe me, you really can.
Use a sat phone. You can use a sat phone, but not everybody's got a sat phone.
Okay. I mean, I'm just left, speechless. It's one of these things that, honestly, I'm glad that I've let you come this far with that. It is important. At the same time, I do want people to understand that we have to allow this kind of expression of this kind of perspective, but it's just simply not what I am going to let go without context.
Understood.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah, and now I noticed that you made a disambiguation earlier from shall we say liberal progressive Jewish people who are antithetical to persecution of Palestinians and people who are hardcore and that and then you now this is appreciated to a degree, but the way it's said is such that it doesn't really help with really promoting understanding. One thing that I would ask you to try and further clarify this. Yeah.
The first thing you got to understand is there's over 120 denominations of Judaism. There's over 120. And it's really lazy on our part to just sum it all up to Jews, when there's 120 different sects of them.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But how would you say, sex 1 through 40 or sex 40 through 6? It's hard to. It's just easier to say Jew.
Ooh.
It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah. So that being said, Troy Bellamy says in the chat room, I'm from Sarasota and was on the route the day Bush came from the beach to go to the elementary school. Building 7 was the smoking gun. Steel building demolished by fire. Now, I myself have argued before that the buildings are self-evidently taken down by controlled demolitions. What I found was alarming in what Aquino had to say was that he uses the term nanothermite. The term nanothermite was a term that was also used by that other architect that people were asking me about a while back, and I remember bringing up a lot about him. I'm trying to remember the architect's name. Stephen Greer might have been it. In case that
encounter.
What?
Isn't he the encounter guy?
Stephen Greer was the ufologist guy. It was somebody with a very similar name. What was the name of the Architects for Truth? Let's take a look.
George said don't trust.
Yeah.
George said don't trust Stephen Greer.
Architects for Truth. Do you remember that? Architects for 9/11 Truth.
That type that in.
Yeah, 11 Truth. And let's see who we find there. It was I'm trying to remember the name affiliated with that. Richard Gage. So
you're close. You're close.
Yeah. Richard Gage was using the term nanothermite, which makes absolutely no sense. So far as I understand, there is no such thing as nanothermite. I mean, there's no.
I've never heard that until Aquino said it. I never heard of nanothermite. I've heard of thermite,
okay,
but I've never heard of nanothermite.
Right, and Aquino is using the same term that Richard Gage is using, which shows to me that Richard Gage is affiliated with Michael Aquino. That's
could be one of the staff, whatever, for Aquino.
He's one of Aquino's shills, if you will, or promoting his agenda. Because that makes sense now. All of that makes sense to me. Now, that being said, Michael Aquino is lying, and this has to do with his bitterness with not being able to progress further in the United States government. So he was doing his own thing to basically smear the United States government in this case because of his bitterness with what happened in the military when I exposed him. And it's one of these things where he is basically an agent of chaos. Don't forget, at this point, he was completely dedicated to the cult of the Kings of Edom in his retirement. So he was enabled to go on his own campaigns of disinformation, serving naught but himself. And this is what this is indicative of.
I see where you're from. I do.
Yeah.
I get that.
I
get that.
And I appreciate that because, like, say, for instance, when I was with both yourself and Mr. God, the man you said was the sanest man who was ever on my show.
Funny. What's his name?
God, yes, we both forget his name.
I'm sorry, but Doug, Dan, or
oh God!
Shit.
Let me take a look. It should be easy enough to find. He should be on my favorites list still of contacts, and it would be like let me see now. John Miranda.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, and so John Miranda, when I expressed to him that the Russians are as satanic in their command structure, they're the people running their society as America, you said you agreed, and he went into total denial. So I give you credit. You have a more adaptable mind. I think that your mind processes things in a way that you tend to run with what you pick up, that you pick up something and you kind of like accept it, and it's almost trusting. It's now in terms of the fact, however, that you can adapt, at least with what I'm saying, your adaptability is appreciated. But that being said, I just in general, because you expose yourself to so much, you pick up a lot of very malevolent misinformation out there. And Michael Aquino, what you picked up from him, I can only express gratitude in the sense that you did what you did to work with it, make it accessible, as you said, make it cleaned it up and presented it to us, because this is important in the sense that it's Michael Aquino. But at the same time, as someone who worked with him, I can assure you all that the man is lying. He takes elements of truth, which, as I've exposed before, the buildings came down by controlled demolitions. But that does not mean that planes did not crash into them. And he's lying. There were parts of the planes and bodies all over the place. They really were. New Yorkers spotted them firsthand. New Yorkers saw those parts of those bodies. They saw the parts of the planes. This is not something, for him to say what he does is just the hubris, the arrogance, the impunity. That's his level of confidence comes from that of the trained propagandist. And so he's definitely someone who is very seductive in what he says. At the same time, when they bring up his background, I mean, the fact that he takes that and runs with it as a plus instead of a negative, that
understood.
That's part of the impunity, the sense of, I mean, that takes balls. So it's but that's him. That's how he operates.
I did agree. I agree with him was, like you said, when he said nothing hit the buildings. Well, unfortunately, we have proof of a missile hitting one of the buildings at least once. Not both times, but there is a fucking helicopter footage after the fucking the first tower got hit. The newsreels were up there, and in the background, while they're interviewing the broadcaster, you can see the missile come from behind the helicopter, behind the fucking newscaster's head while they're in the sky, and then it hits the building.
And but that being said, it's I'd have to see it.
Understood. Yeah.
But these planes all did hit their destinations, and all over that field in Pennsylvania there were scattered plane parts. They got cleaned up as much as possible by the cleaning crews who were reassembling them for investigation, which is what the I forgot what it is now, FTA or something, the Federal Transport Agency or like does that. And oh my God! It's but to hear him say that, it's so offensive. It's just it's the man has no his violation of respect for the dead is incredible to me. And as I said,
and that's like, yeah. So when we landed the planes, we got the people off. They made their phone calls, and then we fucking murdered the fucking crew. It's like, I never heard that before.
Well, it's a lie. No, I've heard it before, but it's a lie. It's not what happened. It's now something similar did happen in the case of Iran. What Iran did was something very similar to that, when they basically murdered the passengers who were supposed to be headed towards Mecca, took the plane, and then tried to crash it into the USS Vincennes. Load it with Iraqi prisoners of war, and tried to use it as a giant kamikaze missile, remote piloted and on autopilot and remotely directed into the USS Vincennes. So that's where he gets that from. As a matter of fact, that happened in '88, and that's what he was hearkening back to create that story about the United States doing that. It's just one of these things that is he mixes the truth with the lies, and it is what it is. That's what he does.
Understood. It's probably it's kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I hear you on that. I hear you. And I'm not completely sold on all this, but it is interesting. You want to hear here, this is a clip today that came out, and my boss somebody released or not my boss, but my team lead somebody released an old conference he did in Canada a couple of years ago. But here's some new shit. That doesn't have to do with anything Jewish.
Okay.
I'm going to make an exception. So what the fuck is going on in D.C. there, Matt Gaetz and all you imposter little pedophiles? You frauds, get the fuck out of our buildings. You're not even there. You're in Culver Studios. What a bunch of shit, everybody. Oh, they're swearing in Congress. The fuck they're not, okay? Period. End of conversation. Just like homeboy, it was a neck injury. It was a fucking heart attack from the vaccine. Squirrelism. Boy, what's going on? Sorry, football player. They wrote your fucking obituary like a week ago. So what in the hell are we watching, everybody? Hey, dumb fucks behind the keyboards pushing this weird shit. You're in the wrong time zone. Hello? You're fucking with the wrong bloodline. Hello? Why are you lying, everybody? Hello? We know nobody's in D.C. Hello? So what in the fuck, white hats? Go fuck yourself until further notice. Bye.
Anyway, that got released today.
Okay. And what do you make of that context? And what do we?
I think the guy was drunk. I think he was drunk or something. I don't know.
Okay.
But this dude, Mr. Phil McConnell, it broke my heart. He's crying a couple of times in here. But this is the dude that fucking arrested who was that guy that was fucking doing the ISIS shit? John McCain. Okay, yeah. This is the guy that arrested John McCain right here. The crew leader.
I'm Dr. Alan Unruh from the great state of South Dakota. And I'm here to introduce our speaker, who is a real dynamo from what I've heard so far. He said we have no fear, and I reminded that the good book has 300...
Anyway, and this could be more propaganda. This could be more misdirection or whatever. But he hadn't let me down once.
Okay. I'm representing.
He's crying like a bitch. I mean, I feel bad for the guy, but he's he's crying. My heart goes out to him. I mean, you need to see it. I've never seen him cry. I've known this guy for like 10 years. I've never seen him cry.
God. Well, you bring me to that point every time you're on, and I give you free sway.
Okay, he's still crying. Come on, buddy. Put it together. Come on. I feel so bad for him. Here we go.
To get the message out in truth, in faith, in obedience, and trust to God. And there's two people in this room that would like me to be dead. There may be more, but I know two. And I would just say to those two people, here I am.
The two people in
it. But we got
yeah, he's in Canada, or he's somewhere. It's called Operation Classified, and he's doing some like presentation and shit, and he's saying that two of these deep state guys want to fucking kill him. But when he tells you his past, it is fucking insane.
Be careful. I hope. Are there any children under 18 in this room? If so, could somebody get my attention? Good. Let's let her rip, potato chip.
Wow.
There's many people who are powerful in their own minds who have tried to destroy our country. First of all, let me give you some good news. Our country is not going to be destroyed. And the people that have tried to destroy it, they know my name. God knows their name. And somewhere between me and God and all of you, we will have their ass. So let's do that collectively. I'm representing all of
this. For this religious fanatic, what are we to take from him?
Well, this is Obama's classmate when he was growing up in Hawaii.
Okay.
This was also, man. Here, hold on.
Okay. Yeah.
I've got a better quick little dude. You would, if I told you, you'd be like, you're fucking full of shit. There's no way this dude grew up like this. Blah 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 blah. But it's all true. And his sister is the one that fucking I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin it. Hold on. I don't want to ruin it. I've got it under speeches. Blah 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 blah. Where the fuck is he? And I don't want to fucking say it wrong, so I'd rather just have him do it. Okay, FEILD. But his sister was a dyke. I mean, a fucking man-hating dyke. Fucking. She probably banged Janet Reno a couple of times, to be honest with you. I am making it up, but I mean, just from what I hear, I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh God. So, at any rate, I'm just left at a loss for words, which is the effect you have on me.
I hear
it. In terms of what else that we can draw from this, though, I think that overall, what's been important is that I think that you're bringing up that that bit from Michael Aquino is profoundly important, and I will basically.
You're welcome. I worked hard on
that. Yeah, and in terms of some of these other young ladies who were subjected to human trafficking.
Yeah.
So now I noticed that. So when we were bringing
my sister and Hillary Clinton ran the largest pedophile child trafficking ring in the world. There it is.
Hi everybody, it's Mike from Hear the Watchman, and today on the Watch.
Hold on, my bad. No, that's not it. Oh no, that's not it. That's not it. God damn it.
Well, these things happen.
Is this it? Is this it? Yeah, here we go. My bad. I found it. Here you go. I got it sped up too, so it goes a little fast. It's not dragging out. And this is from England in 2017. Oh, come the fuck on.
Why do they all have this weird ass porno movie music?
Yeah, just it's from these conferences that he speaks at. But here it is. Here he is.
Hard to stay on schedule, and if we don't, then you know what to do. But let's not waste a lot of time because, by the way, this whole program, which has 44 slides, we will give you there's a PDF presentation where you can get all these and take them home. But basically, I'm talking about pedophilia, which I did not want to talk about. Ian and I said that we had a conversation, and the conversation went like this. Field, what would you like to talk about? And I said, I'd like to eulogize a certain evil person. And he said, that person's not dead yet. And I said, well, it's not me yet, but the person's still alive. So we're going to talk about pedophilia because that's what Ian said. He said, if you want to talk about anything, it'll be pedophilia, or we won't see you until, hell freezes over. So anyway, the reason I'm motivated to talk about this, and I thank Ian for suggesting it, because I do have a personal relationship to pedophilia, and it's that my sister and Hillary Clinton ran Pizzagate, Pedogate, and the global net-centric pedophile network that controls the governments of most of the supposedly modern nations. I think pedophilia has been around since 4000. And Anne and Matthew, whenever you want to roll them, go ahead. But Matthew 19:4 tells us not to be involved in pedophilia. And Matthew 18:5 says this, if anyone who welcomes these little ones welcome me, and if you cause these little ones to stumble, it would be better if you put a millstone around your neck and hop in the water. So, the elites of your country, the elites of my country, they don't get it. They think they're important. They're not. They're a bunch of phony baloney actors whose time is well over. I'm supposed to do this once in a while. That's me. This says the entities which run the world for the past 4,000 years have nothing to fear from me, which they don't, but they better watch themselves when it comes to who I work for. And I think most of you know who I work for, and it's not a human. And?
Okay, there?
Yeah,
You there?
skip that.
When he's talking about
Yeah,
Ian, is he talking about you?
the guy running the fucking conference, his name's Ian. Like I said, this is over in England.
Okay.
He ended up hooking up with this chick from England and shit, and they're getting married. But I skipped the ring part. I was just trying to get to the shit about Obama and his sister and Hillary Clinton.
Okay.
Because that's the important. That's what the people need to know. Like, you know that movie Con Air?
Mm-hmm.
That's his sister. That's this dude's sister.
Oh, okay. The actress in Con Air.
No, the real Con Air that I don't know how this bitch got a hold of it, but fucking his sister did, and she worked with Hillary. Okay, but here, I'll just play it.
We don't get this pedophilia handled. Every once in a while, Ian, I'll make sure Ann tells me if I'm going too fast or too slow, but I think we're ready to go to the next slide. This is really complex, and I want to give credit right now to a man who's very humble and doesn't want credit, but there's a lot of people in this room who are experts at something, and the man who put this together is an expert at visual imagery. Right there, HSBC, that's one of the big grips on our collective governments because they've been around.
And I forgot to add this in. This guy is also the pilot for Jeffrey Epstein, who infiltrated that whole thing that got the list that everybody's like, what's this list? The pilot, the list. Well, this is the pilot for Jeffrey Epstein, and he's the guy that fucking brought down the satanic cabal.
Drug network for 300 years plus, and they use those drug profits to control people and governments, and they're trying real hard to control my government, meaning the U.S., and your government, I think, is still in their grip, and this guy didn't help. I don't know how many are familiar with Serco. It's the biggest corporation you've never heard of.
And that's what I was, hollering at George about. I was like, hey, go check out the Serco thing, because they're starting to fucking come over here and fucking outsource jobs and steal our money like they've been doing fucking England. But here, I gotta go on.
Can I just get a show of hands of anybody who's even heard of Serco? Oh, 60%. Good. I can skip that then. White's Club spread betting. That's a bunch of, they call themselves elitists. And I don't have a good vocabulary, so I don't know what elite means, but I'm guessing it means excrement because every elitist I've ever seen looks like excrement. Most of these names up here are British. This one right here is Able Danger. That's a group that I work with, and we're all volunteers. We're from many nations. We love people. We hate oppression. We don't appreciate our governments trying to control every facet of our life, and we certainly don't appreciate the fact they're using pedophilia to do that, which they certainly are. Okay, there's either Canada or England. There's England. There's England. There's England. There's England. Anybody know Jimmy Savile? Yeah, why hasn't somebody in your government come clean on that? Maybe because they're part of it? I don't know. But I certainly think they are. And then we go back to the British Empire, which is crumbling. And the British Empire was, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, or anybody else. If I say something that's offensive or wrong, just correct me. That's how I learned. You guys have used drugs for 300 plus years to control the world. And I've never taken a drug, but I don't necessarily want to be controlled. I was created as a free person, and I'd like to live in peace. And I'd like for everyone around the world to live in peace, and it can be done. But we got to get rid of guys like that, who everyone thinks he's a Nazi from Austria. And actually, he was working for the British over there. And when I say that, it was the British, and specifically Commander Harold Goulding. They got Hitler out of Berlin right before the Russians showed up. And they also got Martin Bormann, his treasury guy. They got Bormann over here to England, where he lived anonymously until he died of natural causes in 1959. But did your colleges or schools teach you that? I didn't think so. This is me, and some people think I have a lot of nerve. I don't have any nerve. I've been called to do this, and I didn't get called to expose pedophilia, but I got called to expose evil, and I'll do that till the day I die, and I'm not afraid of dying. We're all going to die, and I hope you all know that. I don't want to die anytime soon because of the picture of the lady on the very first slide. But let's go back. There's Underground. That's you guys. You had something on 7/7 that was complete fake, and they were very sloppy. That goes back to this company because they made a lot of mistakes. But here's a U.S. group. They do false flags. DMORG means portable morgues. But the portable morgues always show up at the scene of the crisis the day before the crisis.
And that's exactly what happened at Pulse. The morgue things, they showed up at Pulse that morning.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry.
So what does that tell you? Royal Wings. Okay, there's people. This is Telford. That's Telford. And the significance of Telford is I've been occasionally asked to come over here and speak in England, and I love to do it because I love the people, I love the country, and believe it or not, I like the food. But I've been following around trying to grab onto Brian Garish's coattails, and I want to point out that he grabbed my tie, and he didn't return it yet. But anyway, I think we can go to the next slide whenever the kids are ready. I won't waste a lot of time. We got started late, so I'll try to catch up a little. Power is an app.
You know, that being said, you know, I'm sorry. What? Go.
We could do another episode another day on it.
No. I think that you've made your point in a number of areas, and so all this being said, say for instance, so what do you present yourself as a potential solution to these problems?
Well, we just gotta get rid of these people. Hence, that's why these guys are over in fucking LA and San Diego, in California, doing all this flooding and shit.
So welcome back, George. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate that. Now, when Ian says that, okay, so what Ian just said could be interpreted as his recommendation for a final solution. Oh my God.
That was like that was a blanket term for like for innocence too. Yeah. It's like the what's going on right now. We're not lumping the innocent with the guilty.
Right. Well, the individual that Ian West was just playing. Now, he played a clip from Michael Aquino earlier that you might not have heard. That was one of the highlights of this evening. But the one that he just played recently, the individual was claiming that Adolf Hitler was working for the British and they helped him get out of Berlin. So I guess I've learned something about my biological father I didn't learn before. I learned something new about him every other day with different claims that I hear. I mean, yeah, that's just, oh my God. So, but that being said, it's been a night. We've let Ian educate us in some ways that in terms of a stance that he's kind of cultivated through a lot of access to alternative news, and now George is back with us for a bit, and so George, when I was talking about oh God, what was I talking about when you left? I guess I was talking about basically, what Carl Gustav Jung was saying about, the Jewish culture, and in that sense, we left it off at that, and then we brought on Ian to really, I guess, take it down to a different level, and I thank Ian for it.
We dissect.
Yeah. What was that?
We dissect it.
Yeah, I guess we could say that. So George is back, and so George, tell us what's on your mind. I'm sorry, what, Ian?
I'm saying it's not fair to lump all Jews into just one group. Like, you can't do that.
Thank you. We needed to hear you say that. Yeah.
That's what Rothschild legacy on.
Okay.
Anyway.
It's still a code phrase. And Ian, tell us. Excuse me, George, tell us what's on your mind.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And Ian, thank you. And just so you know, Ian, the correct term is Jewish people. That's the most appropriate. But just to respond. Thank you, Ian.
I can see that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. But just to respond to what I just heard when I just joined back. And by the way, I had to abruptly move, Douglas, because I'm over in London today. I'm in Surbiton. So I looked at the time travel and I was like, oh my God, there's so much congestion on the roads. I better make my way now, leave in good time so I can arrive at my destination at a good time. So I've been able to. This is why I'm unable to come back on very briefly, just for the next half an hour or so. But just to respond to what I just heard and listened to, the first initial impression I got from when that individual, whoever it was talking that Ian played, when he says he's never done drugs, every single human being on Earth has done some form of drug. I mean, caffeine is a drug. So when someone says that, it's disingenuous and it's misleading. But by the way, I might have to make an abrupt move in a moment, but if I do cut off, but at the moment it's all good for the moment, Douglas. But because I'm one of the exchanges at my work, and so there's lots of people around me. So if I do have to move, I will just abrupt. But I might say goodbye quickly. And the other thing, just to note, is Martin Bormann. I don't know where he got his information from about Martin Bormann, but Martin Bormann was the most wanted man in all human history. He was never ever discovered.
Yeah.
He went into exile, into Aryan Exodus with the rest of the 1,000-year Reich in exile. So he relocated, and he never established himself within the British colony in any of the Commonwealth nations. He never established himself anywhere. It was, even if you watch the old 1950s, I believe it was 1950s or 1960s, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I forgot the name of the director who produced that. But if you look at the original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, he is presented in that movie himself as, the gold lost ticket. Like, they found the most wanted man in all human history, Martin Bormann, because he was the man who established the government in exile, the breakaway civilization. He was never ever discovered ever again. So that's a fact that he never outlived and lived to the year 1959, whatever that individual was saying. I don't know where that information even came from, but I'll be very interested to find out where he got that from. And he's
out of jail now. I could call.
No, that guy was in jail? That guy was that explains a lot. That's where he got the information. This is what happens when you're in jail and you spend all your time talking to fellow prisoners, and you basically, when you're swimming in a sewer, you come out of it reeking of shit.
What we just heard was 4 years before he served his 3 months in Florida somewhere. I forgot.
Oh my God! So go. Definitely thanks for that clarification. Go on, George.
Thanks.
Yeah.
1971. That's when the original Charlie. I had to look that up very quickly. The Willy Wonka. Yeah, the original, the one that was produced, Fantasy Family movie. Yeah, 1971. That was produced. But if people watch that movie, you'll see a segment in that movie where they present a picture of Martin Bormann. And yeah, he was in charge. Like you said, he was in charge of the money, the money side of things of the Third Reich. And yeah, so he was presented in that movie as the golden lost ticket. They found him.
That's incredible.
So that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and people actually think the movie is quite sinister because of that reason, because they present his photograph and saying that they finally found him because he was the most wanted man in all human history. There's no one that's ever, and so yeah, he was never reestablished. He went missing and he's been gone, and no one has ever found him. And that's because he went into Aryan Exodus. And so yeah, that's to convey or to contextualize that aspect of what that individual was saying.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. Oh my God. So and aside from that, do go on, dear George.
So he's here to a room full of Brits.
Okay. Yeah. The guy we just heard, the religious extremist,
he's given the speech.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And just before I was arriving to my destination now, I actually just quickly tuned in whilst I was stuck in traffic because I could safely do so. And I was just, I was just listening about Richard Gage when he was presented about nanothermite.
Thank you.
And
So did you hear that bit from Michael Aquino then? Michael Aquino talking?
Yeah. Yeah, because it was actually you. Remember before I discovered yourself, Douglas, the man who I was taking a lot of the information about the Israeli history of the state of Israel. I was learning from Christopher Bolin from his information because he's an investigative journalist. He married an Israeli woman, but this is who Michael Aquino always regurgitates often. So stuff that he was saying, or Christopher Bolin was saying, that is when it put things in perspective, because of course after discovering yourself and then learning about what Michael Aquino, learning about who Michael Aquino is, and then I was like, oh my God, he's actually, what he was doing was sharing on his YouTube. People can look at Michael Aquino's YouTube channel and they can see the playlist, and you can see that he's actually liked or hearted Christopher Bolin's thesis, his work, what he's presented. And so that just shows you the extent that this man has. You know that it's disingenuous when it's presented by Michael Aquino.
Thank you.
So, yes, completely. And it's just like, if he's saying to you that it was nanothermite, it wasn't. There was cutting charges in place. There was cutting charges to cut the steel beams, but they didn't require nanothermite or thermate, however you present it. It's just basically cutting edge technology, which is they were presented as a military grade weapon, which is only manufactured in military grade facilities or operated facilities, manufacturing facilities from this technology. And it's like, that is just completely absurd. It was all they had to use was demolition to bring those buildings down. And so it just went through my head, everything that I used to learn about it, because I studied it for a good 12 years. Yes. The whole event and the what you want to call it is an incident, the 9/11 incident, the terrorist attack.
Yes, God, what would we call it? Just I guess we would just call it the atrocity, and so go on. Yeah,
thank you, Douglas. And it was just like what I've presented before several times on the show is the producer, that is an Israeli intelligence officer known as Arnold Milhon. He's a multi-billionaire. He produced the movie Mr. and Mrs. Smith. He was the man that brought Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie together. And if you look at Google images of Arnold Milhon and Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt, he's in the middle of both these individuals, both these people. They've now separated and divorced, but he was the man that brought them together. Why Brad Pitt had an affair with Angelina Jolie over Jennifer Aniston. He was originally dating or in a relationship with Jennifer Aniston, and he got introduced to Angelina Jolie through Arnold Milhon. He was the man that brought these two together. And what this man also produced, if you ever watched the Lone Gunman series.
Yeah, the X-Files. Yeah,
the X-Files spin-off. Go on.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And there was an episode that Arnold Milhon helped to produce known as The Pilot. And it was from the
9/11 episode.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was aired weeks before 9/11 itself. And the shot that the scene that the commercial airline is because it gets the cockpit control is taken over by terrorists, by conveniently enough by a terrorist group, but I've never seen the episode, so I can't tell you exactly who the vigilante is who commits the takeover. But in the episode, the shot was taken by a helicopter that went through the North Tower was struck first, and it did the exact same path route as the commercial airlines one. I think it's flight 175 that hit the North Tower. Right. If we're going by memory, I believe that was the first one that hit the North Tower, and it done the exact same route as it did in the pilot episode, and that was aired weeks before, and it was taken off. It was never ever
aired again.
It was never aired again. It was never shown again. Thank you, Douglas. Yes. And so that was such what a coincidence that is. Just so people understand, and it was due to and Arnold Milhan was helping produce the episode, and he was Israeli intelligence. And what you will find with 9/11 is the connection between the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad or Mossad or Mossad, however you
go on. Yeah.
They were in the know. They knew. They already had the intelligence gathered that what the Saudis were going to do was they're going to hit through the CIA. It was funding that was distributed through the CIA. It was support from the military high command themselves in the United States. They had to have domestic support in order for the foreign vigilantes to commit the atrocity, or however you want to call it, incident. So, but the Israelis were in the know. Yeah. And even with Benjamin Netanyahu, or his correct name is Benjamin Milošević, he was every single Sunday evening, and this was published in the Israeli publishing newspaper, the Haaretz magazine or Haaretz newspaper article. It's been published, so it's in the public domain. People can reference this and cite it. It confirms that Benjamin Netanyahu was in communication with Larry Silverstein, who was the leaseholder of the World Trade Center complex, all seven buildings. He was in communication every Sunday evening, without fail. He would communicate with Larry Silverstein prior to 9/11. And by the way, he didn't even basically claim the lease from the Port Authority of New York. Only weeks, I think it was about 2-3 months prior to 9/11 itself. Right. He didn't take he retrieved that off the Port Authority of New York, because it was owned by the Port Authority of New York since the 1970s, since those buildings were erected. But those buildings were nobody wanted to occupy them. Nobody wanted to buy them because they were pretty much empty. They were vacant completely because it was filled with asbestos. So these buildings were just a massive inconvenience, and nobody wanted to take responsibility for them because of the amount of cleanup it would cost to eradicate it from the asbestos within those buildings. So nobody wanted to buy them. But this man conveniently purchased the lease for the buildings, and he took out a insurance clause that not only if one attack happens, but if two attacks happens, they're separate events. So he was able to double the insurance policy on the buildings. So that was how he was able to claim millions.
They call it
billions.
Sorry? That's a twofer. They call it a twofer.
Yeah. In other words, 2-for-1 deal. Yes. Kill two birds with one stone. Yes. Go on. Yes.
Because because of what happened after 1993, you had the basement bombing in the basement, and excuse me, I forgot the name of the individual that was that committed that. It escapes me the name who committed that the bombing at the base of the World Trade Center.
Oh,
complex.
I forget. Yes, it's Mohammed Sheikh Khalif Sheikh Mohammed Khalif Sheikh Mohammed, I believe.
Sheikh Mohammed. Yes, I believe that's right, Douglas. Yes. And all this information I used to be able to
recite off the top of your head. Yeah, I get it. Yes. I used to be like that too. Yes, go on.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Douglas. But this is what's so important, is that what Larry Silverstein, and by the way, he had a co-founder as well, or a co-conspirator with him, named Frank Lowery, and he was also a subordinate leaseholder of the World Trade Center complex. He had his businesses in the lower levels of the World Trade Center complex, in the shopping mall that was beneath those World Trade Center buildings. Right. So he had the lease for those sites as well, and he was originally part of the Haganah terrorist group. He was a, I believe, what they call him? He was a commando in the Haganah.
Yeah,
the
so
Haganah
just so
office.
people know, I remember now that the individual who was blowing up the basement of the World Trade Center with a car bomb was Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, I believe, or he might have been involved with something to do with planes. But the other guy that, the other man is part of what is basically the Israeli state-sponsored terrorist group, Haganah, which is Hebrew for "we will not forget," we shall not forget, and so it's so do go on. Yes.
Oh yes, thank you, Douglas. And this is what the connection. This is where it all coincides and connects to what the Israelis were in the know about what was going to happen at 9/11, and they basically profited and conveniently took advantage of that, so they will be able to, especially these individuals, they profited off that atrocity. So this is where people will say, you know, it's quite anti-Israeli, quite anti-Jewish, and quite anti-Zionist also, for people to say that 9/11 was completely committed by the Israelis, which is the stance that I initially took upon because of the connection. Right. But that's where I was being misled. That's where I was discombobulated. I was confused about the matter and the situation, because it was in fact the Saudis, the 19 hijackers, the majority of them, apart from Mohammed Atta, who was the lead hijacker, he was Egyptian.
Yes.
And his origin was, he was Egyptian, but the majority of the rest of them were Saudi.
Yes.
Which, when the Saudis struck the World Trade Center complex, the people inside those buildings, apart from what was confirmed, was just one man who was Israeli descent, or he was Israeli, he was a dual nationalist, a dual citizen with Israel and the United States, but he was a janitor, so he wasn't given what was used back in those days. Sorry?
They said the Al Franken's like, yeah, we got to call him the Kahilla that day, and they said not to go to work.
Yeah. Thank you. This is what I'm going to relay to everyone. Is it was known as the Yugago. I think it's pronounced Yugago messaging service. Udigo is the name of the company. They sent out, and it was like not like a teleprompter, but what was it? It was like that, but it's a small miniature version of it. It will display a message on. It's not a cell phone, but it will display a message which they would receive in the United States, saying this was 2 hours prior to the first strike of the North Tower, and they were told do not go on site. They were given an advance warning with all the citizens that were dual nationalists with Israel and the United States. Do not go to work. Because there's something that's going to happen which you do not want to be there. The message was basically collated like that. It was translated like that. Do not go to work because something's going to happen, and you don't want to be there. So, so thousands didn't show up. But what happened was, when those towers collapsed, every single country on the planet Earth, in this world, they lost a citizen.
At least one. At least one.
Yeah. And this is what people need to understand. This is why there's a 911 truth movement. Is because the United States owed it to the world to attack Saudi Arabia.
Right.
They owed it to the world to take them out.
Yes.
And because that was the whole point of it. When you get attacked by a foreign adversary, you then have to declare in the defense, Department of Defense under the United Nations. It's an organizational war, but it's a peacekeeping operation. When you get attacked by a foreign adversary or a belligerency, your response is you then respond by using force by air, sea, and land to that nation. Now,
absolutely.
all the evidence pointed towards Saudi involvement,
yes,
including domestic involvement, yes, including the military high command themselves, because it was a failure of intelligence, so they say, but it wasn't. They were conducting, just like they did at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, they were conducting air drills or exercises using NORAD. They deployed all their interceptors across to the west coast of the United States. There was no one to protect the east coast of the United States on that day, on September 11th, 2001. Now, I forget the exact number, but there was a successful something in the realm of thousands of training exercises that were conducted in the year 2000, all 100% with a success rate. And into the year 2001, they were conducting the same exercise drills on interceptions. Now, it was successful apart from one day, and that was just so coincidentally was on 9/11. Not a single aircraft was intercepted, not a single one of those commercial airlines. As they say, there was 4 hijackings with 19, comprised of 19 hijackers. Only 3 of them hit their targets and 1 of them was shot down. And you have to ask yourself, well, how was that failure of intelligence? And obviously it was domestic involvement as well as a foreign adversary with support from the highest means of the United States, including the Central Intelligence Agency, including the military. But I could go on about this for hours, Douglas. It is just like, I think it's so important that people understand this. But that's to give just a brief summary in layman terms, so people can understand the situation that we're in.
Absolutely,
and,
it's profound, and the reason what you're saying is so important is that Ian, help us out here. There's nothing that George is saying that you disagree with, is there?
Nothing at all. No.
There.
No, I mean, it kind of backs up Aquino's thing about Aquino saying that it was
domestic.
That 9/11 happened to drum up encouragement from the American citizens to start wars on behalf of Israel, so they could, do their expansion.
Well, when in terms of Michael Aquino, his agenda is chaos, and
understood.
Yeah, and Michael Aquino, of course, is integrating the truth with what is his own perversion of it. But definitely he was right that there was involvement. But when it comes to now, Ian West just gave us an image. What's this image, Ian?
That's the secret relationship between blacks and Jews.
Oh, okay, one of your favorite books, right?
It's a page.
Oh, yes. Louis Farrakhan wrote this, you say? No, affiliate of his. Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you. So, but that being said, George Knight, when you heard what Aquino was saying, and of course Aquino is pointing out, these planes were taken over. Now, one of the things to emphasize is that all of these Saudi citizens, a great deal of them had U.S. Army Special Forces training and experience.
Yes.
This is a fact. These were former Green Berets, the same unit that Aquino was in.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And another thing to point out is what these people, when they try to say that these commercial airlines, they were military, basically military assets or military planes. These were not commercial airlines. Just so people understand, is you only need a certain amount of hours training in order to take over a cockpit. Yeah. The main thing that when pilots are trained to fly an aircraft, the complicated point of flying an aircraft is landing and taking off.
Yes.
When you're in the air, any human being can take over the controls.
Yes.
Even without air traffic support.
Yeah.
You can. That's why it was so easy for these vigilantes, these terrorists, to conduct what they did.
Yes.
And it's not very hard or it's not very complicated. The situation is not as complicated as people will assume or even suggest. It's really quite simple. It's quite, anyone can take over a cockpit of an aircraft. Flying a helicopter is a different story.
Yes, absolutely. Just yeah. And go on explaining that. Yes, please.
No, thank you, Douglas. Because with an aircraft itself, all you got to do, like I said, a pilot is only trained to land on a landing strip or land on an airfield and to take off. When you're in the air, you can let go of the buttons and you can sit back and that's it.
Yeah.
And so beg your pardon, I've just got an email, but it's all good, Douglas. And but with a helicopter, you don't fly straight forward. With an aircraft, all it is you're just taking off and you can you go left to right, you can change the altitude and you just go through learning how to cope with turbulence and things like that. But with with an helicopter, it's a completely different ball game because you're operating something which can go up, down, left, right,
yes.
acute angles. So it's a completely different ball game. You're highly more trained and a specialist to fly a helicopter than it is to fly an aircraft or a commercial plane or a semester. So yeah, I just want to outline that aspect of it as well for people that say that there was no such thing as any terrorists on those planes itself. And just so people understand, there was actually recordings of, and and obviously the black boxes were never recovered, quite conveniently so.
Yes.
And obviously they were destroyed. They never wanted the people to find out what was going on. And through because obviously the black box, the whole idea of it is it will tell you from takeoff to landing, and if a plane doesn't land, it will tell you everything happened prior to the disappearance of the aircraft. So it will tell you everything. It's basically like a what do you want to call it? It's just a documentation of everything that goes on. Yes. And so I could go on several different things.
What I want to emphasize is that just to validate what our man George Knight is saying. Obviously, he's simplifying this so that people get the message. But understand, of course, that it takes some skill, say, for instance, to pilot in hard weather or going through, various air, what would they call it? Air pockets of various kinds of turbulence. Yeah. But other than that, the reality is, yes, the primary challenge is especially landing. That is really the biggest challenge of piloting. Taking off is a bit easier. It's a bit easier to take off than it is to land, but taking off is a bit of a challenge, but landing is the biggest challenge of all. But when it comes to otherwise, however, when you're training people, say, for instance, this is what people didn't understand about the Japanese kamikaze effort. It was how little training was necessary for a person to learn to just crash a plane.
Exactly.
So,
because you're trained not to land.
Yes.
It's just a one-way trip.
Yes.
And that's what these terrorists were trained for. It was a one-way trip. They weren't trained to land.
Yes.
It didn't matter if they had no experience landing. They weren't planning on landing.
That's
oh God.
It's true. But as he says with this enormous Israeli involvement, which it took me a long while to come to terms with, it really is. We have to conclude that Israel is very much a rogue state. It is a rogue state in every way imaginable. So many ways that it's not so. And right now it's more and more closely aligned with Russia in so many ways, and all of the bad guys, China and India and Iran. When it comes to the situation that Michael Aquino with his agenda is saying that, this is America fighting on behalf of Israel, he may be endearing himself to the radicalized right by saying something like that, but it's not that he's really doing anything to help with the situation. He's not really putting out a geopolitical context other than stirring up hatred and just creating a animosity that serves his agenda of chaos. And that's the horror of thank you, Ian. So it's not that Ian is not presenting some valuable information, but with the context that George Knight puts it in, I hope everybody appreciates, then we have a more complete picture of what's going on.
I wasn't there, so I don't know what the fuck was going on. That's why I'm not qualified to fucking speak on it. But
well, I mean, I appreciate what you did. I mean, it's like now, George Knight, you would agree that just having that recording of Michael Aquino is valuable in its own sense, but it's valuable in the sense that we can take it and parse his lies and his agenda from what he's saying. But the irony, as I said to Ian, is that he takes his background in psychological warfare and propaganda, and he runs with that as, this is why you can trust me. This is why, as opposed to, that's the irony of this.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit like Andrew Tate as well, like what the analysis that my friend, his analogy of it and his analyses, he presented it with, it's like with Andrew Tate, he will tell you that the sky is blue. So the sky is blue, but they will say, but the clouds, they're purple, they're not white. And so what he does is he mixes truth with disingenuine lies or misleading lies, and so that is the extent that Kino is presented. And you know, it's the same. It was the same with that whole, you know, the so-called narrative, what he wrote when he wrote the Roswell myth, saying it was extraterrestrial. It was like that. He mixed the truth with the lies, and so it's very easy for people to succumb to that and get cultivated into that aspect of things.
Yes. Thank you.
I agree with you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ian, for that. And honestly, so there we are. We have made a constructive use of this what Ian presented. I think we helped to represent in a more constructive context.
And it's a way because here, so it's good.
Yes. And oh my God. So in terms of anything else that it comes to mind, you know, and the one thing that bothers me is that so many of these recordings, like the Aquino thing, why did they put that cheesy music even while he's speaking? What is that about? What was that? It doesn't make any sense. You can barely hear what these people are saying behind all that cheesy music. What is that? What's going on with
I know which video you're on about, Douglas, as well, because I've seen that a couple times actually. Yeah, I know exactly what you're referencing.
Thank you.
As well, I have no idea. But another thing with 9/11 to mention is that there were these 3 individuals that actually documented. They recorded the very first aircraft hitting the North Tower. These were known as the dancing Israelis because they were reported as dancing on rooftops, celebrating when the first plane struck. And obviously they had prior knowledge to the event. So they obviously had full knowledge. So they were complicit in the crime. They should be held accountable and trialed for this. But no, they were quickly deported back to Israel, and they appeared on Israeli national television and said, yeah, we were there. We were told we're connected to Mossad. We are Mossad agents, and they were identified as Mossad agents. They were deported back to Israel to escape extradition or expedition.
Extradition. Go on.
Extradition. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you. Could get out without you. And and so they appeared on national television saying, no, our purpose was there to document the event. So obviously they were complicit in that crime. They obviously had prior knowledge. They knew of it and was going to happen. But the problem is with it, and what we've just contextualized to make it more constructive, so people don't get confused with the whole situation. It's not entirely the Israelis' fault. They were not to blame for 9/11. They just took massive advantage of that. They profited, or they what's the other word? They benefited from it. So that is the extent of the situation. But that's also, people can reference that. It's actually, you can see the videos on YouTube. You can see the woman reporting them to the New York City Police Department, reporting these Israelis because she found it very suspicious that they were dancing and celebrating and giving each other high fives.
Yes, not to mention offensive. Yes. Go on. Yes.
And so then they were very quickly deported back to Israel. Right. they didn't question them. They just said, "What are you doing?" And they said what they were doing and who they were. They said, because when the police arrested them, they said, "No, we're on your side. We're the good guys. We're Israelis. We're good guys. We're on your side."
Yeah, right.
You know, and but it's disingenuous when they're there celebrating that the towers were on fire.
And they
to look like the Samson bloody ritual. Like, oh my God, it's just like, it's just crazy. And by the way, just so people understand, it was a ritualistic sacrifice. What happened on 9/11? Yes. And we can go into the occult sense of things because what happened was with the Pentagon, the north side of. Well, excuse me, was it the north side? I believe it might have been the north side.
I keep thinking of it for some reason as
the north wings,
the west side, but
yes, it was the west side.
Yeah, yes. I'm not saying I'm right, but that's how I remember it vaguely. Yeah, west side of the Pentagon. I always just simply call it the fifth side of the Pentagon, basically. The only side that was reinforced and shit. So go on. Yeah.
Exactly, Douglas. And if you go back and you look up, the date itself, September the 11th, 2001, exactly 60 years to the day that General Leslie Groves turned over that soil in the groundbreaking ceremony ritual that he was going to construct the largest office block building in the world, so he can wage the largest war the world has ever seen, World War II, prior to Pearl Harbor.
Yes.
That was his mission statement.
Yes.
General Leslie Groves on September 11th, 1941, prior to December 7th, 1941, when Pearl Harbor was, when the strategic attack was completely, sorry, I've got to calm down because I'm shouting too loud.
No worries. No worries. I understand. It's so. I mean, it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling.
Yes.
And as Ian West said when I first explained this to him, he said,
"Yes,
that's deep state. Yeah, that's deep state. Yes, there you are."
Oh my God. We can go on about it, Douglas, and this is just to generalize it. This is just so people can then see it for what it is. This literally does open up people's eyes, because on September 11, 1941, exactly 60 years to the day, you had an attack on the Pentagon, the west face of the Pentagon, which so happened to be constructed just prior, renovated to withstand a cruise missile blast. That was the whole purpose of them reinforcing that. And then who was in that side of the west side of the Pentagon? It was all the data analysts, all these clerks and all these accountants searching for the $2.3 trillion that Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Yes, he actually went on national television at a press conference, to address the nation. We cannot account for $2.3 trillion of government spending, of defense budget spending. It is unaccountable for. But it was assigned to all the clerks and the accountants that were searching for those $2.3 missing trillion dollars, for going back to all the receipts and all the invoices that were being signed off by someone within the Pentagon themselves. And they ended up being on the same wing, coincidentally, that this, whatever it was, struck that west face of the Pentagon, and they all died. And what a convenience, because then that $2.3 trillion, all the data that was stored so you can track back and trace where that money was being gone and distributed to, and the channels it was flowing through, conveniently all disappeared on that day. And that happened exactly 60 years to the day that General Leslie Groves conducted that groundbreaking ceremony to turn over the earth and soil to construct the largest office block building in the world, which has the high security of air defense in the world. It is the most restricted airspace in the world, besides Washington, D.C. itself. And what happened? All of those 91 cameras that are facing out towards you, because you're the enemy. Yes. Because there's no security cameras within that Pentagon building itself. It was entirely constructed out of concrete.
Yes.
And and this is the extent of the situation. It was struck on 9/11, where really they should have had an anniversary celebration of the construction of that building.
Right. Right. It was.
Where was all the military assets? Where was all the generals and all the lieutenants? Where are all the military men? None of them were around to be seen.
Yeah.
On the anniversary of the ground.
Yeah. And then that was all taking place right after those two towers collapsed. So you had a sacrifice going on in New York City, and then all of a sudden they had to break the seal. They broke the Pentagon, which is, in the shape of a pentagram, which is what you draw when you want to conduct a binding ritual.
Yes.
That, as far as my knowledge goes in terms of the occult sense. But Douglas can Douglas, you're more welcome to carry on, extend on that even further. But
it's symbolic of the breaking of the seal of binding, in which they're unleashing the forces that were bound by General Groves. They're unleashing, they're unleashing the dogs of war, so to speak. This is the horror of what we're dealing with. This is a true American horror story. So this is how this is, anybody who hears this should really feel a chill up their spines, and understand the profound depths of depravity that we're contending with. So the important thing is that when you hear someone like Ian West, he is a sincere and earnest seeker of what is going on behind the scenes. So hopefully with our help, he can better contextualize much of what he's absorbed. But that being said, I do want people to understand that obviously Israel has been involved. It is a rogue state. They, along with Russia, Communist China, and Asian India, as it stands right now, these are nation states that are not nation states. They are empires. Israel is not an empire necessarily as geographically vast as these other entities I've just mentioned, but they are certainly an empire in a different sense, and they are definitely a rogue state, and they're nuclear armed, and they're and they act with impunity that is offensive in and of itself. Now, we kept mentioning the fact that, these people were, instead of being extradited, they are instead simply deported, etc. And that...
they held the FBI for 2 weeks. The FBI couldn't hold them any longer than that, so that's when they extradited them back to Israel.
Yeah, and the reality is that, theoretically, I have heard some people claim that all Israelis have dual citizenship. That all Israelis have both American and Israeli citizenship. Now, whether or not this is true, it is practically, effectively so. It is virtual truth in the sense that you see this over and over again. Now, granted, there have been some exceptions where there was an American spying for Israel, and he was put in prison for a long time. He was an American who was in the U.S. Navy, I believe, and I forget his name, but, we can look him up, American Navy man spying for Israel, but in the end, who cares? The interesting thing is that when the Americans got him out of jail, the Israelis, whether this happened or not, the Israelis considered him a hero, and they were trying to talk the Americans to get him out of jail so they could give him Israeli citizenship. Now, just the to use a Jewish word, chutzpah, just the balls, just the audacity of the state that he's spying for, advocating for him and his release so they could provide him their citizenship. As this is beyond offense.
Is this the guy that stole the software and gave it to Israel?
Yeah.
And when he was playing with his wife, he kissed the ground, and Netanyahu met him there.
Yeah.
That's one of fucking Ghislaine Maxwell's daddy's homies.
Okay.
He was around that Promise software that fucking that got sold to Dulce Underground, and that's how Dulce Underground and all their fucking kitty diddling secrets got leaked.
But do you know what, Ian?
I'm sorry.
Makes sense. Do you know what, Ian? That makes a lot of sense as well. Thank you.
Well, I know because I fucking read it.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to agree with you. Yeah, on that. Thank you.
Yeah. So
and by the way, there's an entire underground city underneath the Pentagon. That's why the Pentagon is there.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of it. The name.
And by the way, the Pentagon faces the point of the Pentagon faces towards Washington D.C., the capital, and the White House itself is standing on the actual the pentagram of the roads were designed in the shape of a pentagram, and that was not a coincidence, by the way.
Yes.
And
I agree.
What I wanted. Sorry, I've been meaning earlier on. I tried to when I was on this morning or this evening in your end, Douglas. Beg your pardon. I wanted to just bring up also when I've suggested that Peter Moon actually reads Mein Kampf, because nobody reads the book Mein Kampf by Douglas's sire Adolf Hitler. Nobody reads it. But if you read it, the reason why people are told not to read it is because what he says and what he references in that book, he talks specifically, he mentions it many times in that book, because I've read it. It's about the warning of Satanism in the United States. He warns people of Satanism. Sorry, 2 seconds, Douglas. I do have to make a move.
Yes, bless you. And definitely that's an important point.
Yeah, no, that is true about the fucking the Pentagon and the it being hit right there. But
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, and so that being said, there you see, we've managed to find common ground. Now this is important, and
name of that's the Pentagon. It's I think. Oh, it's called Oz. That's the name of the city, Oz.
Okay.
That's the name of it.
Okay. Thank you. And
Yeah.
Important point. Thank you. And
Oz, City. It's one of the Wizard of Oz. Whatever. It's the Emerald City or Oz. I forgot the name of it. Fuck. But yeah, I mean, it links up to the two pyramids that are underneath Area 51. Where the fuck is? Let me find this chick. But anyway, the Satanist chick who was the heiress for the Mother of Darkness. You know that old saying, women run the world. Well, they really do, and they're called the Mother of Darknesses.
Right. Okay. By the way, our man Michael Connell brings up Mohammed Atta. Now he was one of the people, involved with the plane, I believe.
He was flight school registry or whatever.
Okay. Yes. And so Nathan Brooks was saying hello. He brought up Arnon Milchan was executive producer for a film called The Medusa Touch, produced in 1978, which depicts a plane crashing into skyscrapers for the climax. Oh, I really need to take a look at that. Thank you, Nathan. And that aside, so we've got a lot of listeners for this hour, thanks to the fact that we're delivering, and deeply appreciated that all the listeners are here with us at this hour. Oh my God. And let me take a look at who's with us on the call. Our man had to leave, George Knight, so it's just me and Ian right now, and what I'll do soon is I'll go into monologue. But it was important to cover these issues. It's oh my God, it's been one hell of a night, but you helped bring us through a lot of it, and I appreciate that. So aside from all of that, anything else that's ongoing that you feel is important for us to should be brought to our attention?
You know what? I would really think it would be a wise thing to do, like on a future episode. Like I'll go through these testimonies about like the Pearl Harbor and all this other shit, and we could all compare war stories about and call each other's bullshit out on it. Like I think that would be good.
Okay. Yes.
Because I've got more. I've got the thing about the Liberty. And how, I don't want to get into it right now, but that, and then how fucking there's so much shit that I've got that like eyewitness accounts and forbidden history and shit like that. And this Christian 21 dude that I found today, what you guys were talking about the Reich in exile and shit, like this kid just breaks it down, and it gets a little. I'm not there yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm not there at this kid's level yet. But he's got this fucking wall just drawn out with this and that, and it's future episode.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. And definitely, appreciate it. That's great idea. And aside from all of that, oh my God. So let me take a deep breath and get myself together into a
to take in. I understand. But it's like I'm not making this shit up. I find this from other people that I wasn't at the Liberty. What the fuck do I know? I wasn't at 9/11. What the fuck do I know? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's appreciated that you qualify that. Believe me. That having been said, it's amazing how we were able to do this tonight. Now, one of the things I'm trying to do is buy myself a few more minutes while I breathe and get myself into a space, the headspace where I start just shouting,
You want me to the dude's sister and Hillary Clinton and how they explain the child trafficking thing?
Not right now, thank you. That's okay. It's just how do I say this? I mean, it is. What's that?
It's hard to go into a monologue after that.
It's hard to go into a monologue after that. Yes, good way of putting it. Yes.
You're welcome.
Okay, now let me breathe. Let me get ready to do my thing. And but aside from all of that, how about your social life recently?
Oh, it's great. It's great. Like honestly, fucking New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and then I had some unannounced visitors I don't want to talk to. But anyway, it was a rough week though. I got a lot of pussy, so it was good.
That's always good. Yes. And, okay.
And the sheets did get wet this week. They did. The sheets did get wet. Yeah, I broke the bed and for good and proper.
There we are. Hopefully our lovely Vic hears that. I mean, that's just so heartwarming. It's so.
She's like, that motherfucker wet his bed without me.
Okay. Could you say that again? I mean, there's something horrible going on with the quality of your audio.
I'm trying to do an impression of Brooks, like Southern accent, and like her getting all jealous of like all the girls. And you should have seen how jealous she got. Oh, it was so good.
What was it she said again?
She's like, "Who's that?" Just I can't really do her fucking Southern twang voice, but. I was showing her the pictures of my neighbors, and they were 27, and they needed that money, so they got on that OnlyFans, and we had a little session. I was just showing her pictures of that. She was dumbfounded, and it's like, well, I got to show you this shit so you quit looking stupid, when you're talking shit, But she was so jealous. It was so good. It was so good.
Thank you. That's we love you dearly. And so Ian, have yourself a blessed night. Say good day to our audience, and I will take over from here.
Good. I'll talk to you guys later. All right.
Okay. Look forward to that. Hugs. Okay.
Hugs. All right. Ciao.
Thank you. That is the delightful Ian West. Okay. Again, I'm just left enervated by some of this. It's just thank God we turned that into a constructive session. And Macronomicus says context is always useful. Good to hear all the different perspectives too. There we are. Okay. And okay, so Michael Connell brings up the fact that thermite, he says termite, but he means thermite, was definitely used in 9/11. Yeah, okay, but but not nanothermite. There's no such thing as nanothermite. Definitely thermite, yes. I mean, there's no need to go nano. You've got conventional explosives that do the job just as well. You don't need to get exotic with all this other evil shit. Though there are supernatural elements to what happened that definitely play into some of the more inexplicable aspects of that atrocity. Okay, all that being said, we are now at the bottom of the hour, and I'm taking over with a monologue. Let's start with the fact that California is getting slammed with storm after storm, so people understand some of the challenges I faced that got me starting 17 minutes late tonight. Amid a parade of California storms, my greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region has seen a prolonged period of wet, windy weather with few breaks since December 26th. Our city had its second rainiest day since 1849 in a New Year's Eve deluge, and winds up to 101 miles per hour knocked Marin County in the January 4th and 5th bomb cyclone event. Over the weekend, this weekend, a burst of high winds knocked out power across Sacramento, the capital of our Golden State and the engine of your economy. As for what's causing this stormy spell, the atmosphere surrounding Earth and its weather patterns can get stuck in place for weeks. And right now, a pattern is locked in over the northern hemisphere that's delivering storms from the Pacific Ocean to California. In recent years, California has more regularly seen a blocking pattern lock into place, with high pressure parked off the west coast, preventing low pressure systems, which bring rain, well, wind and rain and wind, from reaching California. The high pressure acts as a wall, diverting storm systems away from our Golden State. Last winter, this pattern led California to receive little rain in January and February. In this pattern, the jet stream, a current of fast-moving air high in the atmosphere, traveling from the Pacific Ocean across these United States, is acting like a conveyor belt that's moving storms across the Pacific and sending them into northern and central California. As these storms form over the Pacific, they collect moisture. You can, well, see the storms lined up and developing across the ocean on satellite imagery. If you take a look at meteorological footage, the National Weather Service meteorologist Brian Garcia has explained that the jet stream is in a wavy pattern, moving up and down as it travels from west to east. And in this pattern, the jet stream steers storms from the tropical Pacific into California. In the tropics, the systems pull in moisture, and when storms reach a certain threshold of moisture, they're often referred to as atmospheric rivers. And while we haven't seen a prolonged wet pattern like this in the past couple of years, it's not entirely unusual. Now, to quote Alison Bridger, a professoress of meteorology and climate science at San Jose State University, at length and verbatim, she said, "This year, we've actually got the opposite of that, where we have extreme storms coming across the Pacific one after the other. We've got at least another week's worth coming, maybe almost 2 more weeks of this coming. It's possible to think of this as just the opposite extreme from what we had last year, where a big high-pressure system kept us dry. This year, we have a string of low-pressure systems coming through. The jet stream is set up so that it's bringing in these storms all the way across the Pacific, more or less nonstop." What you can see on the satellite imagery, where she was referring to the wavy atmospheric river, or rather the jet stream itself, they just look like blobs of clouds. But they tell us that something is there, some kind of storm with some energy. If you go back over the last 100 years, there certainly have been times like this. And this is an extreme situation that we really expect to be normal at this time of year. We basically all hope and pray for a string of storms to come through to give us plenty of rain to get through the summer. So there you are with that. But in the interim, it's hell on earth. And our San Francisco mayoress, London Breed, San Francisco's first Black African-American female mayoress, declared emergency for our fair city over these recent storms. Now let me check in to see how I'm still broadcasting. Because, of course, you do get nervous when you don't have feedback from others. Okay, good. We are. So our man Entertainment Hub brought up the fact that in the Anarchist Cookbook, they mention you can get thermite from rust. So there we are. Thank you, sir. And aside from that, everyone who participates definitely appreciate it. Says we've got excellent connection, which we didn't have a few minutes ago. Checking into the stream, and of course, got a shock there for a second because I don't see the signals from the. How do we describe this? The fuck. The show the call is up because we don't have a call up. We're just streaming, and that's fine too. So that being said, back to explaining what's going on to you. San Francisco Mayoress London Breed issued a retroactive local proclamation of emergency for our fair city on Monday, opening this work week. And this came as on the heels of Governor Gavin Newsom's emergency declaration for the state last week, and President Joe Biden's declaration on Monday also for our state in the wake of the recent and upcoming winter storms. So far in San Francisco, at least, things have fared relatively well, comparatively speaking, against the spate of storms that have hit our city in the last week and a half, despite all the damage that has occurred. Since the storm began, there have been over 3,600 calls for service through 311. That's according to our fair mayoress, London Breed, as she explained over KCBS radio on Monday. There have been 1,200 requests alone about trees that have fallen or branches that have fallen. Other issues facing our fair city are storm drains and sinkholes. Our city has distributed more than 1,500 sandbags, with more available if needed. The emergency declaration was made to make things easier in terms of funding and reimbursement through FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, for the additional services and resources needed amidst these storms. Now, to quote London Breed herself, but for the most part, San Francisco has done pretty well. The whole point of San Francisco issuing one has everything to do with trying to get reimbursed for the additional costs necessary in order to address the challenges around the storm. Now, since New Year's Eve, there have been over 8 inches of rain in our city. At this point, it's got to be more than that. While most of Monday was relatively dry, another storm started Monday evening and continued through basically through today. Was it last night? Oh my God, I can't remember. But certainly I normally sleep profoundly deeply. As I've often said, I don't sleep, really. I die and reanimate. But I can tell you, I woke up to the storm. The storm was epic. So now San Francisco, in the midst of this, is simply not doing enough to stop supercharged floods. San Francisco's Adopt a Drain program, where residents volunteer to monitor and clean out a designated catch basin, has gotten lots of social media attention and new sign-ups during recent storms. It's easy to see the appeal of this kind of civic action, especially when it comes with the right to give your own storm drain cutesy names like Lana Del Drain or Draymond Green. So this feel-good PR campaign, the public relations aspect of it, obfuscates a grimmer reality. San Francisco's antiquated storm water system is prone to flooding, particularly in low-lying areas, and specifically flooding that contains raw sewage. The problem will only get worse in the face of storms enhanced by climate change. What makes Adopt a Drain, the paper straw, of flood management, a gesture that's as lovely as it is inadequate. San Francisco's sewer system is nearly unique among California cities. It combines raw sewage and stormwater runoff into a single system. The San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, which operates said system, touts this as a greener option because most stormwater goes through sewage treatment facilities rather than being discharged directly into the bay. But this also leaves our Golden Gated city far more vulnerable to system-wide backups. When those bottlenecks happen, San Franciscans are confronted with floodwaters that contain sewage overflow, which is as disgusting and harmful as it sounds. As one San Francisco resident succinctly, albeit quite inadequately, described their neighborhood stench after witnessing massive flooding back in 2015, feces. It's feces. No, it's shit. Human shit. A complete overhaul of our sewer system is essentially impossible due to astronomical costs and disruptions to pedestrians and drivers. James Mueller, principal environmental planning expert at the San Francisco Estuary Project, has said, everything's underground. It would be a monumental task to separate the two. At this point, there's no changing that. If we implemented all the green infrastructure we could possibly implement in the city, I just don't know that it would be sufficient for the types of storm events we're anticipating. Having a silver bullet for any issue is kind of foolhardy. There are, however, fixes that could make the city less flood prone. Significant repairs and upgrades to the sewer system would keep water flowing even when there's an enormous influx. And investments in strategies like rain gardens and other so-called green infrastructure could keep runoff from entering our sewers in the first. But it's an antiquated system. Our Golden Gated San Francisco is one of the oldest cities on the West Coast. So we have an old school sewage system. While around 700 communities nationwide, the majority in the Midwest, still have combined water management systems, most municipalities in these United States, including every other greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex regional city, have storm water systems that drain straight into a waterway. That means if someone in Oakland illegally dumps a pollutant into a storm drain, it flows straight into the bay. It also makes it easier to prevent sewage overflow. There are 25,000 catch basins in San Francisco. The utilities in the plural, the Utilities Commission's operations crews deep clean somewhere between 5,000 and 9,000 of them annually. Roughly 4,400 catch basins have been adopted, although that doesn't mean anywhere close to 4,400 are regularly cleaned by volunteers. Even accounting for the adoptions, there's still an enormous gap. Tens of thousands of catch basins that are not being examined or cleaned on any regular basis, leading to frustrated communities. Here's the conundrum. There are no more storms of the century. One-offs are now the norm. Climate change means the frequency of rainfall will lessen, but when it does storm, it'll be far more intense. Sewage overflow was already wreaking havoc on low-lying neighborhoods in San Francisco, even before fully accounting for the effects of climate change. For decades, neighborhood advocates have warned that the city and county of San Francisco, one of the few cities that is also a county, and specifically the Utilities Commission, are not responsive enough to sewage overflow and flash flooding issues. Projects intended to improve our city's sewage system in low-lying areas have been proposed and discarded as far back as the 60s. Well, that was reported by KQED last year. In recent decades, the Utilities Commission developed sewage system improvement plans, some of which petered out, that inexplicably did not include some of our city's hardest-hit neighborhoods. Yesteryear, Lisa Dunseth, an advocate for the organization Solutions, Not Sandbags, told KQED, "The Public Utilities Commission has given us the runaround time and time again. It took the state to step in to solve an issue that has been ongoing for decades." What Dunseth is referring to there is a 2021 order from the San Francisco Regional Water Quality Control Board. That year, the Utilities Commission was told by the Quality Control Board, which is a state agency, to spend $632 million to deal with sewage overflow in low-lying areas, Lower Alamany, West Portal, and the Mission District. The upgrades include diverting sewage flow to new sewage pipes and building tens of thousands of linear feet of new sewer boxes. The money for the upgrades is spread out over a full decade through 2032, meaning little short or medium-term relief for neighborhoods that are in desperate need of assistance right now. On its own, even that seemingly large investment won't be enough to stop low-lying areas from flooding in supercharged storms. Now, as to whatever benefits there be of green infrastructure, multiple experts have told the press that the realities of climate change mean San Francisco cannot just repair our current system. Our city also must invest in green infrastructure, meaning natural solutions to stormwater and pollution runoff. To date, the Utilities Commission has spent $64 million on green infrastructure, including grants to fund the construction of permeable pavement and rain gardens, which collect and soak up rainwater. Ergo, green infrastructure on its own is not enough to stave off climate change. Both Mueller and Pierce, who I've aforecited, agree that adding absorbent features to our cityscape could play an enormous role in mitigating flooding. According to UCLA, the University of California at Los Angeles, Pierce, reducing paved area is the biggest factor we need to take into account that we have not historically. So, there too, the Utilities Commission is relying heavily on volunteer labor, including a website that solicits civilians to act as unpaid rain guardians, helping care for our city's rain gardens in between our city's quarterly checkups. Even without many resources or a big budget, green infrastructure is already making a tangible difference. One such project, a green gateway on Mission and Valencia, reduced the volume of storm water entering our sewer system in that area by 86% in 2017 through 2018, as reported by the Utilities Commission. Another project, a greenway on Sunset Boulevard, was estimated to have reduced the volume of storm water entering that area's sewer system by 95% in 2016 through 2017. Of course, there's a lack of funding and interest. A true tandem plan requires major sewage renovations like the one underway, just on a much faster timeline, plus a deeper investment in green infrastructure, which brings up the other enormous problem. All of this management costs lots of money, certainly more than our city has invested. How much more? Well, in 2017, a former project manager for the Utilities Commission, Stephanie Harrison, told the San Francisco Examiner, a very nostalgic paper, still published as a rag, that I like to source just to support them because they're still around, said it would cost 15 billion United States dollars in sewer fixes and other upgrades to truly defend our city against huge storms. You know, coming up with any exact number is difficult. In 2020, Maureen Kerner, a research engineer for Sacramento State's Office of Water Programs, contributed to a research paper titled Estimating Benefits and Costs of Storm Water Management. The paper's conclusion was basically a shrug emoji. There's nothing even close to standardized public data and reporting on storm water management budgets and expenditures, making them extremely difficult to track or compare. To quote she, there's not really any good idea for what the costs are for replacing everything throughout California or any particular city. Some cities are way ahead of others. Now, part of the problem, the aforecited Pierce believes, is that because flooding is a relatively rare occurrence, the public's interest waxes and wanes, which makes it difficult to obtain sufficient funding from relevant agencies. To quote us, the aforecited Pierce, it's hard for the public to grasp that and hard for decision makers to invest in that when it's not an everyday concern. So is this a civic duty or something else? The Utilities Commission has regularly acknowledged how all-consuming climate change is and the strain it puts on our Golden Gated San Francisco sewage system. When asked about the disparity, Utilities Commission spokesperson Joseph Swice told SF Gate that many of the untended catch basins don't require regular checkups. Instead, cleaning crews focus their attention on priority areas and 311 complaints about clogging. Now, Swice blamed the New Year's Eve flooding on catastrophic weather, not the sewer system's performance or design. Swice he wrote to the press that the Utilities Commission views green infrastructure as an additional complementary measure for flooding mitigation, in that it decreases the volume of storm water directed to the system. Its purpose is part of a robust suite of tools to support our city's system that alone cannot serve as a single solution to storm response. Our catch basins, his words, work the way they were designed to. The historic storm we witnessed on New Year's Eve was far greater than the capacity of any urban stormwater system. No sewer system, including San Francisco's, can reasonably be designed to manage that size of storm. And he concluded, the ever-growing intensity and frequency of historic storms due to climate change. And Dennis Herrera, a general manager of the Utilities Commission, discussed the growing threat at a recent press conference about flooding. Now, despite this existential threat, the Utilities Commission continues to focus much of its public messaging on the importance of individual action rather than fast-tracking major infrastructure projects. Zweitz told the press that climate change requires everyone to do their part, suggesting that residents sign up for Adopt a Drain and apply for grants to help pay for improvements on their property that help protect against flooding during heavy rainstorms. Now, at the press conference on flooding, Hirohito brought up the $632 million US project the city was ordered to undergo, which isn't yet helping anyone, and mentioned our city's infancy stages green infrastructure program before returning to the same volunteer-based framing of this Adopt a Drain volunteers bullshit. He said, we need to go out and spread the word about the good work our community partners are doing. And later on, he recommended that people sign up for flood insurance to help mitigate potential damage to their homes and businesses. The truth is, rain guardians and drain daddies are band-aids on a leaking dam. It's up to our local fucking government to take far bolder action to protect our citizens now, before it's too late. Not push convenient distractions like naming drains. Gregory Pierce, the co-director of UCLA's Luskin Center for Innovation, which focuses on solving environmental challenges, concludes, to quote his T at length, it's great if neighborhoods and local communities can take additional ownership of unclogging issues, but in terms of the basic maintenance of the system, I do think that has to be centralized, both from an efficiency standpoint and a responsibility standpoint. Because the voluntary adoption, when the follow-through isn't there, who's responsible? When it comes to those extreme events that we're already now facing, there needs to be a whole new model. I think we could start by firing those fuckers in charge of the Utilities Commission who want us to volunteer to clean the fucking clogs and get some major infrastructural renovation going in this literal shithole. Now, Elon Musk has become the first person ever to lose 200 billion United States dollars. He's still the second richest man. And he predicts one of San Francisco's problems will get worse. You see, the tech mecca of our golden gated city-state faces an enormous problem: a surge of empty offices. The COVID-19 pandemic has been good for tech companies. The global economy moved online overnight, from groceries to medical consultations to art. Our economy has become tech-driven. The pandemic has thus enabled technology to become the engine of our daily lives faster than expected. One of the big changes also accompanied by tech during the pandemic is the transformation of the way we work. Remote work has established itself as the new organization of work. Regardless of the activity, working remotely has become the norm, which has forced the restaurant industry to develop home delivery, for example. This transformation of our economy into a tech-regulated economy has thus benefited Silicon Valley, which is home to a large number of tech companies. When the economy reopened, many habits born during the pandemic became anchored in everyday life, and even within tech companies themselves. This is the case with remote work. Many employees no longer want to return to the office because the pandemic, they explain, has shown that working from home is just as effective. So why change? They seem to ask. So, a bit on work from home. Fearing the disappearance of the corporate culture, many firms have tried different formulas to bring back their employees, but it has not worked. Apple, which trades as AAPL, Google, which trades as the GOOGL, Meta Platforms, which trades as Meta. Basically, they had to postpone the return to the office several times. Some firms have ended up adopting a hybrid formula consisting of a minimum number of days in the office. But even this arrangement is not enough to bring employees back to the office. But what appeared to be a problem for companies is now finally proving to be a boon at a time when a recession is anticipated. Faced with the slowdown in growth, many tech companies have begun to drastically reduce their costs to protect their profits. Not only are they cutting thousands of jobs, but they are also closing offices. So unsurprisingly, the greater, San Francisco itself as the core of the greater Bay Area Metroplex region is one of the cities that suffers the most from the growing phenomenon of empty offices. A report from Survivalist found that the office availability rate in San Francisco set a new all-time high in the fourth quarter at 32.1%, up from 28.9% in the third quarter. This means that almost a third of the office space in our fair city is currently empty. Availability of sublease space increased to 8.2 million square feet, up from 7.7 million square feet in the third quarter. So the report reads, I'm reading there from two paragraphs that I find important. Persistent uncertainty over the economy, the widespread adoption of the hybrid workplace, slow return to office utilization, and an ongoing correction in the technology sector has shown that lower office space demand might be the new normal going into 2023. As a result, expect highly tenant-favorable office market conditions to remain for the foreseeable future as record-high availability levels are forecasted to continue to increase even if local employers attempt to get their employees back into the office this year. So, the muskrat says, it'll go Louie. Elon Musk, the new owner of Twitter, currently headquartered in San Francisco, concludes the situation will get even worse. It all started with a message from investor David Sachs saying he had a very attractive offer to rent offices in the city. On January 8th, Sachs, who is also Muskrat's friend, posted, just got offered office space in San Francisco. SOMA, all uppercase, means South of Market. He said, Soma, South of Market. For the same price